24 hours in a day, or could we more properly say there are 96 hours in a day if we think of things through the paradigm of time cube, which we must do. We must think, we must, you know, consider. You know, with the whole question of, like, you know, attacking the authorities, attacking objectivity that's gone on under Trump. And I just saw, I think it was Luke Beasley or something, went out to talk to a MAGA group of MAGA people, and just like, it's wild. Like, he can show them something that Trump truthed out on Truth Social, and they'll be like, that's fake news. That's fake news. He didn't say that. It's his fucking account. It's Trump's account, right? And they'll still deny it. They're just in denial mode. They don't. It's inconvenient for there to be an objective reality. It's inconvenient for there to be a truth, because you cannot keep this mentality that Trump is the uncorrupted politician in a world full of corrupt politics. If you're gonna accept the truth, what content do you want to see next? Question mark. And Vergonia secret tapes, Jink debating RFK Jr. and RFK's brainworm, Yeonmi Park, more of the truth of North Korea, or the truth, quote in quotes, or AOC versus Nick Fuentes. Which of these sounds appealing to you? There we go. We got our poll. And as always, you can affect that poll by voting, and you should vote, and you can even vote in both, right? You can also affect that poll when you donate by letting me know which of those subjects that you want to put you can put your money where your mouth is, right? You just got to tell me where your mouth is, right? Is your mouth on AOC versus Nick Fuentes? Is your mouth on Yeonmi Park? Is your mouth on Jink versus RFK Jr.? Are you glazing up Vergonia secret tapes, or are you somebody who just believes in the voice of the people, and so you put your money where your mouth is, and your mouth is on Vox Populi? You're glazing up the popular choice in that scenario. I feel like I could find a better metaphor. I feel like it's a little brain rotty here. Streamer speak. It's all kinds of streamer speak here. But yeah, we're gonna get into our main subject of the day, and we need to get into that subject, because I've been, what is it called, edging you long enough. Yeah. Oh God, another metaphor, another wonderful. What do you call it? It's like a gratuitously sexual metaphor that nobody asked for, but you come to expect when you watch a live stream, I guess. I don't know. That's just my perception. I don't know if it's yours. I don't know if it's yours, folks. I don't know. Why am I doing the Donald Trump voice? Oh my God, that Trump voice. I swear to God. I just realized I'm also not seeing all of chat until I do this. Okay, I can see you all now, that chat. But yeah, we've got the polls up in YouTube, on the shorts chat, and on the not so shorts chat, whatever you want to call them. Jordan Peterson joining us in chat today. It looks like AOC versus Nick Fuentes is off to an early lead. Yeonmi Park is leading in shorts, but it's early. It's the shorts just started, so that might be a euphemism. Yeah, it's the euphemism. We're on the euphemism train. Long chat represent. It's weird that it's long chat when it's like actually like it's long this way, and the other chat is like long that way. But whatever works for you, honestly. And whatever works for you as far as super chats, super stickers, memberships that you get for yourself, memberships that you donate to other people, subs on Twitch, remember at the top of the hour, there's an ad break. It's coming up in like about 5 minutes. It's a 3-minute ad break at the top of every hour, and you will be stuck in there for 3 minutes if you, unless you can figure out a way to get out of it for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime sub if you have Prime, or by paying $5 to get out of it. I think that price goes up to $5.99 on July 11th, so it might be a good time to lock that in. Look and see if it makes sense for you. You can also be the beneficiary of somebody else's generosity. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're actually active in the chat. You can also donate bits, and basically what I'm trying to say is like bits, super chats, whatever kind of donation that you make. After you make it, or in the donation, let me know where you want me to put your money, and I will put your money there, and it will exchange at a rate of $1 per percentage to a advantage for the content that you want to see. So if you want to see Yomni Park, say Yomni Park, and Yomni Park will get like, you know, like a 5% for a Twitch sub, or 3% for a YouTube membership, right? Or, you know, however much a super chat, right? It's $1 per 1%, that gets an advantage. Now, if you say like, I don't want to give anything an advantage, I just want like the results of the poll, I just want, you know, whatever wins should win, right? Okay, I see you. That's a very principled stance to take there, chatter. And you can say Vox Populi if those are your principles, right? But if you want to skew the poll slightly, if you want to be like the Brianna Wu, no, just kidding. Oh my God, nobody wants to be like the Brianna Wu. That's like that's the wrong metaphor to use. Look, you're not like Brianna Wu if you donate in order to see a certain topic. Okay, you're still very different than Brianna Wu, but yeah, you can put your thumb on the scale, or you can put your thumb off the scale through Vox Populi, or if you're a gaming frog, you could even maybe bribe me to play Fallout New Vegas, although the gaming frogs tend to come out at night, not during the day. Anyway, we have got to get to the subject that we are covering today, and that subject is progressive victory. I almost want to rewatch some of this
None of that stuff is the problem. The problem is their motives.
So we're not going to rewatch all of this, but I feel like this is important background information to consider when we're watching Matt Bender interview Sam from Progressive Victory, and then later the Progressive Victory panel, I guess it was, a panel with like Vaush and who knows who. There's some really awkward shit on this panel too, chat. There's some really good stuff on here. There's some really funny, like Vaush is not good at like interacting with people. Like, right, it's weird. I kind of forgot about this, that he's awkward. He's really awkward. So, you know, we're gonna see some of that Vaush awkwardness as well. Let's see, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to find the button to press. All right, first I'm gonna press the stream marker button. Yeah, I don't know what the stream markers do, but I might as well press them when I start a segment. And then we're going to press the intro. Let's make sure everything is... Yeah, intro button. Cool, cool. So here we are in the midst of a Progressive Victory event from, I think, 2022, although this could be 2020. They've been operating for about 4 years. This is not the current one. This is, again, the video essay by Kilo the Giant. Kilo the Giant, thank you for putting this all together. A lot of this information was out there, but it was buried in multiple streams, and you would have had to watch, like, I don't know, like 20 hours of video to get everything that Kilo the Giant has compiled in his video essay. So, yeah, thank you, Kilo. Great video essay. I might as well...
Something to be said for being resourceful in our modern political climate, and it's nice that everyone who works for PV seems to enjoy it.
PV stands for production value.
The problem is all this other shit.
Here's something that's really interesting that happens in like all sorts of drama. It actually happened recently with you guys, I'm sure some of you heard about the progressive victory drama where a bunch of people were like worried about like dark money and stuff like that.
Dark money influencing the space.
Okay, so you're gonna see that's gonna be it's gonna be a pattern. People being like, dark money, yada yada, whatever, you know, we just want to get our candidate selected. Oh my God, please do not have that blasé attitude, right? Dark money is something that came about through Citizens United. And even Vaush, a lot of these people involved in progressive victory have said that they do not think that like creating our own dark money organizations is like the answer to the you know, dominance of money in politics, right? Obviously.
In ways that
that's a great way to get your movements co-opted.
you can't see or measure or
So there's Wick again.
could be a problem down the line. That is, I think, the best sort of criticism I got.
Now, that's not something we want to replicate, right? I'm not
Right there.
suggesting the solution for the
This is a progressive. I think this is a progressive victory event. This is from last summer. That's Destiny, Vaush, Emma Vigland. I don't know who this is on the end here. This would have been Brianna Wu sitting right in between them, but Brianna Wu had a huge scandal / got COVID, and one of those things took her out of the event. You tell me which, right? It's a mystery. We don't know, but those two things happened at the same time, and it could have been either.
left is to set up like dark money packs and start funding it. But I think
During the
That's just super ironic. You got to look at the organization that's bringing you on the panel, and just like check and make sure they're not dark money. Like if it's a PAC, right? You know. So who are the donors? Who set up this PAC? And if the answer is they don't want us to tell you, then you know that that's dark money. It's
Well, like I
simple.
said, there was-
Matt Bender figured this out. We're gonna get to that in a second.
things that we were gonna have to come back to.
Not that Matt Bender's like, you know, like even Matt Bender knows. No, I mean like Matt Bender asked the right questions is what I'm trying to say in the interview to confirm you know what a lot of people thought, that the progressive victory is was started on dark money.
Here we go. The
Here's the
FEC
music.
is the government body that's responsible for enforcing campaign finance law in the U.S. As we covered earlier, one FEC requirement is that PACs publicly disclose all of their expenditures and their disbursements. And additionally, super and hybrid PACs are required to publicly report their donors to the FEC.
So again, chat, super oh my God, I'm trying to remember how it works. Super PACs. Technically known as independent expenditure-only committees, super PACs may raise unlimited sums of money from corporations, unions, associations, and individuals, then spend unlimited sums to overtly advocate for or against political candidates. Unlike traditional PACs, super PACs are prohibited from donating money directly. Okay, so we got traditional PACs. They can donate money directly to political candidates. They can raise money. They can donate money. Super PACs, they can raise money, and they can overtly advocate, right? So I think I'm trying to remember. Citizens United was I believe that the PAC in question was the PAC that was making like either a anti-Hillary documentary or no, yeah, I think it was. They were doing like a documentary you know, against Hillary, and they'd also done the Swift boats thing against John Kerry, where they try to, you know, make it seem like it's so weird. It's so weird, chat. You know, you're in the midst of a war on terror, which people are starting to realize it might be a bad idea. You got John Kerry, who's a Vietnam vet, running for president. The reason that John Kerry was running for president, the reason the Democrats chose John Kerry is because they felt like he had this immunity idol of like, hey, I'm a vet, okay? Don't say I'm anti-war. Don't say I'm anti-America, because I fought in the most evil war that the United States has participated in recent history, right? I took part in that, like, right? And he took part and then maybe later was part of the Winter Soldier thing. So some criticism of that. So anyway, that's why John Kerry is there. But what they do is they try to make this a liability. Actually, John Kerry was this I don't even remember, was like a coward or something like that. I think was the point of the Swift votes. Anyway, the question comes up: is it okay for a PAC to spend money on stuff overtly supporting? God, where the fuck was that? Spending unlimited sums to overtly advocate for or against a political candidate, right? The Hillary documentary advocates against Hillary Clinton. That's why the case got filed. That's the background of Citizens United, right? So super PACs are required to report their donors to the Federal Election Commission on a monthly or semi-annual basis. The super PAC's choice in off years and monthly in the year of an election. Okay, so it's their choice between monthly or semi-annual in off years, right? And then during the year of an election, it's got to be monthly, right? So what are we not saying here, right? The claim that I am not making, the claim that's not made by this video essay, very specifically and avoided. And I'm saying this because this became a straw man, right? The people that are with Progressive Victory will say like they didn't do anything illegal. Hey, I'm not saying that. Kilo the Giant's not saying that. As far as I know, nobody's alleging illegality. That would be a subject for the courts to take up, right? That's not the problem. We're talking about unethical use of dark money. That is the antithesis of progressive anything, right? This is literally something that was this is a Pandora's box that was opened by Citizens United, right? So you'd hope that something calling itself Progressive Victory, something that's the least bit progressive, is gonna stay far away from something like dark money. Like that's the least that you could possibly expect.
When looking over PV's reporting on the FEC website, it does appear that they're in compliance with these laws. And just to be clear, I don't think that PV is doing anything illegal. There's just one problem. Dark money is money that is spent to influence the outcomes of elections, and the source of the money is not publicly known. The term itself comes from an important 2010 Supreme Court decision, which is often referred to as Citizens United. The court essentially decided that the First Amendment protects the rights of individuals or groups to independently spend as much money as they want on political campaigns.
So you remember Mitt Romney saying corporations are people, my friend. What he's talking about is that the substance of this decision is the concept of an artificial person. If you may know this, you may not know this, but in the language, in legal language, a corporation is defined as an artificial person. It functions like a person, but it is not a person. It is a construction set up. It is a an artificial person, if you will, right? So somehow, because of the First Amendment guaranteeing the rights of people to have free speech, and the consideration of a corporation as an artificial person, which my understanding is that the legal backing of this is really spotty, right? It's something to do with like an abstract or a summary that was written about a decision that took place in the 1800s. And when it was interpreted through that summary, through that abstract. If you don't know, sometimes summaries can be misleading, and in this case, it looks like the clerk of the courts was not doing their job. So really, really dodgy basis of the precedent that Citizens United sort of rests on in the first place. And as a result, you've got this situation where the artificial person that is a corporation has the right to free speech, and free speech is defined as spending money on a campaign. They interpreted campaign expenditures as free speech. So that's what Mitt Romney's talking about when he says, corporations are people.
Citizens United decision can be viewed as the birthplace of super PACs and dark money. It's also important to note that Citizens United remains controversial to this day, and even as
Look, especially like it might not be as controversial with Republicans, but it is controversial. Like this is the you know, this has been a cause celeb for the progressive movement. When we're talking about 2008 or so, right? As far as like Citizens United, we're talking about a long time ago. I don't even know if progressive was really a thing back then, but right, the modern, you know, progressive movement, and you know, that's not saying much. Like Destiny considers himself progressive, you know, right? So it's not necessarily like a radical notion, but like this is is to be against stuff like this, is to be against the influence of money in politics in general, and specifically the overreach that is represented by Citizens United.
recently as 2022, a Senate bill was introduced to combat it. That bill failed to pass with a vote of 49 to 49. So what does any of this have to do with progressive victory? Remember the $500,000 investment that Sam used to start PV?
I convinced a foundation who will remain nameless in the progressive space to give me a budget of under $500,000 for the 2022 elections to try to mobilize some of these audiences.
Do they not want to be known for this?
Okay, so it started in 2022.
They don't like to be known as of yet. Maybe they'll publicize something in the future.
As of the time of this video being published, Sam's investor is still not publicly known. Additionally, one early member of PV shared with me that they negotiated their contract with Sam's partner, but they declined to disclose who the partner was. PV's very foundation is definitionally dark money, but it's not just the foundation. Let's go back to our consultants. These streamers reportedly are paid to attend weekly progressive victory meetings where things...
Okay, so here are the two problems. Like, and understand this, right? I'm not alleging anything illegal, and I'm not even saying that this necessarily violates the Twitch terms of service. In fact, it seems to be specifically carved out. Their relationship with streamers, the money, the payola that these streamers get for attending these meetings, right? I you know, like you can be paid to attend a meeting, right? On Twitch, you can't be paid by a political organization to do content, right? They've specifically outlawed that. So the workaround is, oh no, we're not paying you for the content, we're paying you for these strategy meetings. And you know what's discussed in these strategy meetings? Well, you can't tell anyone because we've got an NDA.
like viewer interests, analytics, and engagement are discussed. The consultants can't share the exact nature of the meetings because of NDA,
I can't talk about what we talk about in the meetings.
but it can be gathered that these meetings are intended for streamers to coordinate content with other members of PV. Many of these consultants also openly solicit donations for PV on their platforms, as well as advertise volunteering for PV to support their political efforts. So, just to recap, Progressive Victory has been paying streamers to attend weekly meetings, the nature of the meetings which is under NDA, and those streamers subsequently have been promoting PV's political efforts and soliciting donations from their audiences. Now, none of this by itself is actually a problem. I mean, it has been publicly admitted even by these streamers that they think PV is just circumventing Twitch's TOS by having these meetings.
So what you're saying there is what I'm saying is correct, that they're trying to circumvent the rules by doing these backroom meetings and paying people to attend the meetings.
I mean, you're saying circumvent. I think that's too strong, but sure, whatever.
So, okay, right.
But Twitch's TOS is there.
It's really sad that when it takes somebody like Chud Logic to call you out on this shit, right? It's really fucking sad. Like, this one of the most black-pilled people out there, right?
Problem. That's not my problem. My problem is two very, very big things.
I think a lot of us would agree that dark money and money in politics is nasty and plays a bad role. Nasty and plays a bad role.
Number one, these consultant streamers do not get paid by Progressive Victory PAC. They get paid by a third-party company. Now, originally, I suspected that PV employees were being paid by one of Sam's other projects, like Clever Edge, an online consulting firm specializing in digital content development. But after my conversation with a few PV associates, it seems that their compensation comes from Progressive Victory LLC. And the fact that the money is coming from a separate company means PV doesn't technically have to report this spending to the FEC. Remember that dark money is not a legal term, it's an ethical term. It refers to money that's being spent to influence elections that we don't know the source of. Money plays an important role in American politics. It's estimated that campaigns that spend the most money in any given race win the election around 84% of the time. This is why it's important for American citizens to be keenly aware of where the money that supports the politicians they vote for is coming from. And money that's affecting the results of elections that the public can't see, or dark money, should be thought of as unethical. And PV consultants being paid to urge their audiences to support PV is affecting the results of elections.
They recruited more than 330 people to show up from various communities.
So just how much money is PV spending that we don't know about? Let's start with our streamer slash consultant slash whatever the fuck. This is Counterpoints. Counterpoints is about to come up a lot for a few reasons. But for now, he's going to help us understand how much the consultants at PV make.
Now, I've heard that it's between $500 and $7,000 depending on the person.
They made an offer, and I was like, why the fuck would you pay me that much? For that amount of money, I would work 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week.
We know that a streamer associated with PV makes somewhere between $500 and $7,000 a month. We also know that Counterpoints considers the money to have been good for about 20 hours a week, or half of a full-time job. The median salary in the US is around $45,000, so let's round down to about $40,000. Half of that is $20,000, which falls within our range of $500 to $7,000 a month at just under $2,000 a month. Even underestimating, there are probably around 15 streamers that are contracted with PV. And that's just the streamers. This doesn't even cover canvassing leaders, state directors, administration, none of which are paid through the PAC directly. So we can't even begin to answer.
So as far as the streamers that we know for sure are getting money from PV, now correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Because I'm not trying to implicate anybody who's not getting the Wu bucks, right? But we've got Counterpoints, we've got Wick, we've got I'm Really Important. Anybody else that we're confirmed on?
The question of how much money is being spent by PV, or where the money is coming from, making it definitionally dark money. I think...
Is Destiny getting money? Is Dylan getting... I mean, like, right, there's a lot of people that are involved, but as we're going to see from Matt, you know, is involved in the canvassing effort of Jamaal Bowman. Matt is explicitly not taking PV money. He is not one of these streamers, right? So, you know, like not everybody that you're going to see in these pictures. I want to make sure that you understand this. Not everybody that you're going to see in the pictures of Progressive Victory events is actually on Wu bucks, but we know that Wick is. I think we know that Counterpoints is, and we know that IRI, Destiny, yes, Dylan, yes, Riverboat Jack, yes. Matt Bender Keffels was getting paid. Yo, oh my God. See, this is the effect of having Brianna Wu be their point person. Now, like, that's going to come up in the interview that Matt does with Sam. And, you know, it's unclear what Brianna Wu's involvement is at this point, but we do know that she was a recruiter. I think, Pondering Politics. That's another confirmed one, right? We heard from Pondering Politics the other day that he, is that Brianna Wu specifically recruited him for Progressive Victory.
I've made it clear why dark money is bad, but I don't even need to. PV has already told you.
Dark money packs.
Dark money.
Dark money.
Dark money groups.
Worried about like dark money and stuff like that.
And understand what this is. Like, this is AstroTurf. Like, I don't know if the term payola is like an old term from radio when independent contractors were hired by record studios in order to get the records on their label on the air, right? That was the payola scandal. I don't know if that applies here, but it's, you know, AstroTurf for sure, right? It's not an organic, this person is here doing streaming because they have an audience. Because in the case of Wick, you have somebody that obviously does not have an audience, does not have a enterprise that sustains him. It's you know, it's the AstroTurfing. It's the money from I guess Progressive Victory LLC. if I'm to believe this video essay that's that's holding Wick up somewhat. Maybe even not very well. So
When asked about her other pack, Rebellion Pack, Brianna Wu acted incredulous at the suggestion that she was utilizing dark money.
So I know that someone calling in to say something like this is probably not familiar with the differences in different kinds of packs or hybrid pack. I'm going to finish what I'm saying. You actually cannot put quote unquote dark.
that's not so erudite. I feel, is erudite on the Wu box? IRI, Keffels, Riverboat Jack.
Money through the type of pack that Rebellion Pack is. So this is just bullshit. Fuck off.
So that was the first problem. Here's number 2.
Yeah, but is that the only time you've received money that at some point was directed by Wu?
Directed by Wu.
I don't know.
That's the only time she's paid me.
Okay.
Directed by Wu, like the PV stuff. Well, you said
like the
she doesn't work there anymore, and they're still paying me. So
wait, who's paying you?
Progressive Victory.
Oh,
So are you paid by Progressive Victory?
Yes.
And you have been since October of last year?
Yes.
If I'm really,
and just to be clear, that's not on a per content basis. That is being paid for attending meetings, strategy and analytics meetings, if I'm to understand this.
really important, wants to go out to the RNC and ask their candidates some questions and go around out there, we can just write him a check to go do that content.
In February of 2024, creators of PV came under fire when it became widely known that they had been receiving payments and attending weekly meetings to discuss content strategy with each other. This was mostly previously unknown amongst wider online politics audiences, despite having been going on since around September of 2023. It's unknown exactly how many creators are compensated.
And chat, exactly why is this a problem? Let me be specific about it. It is not that I am... I don't have a problem with, a streamer being like sort of held up who's not like sustainable by like, essentially streamers are supported by viewers like you, like including myself, right? And that's something that I appreciate. But I'm not held up by one viewer. I'm held up by many viewers. There's a lot of people that contribute in whatever way is that they see fit, and therefore you can count on the fact that when I'm saying something, it's not because a donor wants me to say it. When I'm not saying something, it's not because a donor doesn't want me to say it. That's the real ethics issue here, is do we want streamers with their organic audiences and their organic takes on issues, or are we okay with somebody, because this has been happening, like there are people who donate like above and beyond, like more money to streamers with the expectations that streamer will then follow their directives. I was actually had somebody in my community prior to the Dylan Burns thing who was donating a disproportionate amount of money. I don't even remember how much, but I think it was like $500 in one fell swoop, right? But with the understanding that I wasn't gonna go after Dylan over his platforming of transphobia in the way that he did it, right? And when I crossed that line, I got not only did obviously that money gets withdrawn, but I got attacked by this person, right, who was able to influence other communities, other streamers, to go after me, right? So it is actually like there's more at stake here than might appear to the eye.
By Progressive Victory, or which ones, and for the most part.
And as far as I see it, this person kind of like walked so that Brianna Wu could run. Like this person was doing what Brianna Wu is doing now, but at a much smaller level, right? This person did not have a political action committee that I knew of, or access to the kinds of like hundreds of thousands of You know what I mean? This is on a whole nother level than what I experienced, and I feel like what I experienced was bad enough, right? And what's even worse is that there's no transparency for this.
The creators don't even seem to know themselves.
They're a part of the meeting, and whether or not they're paid and whether or not and to what degree they're paid, I don't specifically know. My suspicion would be a healthy chunk of them are being paid something.
In my opinion, being a political content creator and not telling your audience that you are being paid by a political organization.
Yeah, like how do we know that Dylan is really against Gorka? No, I'm pretty sure Dylan's against Gorka.
Is blatantly deceptive and dishonest.
Xan, oh god, I forgot Xan is on the Wu Bucks. Is that right? Do we have Xander Hall confirmed?
In the days following the news, PV created.
Chat, you should be like, I'm counting on one of you, at least one of you, making a Pepe Sylvia board at home. Whoever's got access to like a cork board and some thumbtacks and some red yarn. I need you to be putting pictures of these streamers up on your board and wrapping yarn around to show the relationships between them, right? We need some Pepe Sylvia in chat.
Creators took to various streams to defend themselves, but most notable among them was Wick and Counterpoints.
This is one of the branding.
Dylan only disclosed after Wick outed him. Damn.
No. This is one of the indictments that I don't. This is one of the indictments that I don't accept at all.
You didn't know how
it feels like
this was.
Like I understand that you used your what's it called? Your transcript thing. To try to...
His Delunchka against Bandera only only if it doesn't stop him from eating delicious food.
Suss this out. I understand that.
Because apparently the best food is made by racists.
Right. What I am saying is that...
Sorry, chat. These are deep memes.
A lot of people that are having this kind of Mandela effect, right? Either
sure, but I did the research.
The general sentiment from these creators in response to the backlash was that they were...
Wait, what about Beckett of Crabs? Is Beckett of Crabs on the... Like you would think, yeah, Loner Box. I'm asking, Chad. I'm not like the last thing I want to do is give you the idea that somebody's on Wu Bucks, somebody's part of this AstroTurf organization when they are not actually in it.
Were not legally or ethically required to disclose their partnership with PV, and that they weren't being paid for their content, but rather for their consulting. Because the streamers were labeled as
the valuable expertise that can only be provided by Wick.
Simply to avoid breaking Twitch TOS, it generated some confusion.
Beckett is not part of PV. Thank you, Vodka.
Amongst the streamers, and it didn't.
So just so you understand, if you see somebody shown at a PV event or shown on stream talking about this does not mean that this video essay is not trying to say that everybody here is on Wu Bucks, right? I'm gonna try to be really careful about not misidentifying anybody as receiving these funds when they're not, and if I do, please correct me, because it's not my intention to do that.
It seemed like anyone knew what their title or role within PV actually was.
I've been sponsored for a while.
Sponsored by Rebellion Pack. I don't know about by Progressive Victory.
I don't know.
So if you don't know, Rebellion Pack is something that Brianna Wu started up with TYT, I believe. That is an organization that she is still a part of.
Sponsor might not be the right term.
A sponsor or a contracted streamer. I don't know the right term.
Which were sponsors.
Yeah, none of my content. So sponsor is the wrong word.
Okay.
I am not sponsored. My content is not sponsored.
Okay.
A better word is consultant, and even that's not perfect.
The fact that these creators didn't think they needed to disclose to their audiences that they were contracted by Progressive Victory is probably because PV confused the shit out of them by trying to come up with a rule within the organization for streamers to push progressive agendas without breaking Twitch's TOS. I blame both Progressive Victory and the creators for putting their viewers in this position. Disclosure is extremely important when you are pushing a product. If you're a video game streamer and you're playing a game that you're saying extremely positive things about, and your audience is unaware that you're being paid by the developer of that game, you are directly lying to your viewers, even if you actually do like the game. Now, some of you might be thinking, what if their content doesn't change because of the money? Let's examine that for a moment. Wick and Counterpoints both tried to make this argument.
I get a check from them. That's true. But it hasn't changed my opinions. It hasn't changed any of my thoughts. It hasn't changed any of my advocacy.
I do think that,
and look, as long as Wick's going to disclose that, I mean, whatever. I don't like the entrance of AstroTurf into the political sphere of content, but if he's upfront about it, that's one thing. What's more dangerous though is like, you know, we don't know. This video essayist is estimating like 15 streamers that are on these Wu bucks, right? We identified a few of them here. We don't know who the rest of them are, right? So that's the real issue. That's the real issue is, you know, people essentially advocating for, you know, a product, which in this case is a political action committee, and maybe even, you know, I mean, the question of, you know, what of their takes, right, becomes like, you know, how much of this is your take and how much of this is a line that you're expected to toe to maintain your position within progressive victory, to keep getting those Wu bucks, right? That's the conflict of interest here, right? And it's not alleging anything illegal or anything like that, just you know, a lack of transparency is what we're worried about.
There's a difference between money and conflicts of interest versus what I believe is aligned interest.
Wick, for one, doesn't seem to be accounting for the profound influence that money has over him, considering the following exchange.
Well, I mean, you have a dollar amount like to do nearly anything with like your platform that you've built.
Hmm?
You have a dollar amount to do whatever. Like that's kind of like, how much would it cost? What about like, would you do a Mein Kampf stream where you read Mein Kampf and you don't disagree with it? How much would that cost?
More than you can spend.
Okay, well,
What are you saying? Are you saying?
Does that price
I'm asking
Yes,
if that price
obviously.
exists.
As for counterpoints, he's a conservative.
Yeah. Why are you a part of it then?
Because how are progressives going to communicate 45%? No, not just money.
Money.
Okay, I love money, but
For him, it's not really a question of whether or not his content would change because of money. It seems to already have changed.
Thank you. First, full disclosure, I am not paid by Progressive Victory PAC. I'm one of those weird right-wingers that don't sell out for a couple shekels, so...
Thanks. Wow, Rob Nora, you know, like telling us more than we asked. Wow. He's like, by the way, I'm kind of anti-Semitic too. Let me just throw that in there to let you know that I'm one of those right-wingers, right? Oh my God, fucking dog whistle. By the way, this was the guy that was at the center of the issue between Dylan and myself, right? In terms of Dylan allowed this guy to gish gallop transphobic talking points, right? Which in the situation in a like an online debate, you know, puts the other, you know, person in the debate in a situation where they're only able to address some of the talking points, right? The gish gallop is when you know, say like 9 or 10 things, or instead of like 2 or 3 things, right? And so, you know, to effectively combat that, the person on the other side can only like slap down like 2 or 3 of these arguments. The rest of the arguments, it's just sort of left in the audience's mind. You know, is this like a real thing? I mean, I guess it is, because I didn't hear any pushback against it. And so, you know, the effect of that is essentially putting brainworms, like, right, implanting ideas in a naive audience, which, you know, most of the time they're not going to know that much about trans issues unless you yourself are trans, and sometimes even then, right? And to allow somebody like, you know, a bigot to gish gallop, you know, has that consequences. So anyway, it was Rob Nor, kind of a fast talker, kind of a gish galloper. Dylan just completely, you know, failed to as a moderator to prevent that from happening, and that was my issue. that right there was the whole issue between myself and Mr. Burns. Mr. McBurns.
Once they were confronted with these things, most PV creators seem to agree to disclose their contractorship more frequently. But they
wait, okay, so like I'm a little confused here. Like Lonerbox, like he's talking about PV streamers. Does this mean that Lonerbox is? I know Lonerbox has done, you know, some canvassing and stuff like that, but again, I'm trying to make sure we don't jump into any conclusions as far as you know, did canvassing, like there's examples of people who do canvassing and are not on the a PV payola.
Began to make a joke of the criticism, effectively spitting in their audience members' faces.
Gets mad at me if I don't tell everyone this every single fucking stream.
I do get a check from Progressive Victory. I believe Dylan also gets a check for Progressive Victory.
Oh
Shocking,
my
I know.
god!
Yeah, just like you gotta check a box if you're doing a fucking, like, I'm not gonna play Star Trek. Well, we don't do this anymore because I don't want to give money to Stream Elements, but we're not gonna do like a Star Trek sponsorship where I fail to disclose that that's what that is, right? I'm not gonna like play like a mobile game or something like that, and you know, put in an affiliate link or whatever without telling you that I am sponsored by you know, right? That's what sponsorship, like, right? There's a box you check on Twitch, there's a box you check on YouTube. Sometimes you put a hashtag, like hashtag ad or something like that. You disclose it up front when you're doing something like that. That is the, you know, that's the standard.
I'm paid by the
I gotta go.
Oh,
I gotta
man.
go. This is unethical.
By the way, notice how Wick just outed Dylan Burns as being paid by PV in this clip. I don't think Dylan ever mentioned being paid before this, and here he is.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's what somebody in chat said.
Later, conveniently mentioning it on
Lonerbox was paid to go. So woke CIA, do you mean that Lonerbox is like, because there's a difference between somebody being paid by you know, paid, you know, they're doing canvassing and they get you know, their hotel room paid for, or they get some money for their travel expenses. There's a difference between that and somebody who's in on these meetings, right? When I'm saying, you know, on the Woo Bucks, right, that euphemism is to indicate that they're getting paid as a consultant to attend meetings, not you know, that they're getting reimbursed for travel, or that they're getting a hotel room you know, comped to, not comped, but, you know, like paid for you know, for in exchange for canvassing, because it literally, like, anybody that is involved with their canvassing organizations, like, they can go to a website and usually get their hotel, you know, get a they can stay at a hotel room for free, right? And that's, you know, not just streamers, that's just, like, you know, canvassers, right?
his own stream.
I work for Progressive Victory, right? They pay me. I work with them. I wanna get progressives elected.
Look, these few.
Okay, so Woke CIA Drone Pilot says if you get, now I'm not trying to defend this organization at all, but I'm also, I need you to trust me, and I'm in order for you to trust me, I need to be really careful about not going, you know, over or failing to make a distinction here. And the distinction that I would make between somebody that's getting paid for, you know, reimbursed for travel, paid for a hotel room, is that those things, to my understanding, are paid through like.
Jonathan super chatted $5. IOC versus Fuantaz.
Okay, we can do that, Jonathan. Thank you for the super chat. I will put that money where it goes. But yeah, just so you know, right? Because, like, I mean, this is like I recognize a difference between that, and the difference that I see is mainly that the money for the my understanding is that the money for the reimbursement for travel and the staying in a hotel room is raised by these streamers and these canvassers like separately, right? That's, you know, fundraised separately. So that's why I'm not calling that dark money. I get that at the end of the day, it's kind of, you know, it's one organization and, you know, they got money from different sources. Lonerbox has content on Progressive Victory TikTok. Oh, I didn't realize they had a TikTok. Yeah, they have a YouTube channel. They have a TikTok, apparently. Turning Twitch politics into real results. A PV video. Wow. Well, we'll see if we have time to watch that. But yeah, thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Let me add that where it's going. But yeah, I'm not trying to defend these guys, okay? I obviously have a lot of problems with them. I also am I want to be as good faith as I can, because I do think there's a problem with this, and I just want to really hone in on where I think the problem is. But I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying, CIA Drone Pilot.
Creators probably weren't even the only ones that didn't properly disclose their sponsorship, but we have no way of knowing. But for the ones that did come out and talk about it, their defenses were embarrassing.
Oh, here we go.
PV tried to hide sponsorship of these creators from audiences for fear of breaking TOS. And the result was a bunch of streamers lying to their viewers, confused about what their role was, and not knowing what they can and can't say. When people found out and confronted them, they floundered. And now they laugh at the criticism like it was all a joke. This chapter in PV's story was extremely ugly. Speaking of ugly,
so part of what Progressive Victory wants to do, and they're pretty public with all this, so I'm not exposing them to this. Part of
Mr. Weasel,
what they want to do is they think that having a coalition of people, having a coalition of streamers working together can somehow insulate us from a criticism of a singular streamer. Meaning that if it was Progressive Victory plus Destiny, Destiny now becomes a liability for any campaign that we want to work with. And while I kind of agreed with that initially, I don't know if I agree with that anymore, because I don't know if one problematic streamer is necessarily worse than 5 problematic streamers.
Okay, so here's what I think, right? Here's what I think is really going on, right? In terms of the fact that, yeah, they brought out Vaush, they brought out We're in Hell. You know, there's a few people that you could see a lot of people not wanting to be associated with, right? Including Destiny, but I mean, Destiny's not involved in the Bowman in the Bowman campaign. I don't think Destiny supports Bowman, but yeah, Thomas, thank you for the super chat. Destiny is worm tongue in this scenario. So yeah, well, they're calling him Mr. Spinelli. I guess he's like spinning it. I don't know. I mean, like he's so what he's saying is like, I don't think that having like, you know, there's any insulation in having 5 problematic streamers versus having 1 problematic streamer. Here's where the installation is though, right? And what makes me kind of, you know, reticent to sort of bring this up is that there are people involved in the canvassing effort that I do not, you know, think badly of. And that's a kind of insulation for the people like Vaush or We're in Hell or whoever, that, you know, there's going to be like maybe less criticism or less open criticism of you know, what's going on with PV because of the non-problematic streamers. So there's where I think that's what it is that people like Bender are sort of unwittingly being utilized as like as like a flak vest for the Voshes and the We're in Hells and the whoever, you know, else, right, is involved in this.
I don't want to expose my sneaky tactics, but I think this, I don't know. I think all of us failed the social media checks. I think every YouTuber streamer did. I think.
Some of PV's creators often exhibit some of the most undesirable human qualities I can think of. Qualities that demonstrate a total lack of principle. The 3 negative qualities that most come to mind for me are dishonesty, hypocrisy, and unaccountability. I'm not even sure unaccountability is a word, but I'm going to use it anyway.
Pretty sure it's a word.
Let's start with dishonesty. Aside from the issue of not disclosing their partnerships with PV, the defenses for this were even more dishonest. For example, when Wick was confronted, he repeatedly claimed that he was transparent and upfront about being contracted by the pack.
I did disclose.
This whole time you've also kind of been saying, well, I have been very upfront about it. I have done this.
I have been upfront. Again.
Is this guy involved in Progressive Victory? Chat, do you know who this is? This is Tomfoolery Stream, right? This is a guy that got banned from Twitch for saying that he supports quote-unquote PDF corn, right? Now, obviously that got him banned from Twitch. He said this in chat, right? That got him banned from Twitch. When I heard about this, I didn't want to have anything, you know, to do with him, and everything I've seen after the fact.
Super chatted $6.01. Not the first person to notice this, but BreadTube feeds on well wishes.
BreadTube feeds on well-wishers. Good point, Thomas Jerome. Thank you for the super chat. Also, Thomas Jerome, where do you want me to put your money as far as what content you want to see today? Also, on Lonerbox's subreddit, he lists PV sign up for canvassing volunteer events as a Lonerbox event. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, that's just tomfoolery, right? Now I don't know what his involvement is. Maybe he's just talking about this. Maybe he is part of the effort to shed some light on this this kind of hidden aspect of PV's activities, right? The fact that they weren't upfront about disclosing the involvement of streamers in this. I don't want to jump to conclusions, right? But if this is one person who I personally wouldn't want to be involved with in any possible way, right? That's hugely problematic. Like I said, banned from Twitch for saying something that he went like I said, what he said was, I support PDF corn, right? And you can use your decoder rings to figure out what I'm really saying that YouTube probably does not want me to say, right? Now his explanation for that, right, is that what he was talking about was a digital approximation of that, not anything made with like real, with actual people, but to serve as a kind of harm reduction. I still think that's gross, right? After hearing his explanation for what he actually meant with that statement, which sounds really, really bad, I still think it's gross. I still want nothing to do with him. So if he's somehow involved in this, I mean, that's even worse, right? You're talking about somebody that's gone even further than Vaush as far as what he's openly endorsing.
But it appears that
maybe not that much farther than Vaush, actually. I feel like Vaush has said something similar. I may be wrong.
First time Wick mentioned his employment with PV was on a stream on September 27th, 2023.
Sure. Yes. I am sponsored, right? I am paid by Progressive Victory.
Not only does it seem like Wick was just responding to a chatter here rather than willfully disclosing on his own, but this also came conveniently one day after President Sunday insulted Wick on X for being paid by Brianna Wu, which was...
he wrote a gender paper that was heavily controversial. Yeah, I would say that's heavily embarrassing. He's also I'm not talking about all the cringe and embarrassment with tomfoolery, which there's plenty of that too. The guy, is accused of making like alts on Reddit that go around and say good things about him, like, right, of having like an army of alts just glazing him up. I can't speak to that. We haven't looked into that. Like I said, I don't want to have anything to do with this guy, even to like criticize him, right? But there is a long track record of cringe, including that so-called gender doc, including calling himself a professional linguist, and then being absolutely embarrassed by God damn it, Malcolm on stream recently as far as that.
Likely in reference to Wick streams that were sponsored by Rebellion Pack. And the next time Wick seemingly brings this up is on the stream with Reziver and Beckett on February 1st, 2024, almost 5 months later. Now for hypocrisy. This is Food Chops, a small politics and commentary streamer. Food Chops is most well...
Oh god, talk about people I don't want to be associated with.
Known for controversy because of her late 2023 admission that she consumes lolly, which is cartoon depictions of children in sexual situations. Many creators
so essentially the same thing that Vaush does.
Food Chops and refuse to collaborate with her because of her proclivities, including counterpoints.
If you're consuming it and your justification is like, oh, well, no children are hurt, therefore, like, it's not a big deal or whatever, it's like, no, you're taking the worst parts of yourself, you're opening it up, and you're reinforcing that part of your brain.
But this feeling from counterpoint...
Ew! What the fuck did he just say? Look, I granted, like, he's speaking out against, like, what Food Chops is apparently admitted to, but like that's the worst. Wait, he's acting like that this shit is already in your brain, like that everybody just has this and you shouldn't reinforce it. It's like, what the fuck? Sorry, Connor Points. It sounds like you're telling us a little more than you meant to there. Jesus Christ, these people, what is fucking wrong with Twitch politics? Why is it like this? Why is it this bad? Like the less objectable person here is saying, like, we all have these feelings, but you shouldn't reinforce. Holy shit, no, don't fucking lump. That's not fucking normal. We do not all have these feelings. What the fuck? Anyway, that's one clip out of context. I shouldn't make assumptions, and I shouldn't overreact to that. I don't want to, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but that sounds really bad. That sounds really bad, Connor Points. Is that why Chud called him Lolly Points? I never understood what that meme was about, calling Connor Points Lolly Points. Maybe that's what Chud was talking about. I don't know.
Only lasted until Vaush, Progressive Victory VIP, found himself in the exact same controversy in February of
So there we go.
2024 after accidentally showing a folder on his computer that contained lolly images.
Is that the context video? I think it is.
Suddenly, Counterpoints' objection to food shops became not about the self-harm of reinforcing a negative part of your brain, but about outward normalization.
A negative... reinforcing a negative part of your brain, please. Like, do not act like, yeah, the human brain contains a lolly nobe. No, a lolly lobe or something. Like, I don't know what he's trying to say there.
Hesitant.
That's messed up, Connor.
Is whether or not I feel like there's an attempt to normalize.
And notice Brianna Wu nodding her head in agreement with Counterpoints. She also refuses to be platformed with food shops.
So that's what he's hanging his hat on, is that Vaush, food shops tried to normalize it, and Vaush didn't. Vaush had a good excuse, and the excuse was he thought they were short stack goblins, okay? With those horses, licking those horses. He thought it was short stack goblins, which would have been okay. But when told, no, actually, Vaush, those are underage, you know, anime women, that's when he was like, whoops, sorry, my bad. So because Vaush apologized for misidentifying the underage representation of anime women as short stack goblins, then he's not normalizing it the way that. So because he's more dishonest than food shops, is that what we're getting? Is that Connor's freaking explanation? Jesus Christ, Connor. What is wrong with these people? We're getting Tom 10 today. I didn't mean to do Tom 10. I don't want to stay the fuck away from Tom 10. I don't want to even think about not what think about the children should mean. Yeah, really. Did you hear about IHOP accusations? I did not. It's stream in the stream suggestions. Wait, what's going on with IHOP's? Oh, IHOP mistreating its employees. Is that what you're talking about, Shakespeare?
But Brianna Wu actually has no idea what her reason for this is.
My objection to food shops is not that she jacks off to lolly.
No, God.
My objection to food shops is she's a drama farmer.
Brianna,
what? What the? Why is that not that's an objection? You've got two objections. You should have two objections. Those are both bad things. What again, these are clips. These could be out of context. You know, I don't want to jump to conclusions about what Connor and Brianna Wu are saying here, but this sounds really, really bad, right? And like, I wish I could say that this was not par for the course for Twitch politics, but this is the same group of people that have done like debates where they talk about, like, you know, the ethics of like maps and stuff, right? The theory that there's like a non-offending version of a you know, a PDF, and that they for them to have this, you know, approximation of the child of like CSAM or CSA materials is like a method of harm reduction, right? They hosted this debate, and it wasn't a debate about like you know, is this maps thing cool and shit. It was a debate of like, you know, it was kind of like assumed, like, right, the other side were included a person that was arguing for the relationships between a minor and a non-minor could be okay, and even had somebody on that they were ostensibly in a relationship with who they claimed was underage, right? They've had debates about you know, animal bringing animals into the libidinal mix. I'm trying to say this shit without getting demonetized, but holy shit, is this fucking shit toxic.
Must be confused.
And also, Thomas, thank you for the super chat. Twitch has out John Waters. Is John Waters? Yikes, I don't know much about John Waters, to be honest.
Used because at the end of this very stream, she plugs her new show with Counterpoints, saying this.
Counterfire, like Connor and I are starting that this week. My whole theory with this is I love drama content, but I love
it shows
smart drama content. So Connor and I are going to make a mission of debating the crazies.
Food Chops was supposed to be a guest on this exact same panel, but Brianna Wu asked Wick to not be platformed together with her, which he agreed to. And that's interesting, considering what Wick has said in the past.
But if the people who paid me, Progressive Victory, if they said, don't have this type of person on, I wouldn't work with them anymore. I just wash my hands.
But good for Food Chops for standing up for herself.
Is that I'm as much of a person as Vaush. I'm as much of a person as...
Okay, so I'm definitely not going to go as far as the video essayist is here. And it's saying like, well, you know, like look at like at least Food Chops is this is like the way that Mr. Girl got treated in the Destiny community, right? People were you know, grossed out by his takes, by his opinions, but they were somehow impressed by his like moral consistency. And although I will say that, yeah, it sounds like Food Chops is being honest about some shit that Vaush is not being honest, I do not have to hand it to her, right? Just like the drill tweet, chat, you don't have to hand it to them. You do not, in fact, have to hand it to them, okay? And I refuse. I Rohan Kashibi that shit, right? But I refuse.
Destiny and painting me as
oh my god,
unhinged, a drama farmer.
So that was Brianna's excuse. Like I don't care about like the material that she like pleasures herself to, but I do not like the fact that she's a drama farmer, despite the fact that Brianna Wu in that last clip that we saw was saying we love drama, we want drama, we want to do, let's do the drama, let's make the drama happen, Counterfire, let's go. I don't know. Talk about somebody who's not morally consistent. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not one of those people that's gonna hand it to somebody just because they're like morally consistent or they're like honest. I'm like, gross shit is still gross shit to me.
Is an easy way to discount my arguments.
These three people are clearly very confused, and it's obvious why. It looks bad for them politically to disavow Vaush. But if you decide to burn a bridge with somebody who enjoys lolly, it seems like it should be because...
So what that is somebody with clout, right? People acting funny around, just like people act funny around money, right? Somebody with money that does something is different than somebody with no money that does something. Somebody with influence who does something is different than somebody without influence. Online equivalent of that is somebody with clout, like Vaush, is going to get treated differently, you know, for doing the same thing that Food Chops did because of the potential benefit that these people can get by continuing to work with this person, or at least not, you know, speaking up about them to the same extent.
Do you think they might be a danger to children?
It's like, as I understand it, she's in therapy for that. Good. I'm really glad. I hope you don't hurt a child.
And then if you decide to stay friends with somebody who you think might be a danger to children because of your political goals, you are a hypocrite and a disgustingly unprincipled person. And our last quality is unaccountability, which I think I just made up. This one is simple. None of these creators ever actually really fess up to anything. Wick still hasn't acknowledged that he never adequately disclosed his arrangement with PV.
And
like, of all the Twitch streamers, I don't want to, oh my god, I'm going to sound like I'm doing anti-VTube slander. I'm not, chat. I've done you know, I've played around with you know, VTubers, you know, like not anything that extensive, like not, but just like out of the box VTube stuff. It's kind of fun, right? But this is it seems to me that like when you're talking about like political debates, when you're talking about like Wick panels or Prime Kai panels or whatever, the some of the worst people just happen to be VTubers, right? Maybe because they're, you know, their face is not revealed, so people are willing to say more extreme things when they're behind a VTuber compared to when they're behind a you know, when they're showing their face on stream.
Just again, since I have to disclose,
I don't know about this VTuber.
Every 30 minutes.
I literally don't know who that is.
So yes, I am paid by Progressive Victory.
Counterpoints hasn't admitted that he's compromised by money.
I would consider myself an anti-Trump Republican. I'm working with Democrats, though, just because I literally think that Biden is better than Trump.
And Brianna Wu mutes you and talks over you if you ever try to get her to accept responsibility for one of her many lies.
I'm not lying, dude.
You did lie to me. You did lie to me. Okay, I've been mute.
Queemon with the Persona 4 stream alerts.
Again, I've been muted again. She can't hear it. She can't take it.
Politics is at its core.
I don't know why I always call him Queemon, like he's a Pokemon or a Digimon or something. He's Queeman, right?
About principles. And if the faces of your political organization routinely demonstrate their lack of principles, then they are also demonstrating political incompetence. PV's been rampant with ugliness. I haven't even gone over the petty interpersonal sniping between Destiny and Vaush.
Destiny and I are never going to get along. At least, I have no idea what would have to happen to make that possible.
That was the reason why I haven't said anything yet, or yesterday and the day before, is because I was waiting for them to go on stream and give their take first, because I know Vaush is waiting to blow me up and say, I'm the one that's unplugging the whole progressive victory thing. I'm the reason why the coalition is falling apart. I'm the combative one. I wanted him to give his take first to see if he would try to set me up for it.
Or the fact that their Ohio canvassing event was a creepy
Ohio
atmosphere for women.
Because I basically like couldn't go anywhere or exist in any way without being like hit on constantly.
Wait, is that erudite?
Look, not all of PV's streamers have engaged in these behaviors, but when the faces of your operation are routinely demonstrating dishonest.
That was the other thing that I was going to talk about, right? Is that like, you know, okay, so there's one, on one hand, right, that bringing in a Vaush, although, you know, he's got a big community and I can see the logic behind that, but it's going to make it so that you can't work with other people. That's one aspect of it, but also, you know, these streamers in general, right, whether it's Vaush or Destiny, right, the stuff like what I think it was not so erudite was describing, like, is way too common in these communities, right? That kind of atmosphere, that kind of culture, where, you know, that sort of thing, like, you know, just like unsolicited hitting on you know, a person is normalized to the point where you are considered weird and you are ostracized if you have a problem with it, right? That's going to have an effect, and that's going to mean that the street oh my god, it's going to mean that the atmosphere is one that maybe not conducive to bringing other people in there, right? Especially if they don't know what's up, because to a normie, that shit is not normal. That shit is not acceptable. That shit is not okay, right? They're not fucking brain rotted, you know, terminally online, you know, DGGers or VGGers or, you know, sweaty Discord nerds. No offense to the sweaty Discord nerds out there. Some of you are not like this at all, right? But these communities, yeah, have, you know, I'm not that surprised. I'm not entirely, that's not, you know, completely unexpected. Thomas Jerome super chats. Is it like a political kaiju gossip? Political kaiju, like the kaiju being like a Godzilla sort of, like a monster from like a Japanese monster movie? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, look, or the kaiju being like a streamer? Is that? But if they were squeaky clean to start off with, then there's only money for leverage. Wait, if they were squeaky clean to start out with, there's only money for leverage. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, Narwhal by Nature is talking about the fact that somebody that's got a iffy reputation, maybe people have, you know, leverage on them. Maybe, you know, kind of, you know, acting as a fig leaf for that person might give you leverage over them. Yeah, that makes sense. One thing you all have in common is trolling Wu. Are we trolling Wu? Are we making Wu? I'm not trying to do lolcow content, I promise. I promise, she's just like this. And Wick's just like this, right? And look, there's a lot about Wick that I don't really make fun of. There is a lot about, you know, like a lot of these people that I don't make. I try not to be mean. Maybe I'm sometimes a little bit mean as a treat, but...
Honesty, hypocrisy, lack of accountability, it calls into question the maturity of your organization. And frankly, I don't think it can be fixed.
A diagnosis, damn.
Something. I heard somebody ranting about progressive victory. They're so mad at progressive victory for some reason that they want all of us to be rounded up.
Let's recap.
This is a classic deflection. What, do you want to put us in a gulag? You want to put us in a gulag just because we're a little dicey, a little sketchy, a little yikes?
Progressive.
You put yourself in a gulag, IRI. It's a gulag of cringe. But don't worry, you're still pretty fly for a white guy.
Victory.
Oh, see, I'm being mean now. I'm being mean. Chat.
Online politics communities in 2020.
I'm really not trying to be mean here.
I started trying to form connections with a lot of these creators. Took me a while.
So that's Sam again. We're about to watch that. That's the next. That's what we got coming up. Is Matt Bender talking to Sam Dursmali? Sorry, let's say his name right. Sam Dursmala of Progressive Victory. Here. So that's coming up. I am gonna check in with the poll and see where we're at there. I feel like I've got some super chats to add up there.
I wormed my way in.
They had
NCC is fair,
and they've achieved results. But they've corrupted online politics creation by bringing on Brianna Wu to recruit as many streamers to their cause as possible. They're even paying creators who barely cover politics.
Oh God.
Conservatives?
Hey chat, no comment. Oh no, there's another. Okay, I will comment. What the fuck, Keffels?
Notorious liars like
Notorious liars like Keffels, yeah. Like, where do we start with Keffels? I don't know. I feel like notorious liar is like underselling how bad Keffels is.
They'll bring on just about any commentary or politics creator at this point. And the worst part is, these creators don't feel obligated to tell you they're being paid by a political organization and attending weekly meetings. I mean, how does Stardust, who doesn't even work for PV, have better standards of disclosure than their own consultants?
Indeed.
Brianna Wu mutually departed from PV last year and reported
Stardust, not exactly known as an upstanding person, but yeah, compared to this crew.
Because of her narcissistic personality and her wanting to control everything. Her problematic tenure with PV is a microcosm of what's happened with them. They're funded by invisible money. Their streamers hid their sponsorships from their viewers. They embarrassed themselves when they defended themselves. And now they make fun of the people who criticize them.
I gotta go. This is unethical.
They also repeatedly demonstrate dishonesty, hypocrisy, and take no accountability for themselves, much like children.
Okay, I've been muted again. I've been muted again. She can't.
Much like children, and then you show Quee-Man. Like, much like children. And anyway, chat.
Can't hear it.
I don't know if PV can.
I don't know what Akilo's trying to say there, but
fix what it's done to online politics.
Oh God! Oh my God, chat! I know what this is. This is something that was up on PV's website. It was a get-together social between a bunch of PV streamers, and Chud Logic was there. Was Chud Logic paid? How was Chud involved in this? Chud Logic was here, and he said, like, I believe he said, oh God. I don't even want to repeat what he said. It's horrible. It's horrible. He called black people the R slur. I think, if I remember correctly, he was drunk, right? And I guess he apologized, but I still don't know why he was there, because it seems like he's one of the people that's been more critical about PV. But yeah, they left this up on the website, on the YouTube for like ever.
Progressive Victory.
That's Pixie. Not so erudite.
But here's what they can try. Number 1, no more paid streamer consultants. All streamer work for PV should be on a volunteer basis. If any streamer
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And that's the thing, that streamers, especially streamers that have spotty histories like the ones that we're talking about here, they don't need to be paid to do things that make them look good. Generally, especially ones with spotty history, will need something to launder their image. That's why they do that's why they do charity work and charity streams and things like this, right? To try to puff themselves up as like, look at me, I'm doing praxis. This is praxis, I guess.
Anyway. Want to continue to work for PV in other roles like administration, they cannot talk about PV on their stream at all. Number 2, reveal the source of all money coming into PV, including through the nonprofit. Endorse candidates who promise to vote for bills that combat the effects of Citizens United. Number 3.
Okay, and they are at least endorsing, Jamaal Bowman over George Latimer, so, 1 point in PV's favor there.
Implement standards of behavior and respect for any creator or associate of PV. And number 4, grow up.
I don't know how you fix something like the culture of DGG and VGG, and the fact that if you're drawing a lot of your canvassers from those sources, that you're bringing anybody else into that culture that is, you know, maybe normalized in online spaces like this, but that the rest of the people that might be wanting to help out, like Matt Bender, you know, wanting to help out with the canvassing for Jamaal Bowman, didn't necessarily sign up for, right? Narwhal by nature, I don't know why your stream alert did not make a noise. I might need to fix that, maybe. I don't know why it should have made a noise. It should have. Look, here, I'll emulate what would have happened if my stream alerts were working correctly. Narwhal by nature super chatted $10. Is PV while Destiny went and embarrassed himself talking about cookie bombs? Oh my god, maybe. I'm genuinely confused as to their goals. Yeah, I mean, it is a strange, you know, group of people to be together in this enterprise, right? Especially when you bring in people like counterpoints and like, I still don't understand what Chud Logic was doing at that event, right? I don't think that Chud Logic is, you know, most of his content is just transphobia or like or like shitting on women or I don't know. It's just like that's not like, and I'm not even saying that to insult him. He would agree with me, okay? Chud Logic has no problem, you know, admitting the kind of content that he does. Like, he's just like if Kiwi Farms was a YouTuber, it would be Chud Logic, right? Remind chat to take medication if needed. Oh, that's an important thing to do. If anybody needs to take medication, now would be a good time. If you, yeah, because like if you like me get like wrapped up in content and you lose track of time and space and all kinds of other things, like the donation goal. Anyway, let's look at that right now. All right. Because I feel like there's a few things that I have not added up. Also, hi, Shorts chat. Imagine having to unironically address Chud Logic, right? Okay, so let's take a look here and see. Okay, so Jonathan, I marked your dono down. That got us to 10% and put 5% behind AOC. Thomas, I didn't hear, Thomas, let me know what you want your donation to count for. It looks like 1, 2, 3. Wait, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 3 dono, the equivalent of like 3 donos there. So that puts this at 40%, and then we get to 60% with Narwhal by nature. So yeah, I guess those are the 2, Narwhal by nature and Thomas Jerome. Let me know what okay, let me explain how this works, right? When you donate, that's awesome, and I appreciate that, and it's how the stream runs. It's how I keep coming to you with more content. I wouldn't be able to do it without you, chat, so I appreciate all the contributions, whether it's through super chats, super stickers, through memberships, through gifted memberships, over on Twitch, through subs and gifted subs, through bits, through any of the links down in the description that you donate to me on, through Throne, which, yeah, that's the reason that I'm talking to you on good sound equipment now. It's because of donations through Throne. When you sign up on Patreon or anything like that, right? When you do that, let me know where you want me to put your money. What I mean is that for every $1 that you donate, I will add 1% to the topic of your choice. If we hit the dono goal, which we're like 60% there already. We're 60% there already, right? If we hit that dono goal, then whatever wins like the poll will watch, right? Now, here's the caveat on that, right? You can also put your thumb on the scales. By when you donate, you get to add 1% to per dollar, per US dollar, to whatever topic that you want to see. Or maybe you just want to see the will of the people upheld and you just say Vox Populi. Or maybe you're a gaming frog and you want to try to bribe me to play Fallout New Vegas. You want to twist my arm, which you might be able to do with enough donation money. Remember to stay hydrated and stay fed. That's a good idea too. NCC is judicious, a marathon commentary on streams of look, I'm a nice person. I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay. You might not have heard that from other people. People might have said that, you know, I ambushed Dylan or that I was mean to somebody in a debate or whatever. But I swear to God, like I'm trying to do what's right here, and in general, I am, you know, my excess is towards being nice usually, but yeah, I care about people. I guess that's my problem. Anyway, let me go to the other screen here, and I literally don't know how to be another way. Like I know that like on the internet you're supposed to emulate Trump or something. You're supposed to be like over the top and have ridiculous nuclear takes and you know, shit on people, and that's just not who I am. That's just not ever, you know. If I'm shitting on somebody, there's fucking good reason behind it, right? I've you know, it's because my hand's been forced in one way or another, much like Obi-Wan Kenobi, to cut down Anakin Skywalker. In his prime. Billy Mays? Wait, what's up with Billy Mays? What's up, leftist best politics? Good to see you. I feel like I've seen you on other streams. Luna Rose says, I press money button. Okay, so Thomas and and Narwhal, I am waiting to hear. No notification chick strikes again. What's up with that? What is actually up with that? Irene loves to go on tangents. I mean, do I, or do I just get sucked into them? Isn't Vox Populi? Is it Vox Populi? Vox Populi sounds like I'm saying you lie. You lie. What's up, GNN? I heard NCC says bad things about Mr. Weasel. Yes, that's right. I mean, only when I'm forced to. I was nice to Destiny the first 2 times I talked to him before I realized that he's not a nice guy. He's not doing good things in the space. But yeah, if either of you, Narwhal by nature, actually either 3 of you, Luna Rose, Narwhal by nature, or Renee have an opinion of what AOC, okay, AOC, s'il vous plaît, I do play indeed. Sometimes some people say I play too much. No, it's okay, I'm just playing. Oh no, this is so bad, this is so bad. Okay, so AOC versus Nick Fuentes just got 10% added to it for Narwhal. And 2% added. Wait, actually that's, oh god, I'm gonna have to round. I think those are British bucks. It's at least 2, so it's like 17%. Let's put it 17.5. Oh my god, Chad, I'm gonna make the math super confusing for myself. I just don't want to shortchange somebody just because they're donating pounds instead of dollars, and I know that a pound is worth more than $1, so I don't want to undersell that. And then Renee is the Renee, you've been throwing up those super chats. Let me know what you want to see. Wait, did you already say? NCC is Ultraman? If Ultraman was Chris Hansen? I don't think I've watched Ultraman. I'm not sure what. Runaway screaming from anyone calling themselves progressive. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Okay, well, Thomas Jerome, Renee, let me know if if you think of what you want to see, you might have already said it, and if you did, I missed it. Did anybody catch what Wix Discord server? Wait, am I in Wixcord? I think I was. I think I was on a panel like a long time ago with Wick. Where the? Oh, I am. I'm in Wixcord. I'm in Wixcord, but I have Wixcord muted. Apparently, it goes hard on mute. Wixcord goes really hard on mute. It is Vox Populi, not Populi. Me and my Latin pronunciation, okay? Look, Veni Vidi Vici. You're in that Discord too. I don't know what goes on in there. I really don't. Are you gonna do Fallout? I need to do some Fallout. Yeah, I was actually gonna do it last night, but I ended up playing Rocket League instead. Yeah, we should definitely do that. So anyway, that means we got to get through this. Okay, well, so if anybody can find what Renee, what Thomas Jerome wants to put money towards, I will add that. I will add those super chats to the subject of your choice. Okay, so anyway, I think we better move on now to not that. Is it this one? Ooh, there's the oh, geez. Should we watch the panel first? No, we should. I mean, I don't know. It's calling out to me, chat. It's calling out to me.
I'm hearing about now. Reading a pamphlet that I've been given apparently.
So it's nominal Naomi on the left, Vaush to the right of Naomi, Matt Bender to the right of Vaush, and that's Jareg. That's Jareg himself, sitting all the way on the far right, like the far right person that he is. I don't know.
He's good. They say that he worked with President Biden to ban ghost guns and.
Ghost guns? Excuse me, is that some like that sounds cool. Chat, where do I get a ghost gun? I think I need a whatever that is. That sounds really cool, like cyberpunk. What does it shoot? Do you shoot somebody in the soul with that? How does that work? Ghost guns? Anybody heard of ghost guns? Shorts chat has not heard of ghost guns. Has Long's chat heard of ghost guns? I think guns without a serial number. Okay, so they're not as cool as I thought. Ghost guns are 3D printed, non-traceable. Ghost guns are not cool. Okay, they're not cool. They're not nearly as cool as they sound. You buy parts and put them together yourself. Oh, so it's like like what people do with computers, but with guns. Ghost guns are from Luigi's Mansion, not Waluigi's Mansion. Okay. Thomas said AOC Fuentes. Thank you. Oh wait, I gotta add these up though. I gotta make sure. Okay. So we got 5, 10, 15. 15 going to AOC. Let's make that happen. Apparently, I don't know what ghost guns are, or did not know. Now I do. 32.5. It is now 32.5. And are we still 60% of the way there? I think we added like we can say we're 65% of the way there. 3D printed is a rising problem. Ghost guns are out in are out. The contraption is in. Yeah, I got to get a cooler weapon. I don't want to, you know. I don't think I want a ghost gun. It's not as cool as it sounds. He legit does not recognize that saying the N-word is racist. Wait, who, Dreg or Destiny? I played New Vegas when taking a break. Yeah, it's a cool game. I need to get back. We're in the middle of Old World Blues. Old World Blues is the... Wait, I was supposed to switch over to like this screen. Switch over here. Check up on Waluigi. There's Waluigi. I think Waluigi's okay. Waluigi's kind of taking a little snooze, right? We just gotta always watch. It's kind of like Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Just like you always gotta check the security cameras to see, you know, Chica, Freddy, Fox, especially Foxy. Especially you gotta watch Foxy because Foxy will do like nothing. Okay, Foxy will be doing nothing, and then all of a sudden you're like, why is Foxy's curtain open? And you look at the hall, and here comes Foxy. And you're like, slam the door shut, right? You gotta shut that door. You gotta shut that door on Foxy. Foxy is, I'm watching you, Foxy. But yeah, right now Waluigi's kind of doing a Foxy, kind of lulling us into complacency here. From my understanding, you still have to buy half of the gun online, and then you 3D print the other half, which is where the serial number usually would be. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, let's so what is this? A progressive victory panel? Jamaal Bowman versus George Latimer, featuring J-Reg, Vaush, Nominal Naomi, Matt Bender. It's on Matt Bender's channel. I feel like we can get started on this. Those are some cute gloves. Thank you. Thank you. I'm in my dark, you know, this is an NCC Dark Enchantress mode because apparently I'm evil and mean. I'm a super meanie butt sometimes, but only when I debate. That's why I don't debate anymore. Let's see. What are we doing? We are looking for this. So good.
This is an issue to me personally because in Time Splitters 3, classic, by the way, you should play it. You're hounded by ghosts in one mission, and when you go underground under the haunted lab, and then you can't fight the ghost, but then you circle around and you get the ghost gun, and then you can fight them.
Have you considered the ghost?
Is this what I would be like talking to people? Is Vaush just good at talking in front of chat and he can't talk to like people?
Busters, that would ruin their gun situation.
Yeah, the Ghostbuster gun. That would
exactly. Like, what are they supposed to do then? You know, disarm the police?
We're gonna have a lot more ghosts. Keep going.
I don't think we can tie this back to illegals or Hamas somehow. I'm sure. It's nice. Anyway, soon we're going to be commenting, I believe, on the Bowman-Latimer debate, the second one.
Yeah,
the one that just I covered the.
Wait, there's a second one? Oh shit, chat! I didn't know this happened. Just know, yeah, Bender's there. Bender's kind of like low-key sandwiched in between. I should use a different word. I should use a different word than sandwiched. Bender is between Vaush and J-Reg.
First one, and honestly,
yeah, that's what he said. Well, I mean, he's quoting, I guess, the right-wing, you know, conception of the
biased going into it.
Yeah.
I think Bowman killed it. I think he did really good. I think that Latimer is pretty rhetorically proficient. Like, he's not an easy setup, right? He's not like a fall guy or anything, but I think that he's kind of hounded by the fact that he's kind of racist. He gives off kind of...
Vaush is just, like, I think he's nervous. I think he's nervous.
Racist vibes a little bit.
He's worried somebody's going to come up to him and be like, hey, are you the short stack goblin guy?
Yeah, he seems like a Democratic candidate from, I don't know, like 60, 70 years ago, honestly. Like, if he feels completely like the way he talks, the words he uses, his rhetoric feels very outdated, to say the least. Yeah, he's...
I remember, did you see the first... Okay, well, no,
real yikesy aura from the Latimer guy.
100%.
Real yikesy.
Also, not your country. Thank you for respecting the boundaries.
you're sitting next to Vaush, but anyway, go on.
America's a closed culture. There was this really persistent. I remember this so much stronger than anything else that.
Why does Vaush look like he's like at he's like on a Hawaiian vacation? He looks like he's a tourist somehow.
Happened to debate where Bowman would get like a few jabs in, and in response, Latimer got like angry. Like he would talk for 1 second over, and Latimer would be like, mods, like a moderator, that counts as his time or whatever. Like you're gonna interject me. And I don't know, it's just like, to me, it just sounded like he was saying that Bowman was uppity a little bit. It just is this like passionate, don't you dare speak over me business.
It doesn't even just seem that way, nor is it something that he's only reserving for his opponent, Jamaal Bowman. George Latimer, there was that radio interview on WNYC that he did that went a little bit viral online, where a caller called into the show and put George Latimer on the spot about his Emmett Till Facebook comment where he compared Andrew Cuomo to Emmett Till, basically.
Really?
He said those women who accused Andrew Cuomo of assault.
How did I miss this? This is George Latimer that Bender is talking about here.
Assaulting them, basically put Cuomo through what
a Till-esque ordeal.
Yes, where he was lynched like Emmett Till was, practically. That's what he said. And he was called out for that on the radio, and the woman who called in wanted him to respond to that. And she also added this addendum where, and don't say it's, you can't be racist because you have black friends, because you constantly say that, which he does. Whenever it's brought up about George Latimer's black support and his struggle in that area, he constantly just brings up the black politicians and figures who have endorsed him. And once this
so like the idea being like, well, these black people seem to be okay with me, how could I possibly be racist? Or this sort of reminds me of that person that was in chat. No, they were in my Discord, right? And they were like, excuse me, I just want to bring up that I met Vaush as a minor and he did not try to diddle me, so maybe all the rumors are untrue. And it's like, okay, no, nobody's saying that he's doing stuff to kids, right? The problem was that, he showed his spank folder on stream and it was underage anime women licking horses. That's what this guy gets off to, right? And it's like, I mean, should we know what, is in his spank bank? No, but, he showed it to us, like, right? It's out there. It's been seen and it's impossible to unsee. And if you're like me, it changes the way that you think about Vaush. But yeah, like this idea that, well, if somebody's like okay to like one person from a particular group, then they must not be problematic at all. And that's just not true. That's just not true.
Woman was done
MR covered this,
and it was Latimer's turn to respond. He basically threw away anything she said and just went to the following rhetoric. He said, you're basically not going to vote for me because I don't fit your demographic. There's nothing I can do that will get you to vote for me because I don't fit your demographic.
That's crazy.
And the host of the show even said, he even interjected and said, well, the caller didn't say that. The caller's asking you to respond to things, and you're saying something that the caller did not say. And he just went with that. And then he went on to say how he deleted the Emmett Till Andrew Cuomo comparison post, and it was a moment where he was just really upset and angry, and so he wasn't thinking when he wrote it. Even though that Facebook post that compared Andrew Cuomo to Emmett Till, that Facebook post starts with him saying, so many people are just saying things right now about what's going on with Cuomo. I'm the one who took the time to really consider all the facts, and here's
my well-measured
Yes,
take
here is my well-measured take. This guy is, and you know what the thing is, like, no one is reporting on this stuff. Like, he had to go on this WNYC show and get interviewed by the host who didn't bring up any of this. And a caller, the right caller, someone who was informed, had to just happen to call in, get picked as the person to ask Latimer the question. And it just all had to come together for this stuff to even be put out there. That on top of these other things that have just recently come out about George Latimer that has previously been reported on, because this is a guy who has like 30 some odd years of history in Westchester, apparently. And this part of it I don't care about. It's the second part I do. So apparently he had an affair with this woman. Don't care about that. It's his personal life. Don't give a shit. But that woman he had an affair with, he ends up picking to take a job that pays $150,000 in local politics. I mean, come on. Like, this is ridiculous, and no one's bringing this up. No one's even asking.
I'll be right back.
Why was this woman qualified for this position?
It's a hefty bribe, too.
Yes.
I mean, that's not a small sum.
Yes, like it's
just occurring to me, by the way, you know, the content creator brain locking in, just realized we didn't introduce ourselves.
Ah.
I don't need to, but because it's my stream, I mean, not because I'm self-centered.
I'm Dreg. Hi.
Where can we find you?
Dreg.
All right, that covers it.
There we go. All right. Hi, I'm Matt Binder. You can find me on my YouTube channel at youtube.com/Matt Binder. I also do a show called Leftist Mafia with Mike Figueredo of The Humanist Report, David Dole of The Rational National, Rebecca Azor, and Lance of the Surfs. And you can catch me every week on The Majority Report with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland.
Hi, I'm Naomi. I go by Nominal Naomi on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and it's great to be here with a bunch of other political streamer folks.
So what I was getting out of that is Latimer is bad.
Latimer is bad.
Bad vibes?
Bad vibes.
Same exact tactic in all his debates, where whenever somebody tries to hold him accountable for any of the heinous things he said throughout his career, immediate deflection, no accountability, moving on, and yet, like, at the same time, he's going to try to crucify Bowman for any kind of like honest mistake, like the fire alarm incident.
Oh my God, the fire! That was a question. They made that a question in the first debate. What is there to even say? First of all, if it was on purpose, it's good because it was funny. And if it was an accident, then who cares? Like genuinely, trying to make an issue out of this. I mean, the thing that Bowman is being indicted for here, really, of course, is he's the blade of grass that grew too tall, right? Him being pro-Palestinian made him like vulnerable for AIPAC money being dumped into his opposition. They clearly wanted to just cut down like a Justice Dem. This would be the first time that a Justice Dem would be ousted in a primary, if that happens. So. And to have it over something like this too, it's just given how like significant the stakes are. The fact that like this obviously arranged first debate, hey, here's 50 questions in Israel-Palestine, extremely like heavily framed ones. Here's the moderator not giving you the same amount of time in the final statement as Latimer was given. And the fucking fire alarm question, man. I can't. It was so stupid. I thought I was entering a fugue state. It didn't feel real.
Yeah, I also hope it was intentional, because it would be fine.
No, exactly. I agree completely.
It's, Democrats say we got to stop rising fascism in Trump's Republican Party by any means necessary, but apparently it doesn't include pulling a fire alarm.
Pulling the fire alarm on fascism.
Here I am telling you to stay hydrated, and I needed to get water for myself, so.
Yes, seems fine to me.
Not to mention, like, the fact that AIPAC, as much money as they have, has a finite amount of money. For them to dump, what, $16 million into one primary, and the person they're primarying out is a progressive,
Pretty crazy.
Right, that's really the main crux of all of this that just drives me wild. We are in a time frame where the Democratic base, the establishment Dems, the resistance, the anti-Trump resistance is gung-ho about the only thing that matters is defeating Donald Trump and furthering Joe Biden and his administration's agenda. Fine. Here you have a candidate that's coming in who is backed by Trump's billionaire supporters via AIPAC, who has funded Republican after Republican, January 6th insurrectionist Republicans. And even on top of all of that, George Latimer's come out and said he is not going to back main tenets of Joe Biden's agenda. He already said he's not going to tax billionaires. He's not going to do these major... What's up?
I'm sharing your mic.
Oh, sharing my mic. All right, cool. So he's not gonna back main policy goals of Joe Biden, which Jamaal Bowman does. I mean, listen, just because Jamaal Bowman criticizes some aspects of the Biden administration and Joe Biden, that doesn't make him less in line with Biden than Latimer. It's quite the opposite. Jamaal Bowman criticizes Biden in hopes that Biden and the administration is moved on these policy positions. But all the other areas that they align, Jamaal Bowman is completely with. On the other side, you have Latimer literally coming out straight up and not even saying, like, I'm going to critique that position and find some middle ground so we can work together. No, he's saying, I'm not going to support it. He already said there'll be no George Latimer-backed climate change or any policy or anything like that. Like, this is Joe Biden.
So yeah, here's another pattern for progressive victory, and like not a huge criticism, but I think the audio was the problem with the Rokana. Like they love to do these they love to do these panels, and it seems like every time they do, the audio's
It's like
Jareg doesn't even have a lavalier. It looks like Matt is holding his, and it's just, anyway, apologies chat for the audio.
core things that he's campaigned on, and Latimer's out there saying, I'm not for this stuff. I mean, if the goal is to get Republicans, Trump-supporting Republicans, out of office and deny Donald Trump winning the election in November 2024, then the guy you want in office right now is Jamaal Bowman, not a guy who's backed by Republican donors, who back Donald Trump, who back Republican candidates, who back January 6th supporters. I mean, it's crystal clear. And like the idea that like anyone who's like an establishment Democrat wouldn't be behind Bowman, it just shows that when they say like the goal is to defeat Trump, I question that. Because if the goal is to defeat Trump, Latimer's not your guy. Someone like Jamaal Bowman needs to be in there to back the Biden administration on those policies where they do align, and then push the Biden administration on policies where they don't align.
This guy's read the pamphlet. I should read the pamphlet.
So Latimer, I was under the impression he was a centrist. Center right?
Let me know if this. Oh wow, here's Drag coming in here. Let me know if this is too fast.
I mean, when we're talking about where the Republican Party is now, I guess George Latimer is presenting himself as what we would call like a centrist, like a center-right establishment Democrat. But you have to question, like, listen, even if George Latimer himself does not support Donald Trump and does not support Republicans, and he's not some
Okay, and no, here's the real question, right? What is Jarag doing there? This is Jarag, known for his political compass memes, known for his like discussions of like meme ideologies, discussions of mental illness. I think he also did a mental illness compass in addition to the political compass. He's one thing he's not known for is being serious and giving like his real opinion on stuff, right? That's not his content. He did a stream once, or a video where he was like, it was called Platforming Lauren Southern, and he brought on Lauren Southern and had her stand on a platform, and that was the video. That was I mean, he has contributed, I guess, to the noosphere, he would probably call it that, right, the body of human knowledge out there, in terms of his discussions of irony and the concepts of, I don't know if he came up with the concept of like meta irony, post irony, etc., but he sort of put it together into like an irony continuum to explain different levels of irony, and also different generations and how the kinds of irony that are more common in generationally, right? So but it's just for this, right, for a serious political event of like canvas for Bowman, let's get Bowman reelected, let's stop like this MAGA money from coming in here, let's stop AIPAC and MAGA money from taking out one of the few people with decent takes on Gaza, and mildly so, right? Like none of the Democrats are radical by any means on that, but better than most of the Democratic Party, better than most of Congress, right? When we're talking about Jamaal Bowman, I'm not trying to throw shade or anything. I just do not understand I'm J-Reg's presence here.
Wolf in sheep's clothing coming in, even though he said he's not going to support Biden's.
Ooh, they're up. Okay.
Biden's agenda. You do have to question.
Yeah, you're right. The camera angle is less than ideal. They changed the camera angle. Maybe that's maybe they'll stick to this.
Republican donors are putting so much money behind him. What do they see in George Latimer?
They see a do-nothing candidate. Like,
wow, Videngale, thank you for re-upping your membership. Also, if you're donating, make sure to let me know which of these. Here, we'll switch back for a second here. Yeah, so I'm keeping track of your donos, and I'm also we're gonna do content after the content. So after we're done with the Matt Bender Progressive Victory, Brianna Wu Destiny sort of content, we are gonna go to a second subject, right? And I mean, if you're in YouTube, you can see the poll options, right? Those are our subjects. We've got AOC versus Nick Fuentes. Apparently something happened on Twitter. We got Yeonmi Park, the famous North Korean, like the dissident. You know, she escaped North Korea and tells interesting and somewhat hard to believe stories about life in North Korea. She's kind of, you know, grifting on like the people that want to just hear the like wildest shit, and you know, fuck knows if anything that she says is actually true, right? We've got Cenk Uygur debating against RFK Jr. and ostensibly the brainworm. We've got Vergonia, the history of the Vergonia, the secret tapes that exposed Samuel Alito and his wife, and all the meow meow meow. And all the there's so much in there. There's so much in there, and we haven't been over the secret tapes of Vergonia yet. So there's that. And as always, Vox Populi. You can say Vox Populi if you just want to endorse whatever people are picking in the poll. If you believe in that poll, the right of the Vox Populi. Am I saying it right now? There was some question earlier as to whether I'm saying Vox Populi correctly. I think I was saying Vox Populi. When it's, how long was that debate? Or which one? Pursuit?
cinema, like mansion, like that's the last thing we need in this country right now. Like a deadlocked Congress at best is what we're gonna get with Latimer.
Even if you know George Latimer, even if you're someone out there who's like, you know, I live in Westchester, I'm familiar with who he is, he hasn't done anything to wrong me or whatever. He's just like, you know, I'm still on, like, I'm not a hardcore George Latimer supporter. I'm on like the cusp, don't know where I'm gonna vote. You do have to just question though, why are they putting so much money behind Latimer? And what you said, that's like the best case scenario. Yeah. That's the best case scenario, that he is a cinema. I mean, and when I say best case, I mean like the bar is low. We don't want a cinema. We don't want a mansion. We don't want another Fetterman. Like, this is a guy that big money is behind, more money than in any other House race in history. You have to just question why. Even if you don't think he's the bad guy, even if you don't think he's a secret Trump supporter or Republican, you just have to question, what do they see in him? Are they going to string him along and get what they want out of him, even if that's not who he is? And they think they will. And if you're someone who does not want another Trump-supporting Republican in office, then you shouldn't want a guy that the people who are putting money behind those Trump also putting their money behind.
Yeah, it's worth noting that, like, Fetterman lost his mind over a significantly lower level of support than what is currently being brought out for Latimer, right? Like, the idea that AIPAC would unleash this much money to get Latimer in, but not to influence Latimer once he's in, or, like, that his support was ridiculous, obviously. Like, in the real world, like, all money comes with strings attached to it, and this is a huge amount of money, you know? Right. Like, Fetterman lost it over nothing in comparison, right? I mean, obviously, he's got the brain damage thing going for him, too, and, you know, we all wish we could be there. Like, I think, like, that's what AIPAC wants, or at least what a lot of their constituents and representatives want, is, like, Fetterman LARPed as a progressive, hit his head, lost his mind, and now he is not like a centrist Democrat, he's a loon. He's psychotic. He's to the right of Joe Biden and the Democrats at large on a wide variety of issues, and is going on conservative publications talking about leaving the left and how he was never progressive. And, like, there's no such thing as a centrist anymore. You get pulled one way or the other, you know?
But speaking of Fetterman, this is a guy who, when leftists criticize Joe Biden, and leftists in office mainly, but he does.
Okay, so yeah. Crotchy says J-Reg at the Progressive Victory. I thought Latimer is not so bad, just kind of a centrist, right? Yeah, no, it's wild. It's wild. Wait, but my understanding is this is the event. Oh my God, chat. Here's the thing. Look, I don't want to. He's wearing a Hillary hat, isn't he? Oh no, you're right. You can see up Vaush's shorts, SM. Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Is Progressive Victory gonna get my channel in trouble? Oh my God, chat, this is... But also, I think he's here to troll. This is the problem with, like, we just got to get big names. If we get big names, right, we get, you know, we get Vaush, we get Destiny, we get JREG, we get Nominal Naomi, we get big names, we're going to get more people out to canvas. Did you ever consider the fact that some of those big names might just be there to troll? Like, I didn't want to say it, chat, but like, okay, we're in a Hillary hat. This is a Bowman event. And JREG's comment is like, I didn't think Latimer was that bad. Motherfucker is there to troll, there to cover Vaush up with Waluigi. Maybe we could try. We could see. We could see about that. Oh my God, wait, isn't JREG Canadian? A lot of these people, yeah, they'll bring in, you know, Lonerbox, obviously, from the UK. I feel, yeah, I mean, the idea is bringing in people with a following, and if you bring in people with a following, then maybe you'll get, you know, their followers will come and canvas for you. I think that's the concept. I think that's what they're going for. We export JREG. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's okay. He's a consultant. That's right. He's not getting those Wu bucks, or maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny, chat. I'm so confused. I've been confused this whole stream. Galactic Streamlord says, if you're here to complain about Irene's pronunciation, welcome to 2024, time traveler from Latin times from back in the day. You got to lurk. Okay, well, let me know if you want to put that money, that put your re-upping of your membership behind any of these topics that we have on the poll. But yeah, much appreciation, Vidingale, and good to see you again. Progressive victories, yeah, kind of ironic that progressive victory is kind of revolutionary, considering that Brianna Wu's game, what's it called, Revolution 60? Yeah, her game's called Revolution 60. I don't know. I can't explain. I'm totally confused. Anyway, we gotta let's switch the view so maybe we don't have to see up Vaush's shorts like that. There, is that better? We just need some shading on that or something. Something, chat. Something.
Go after the left, you know, leftist, the broader left, like, you know, voters and organizers. And he's someone who's been so stern about the idea that if you criticize Joe Biden in an election year, you are hurting Joe Biden. That is what he has gone on record to say over and over again when the left has a critique of a Biden administration policy. Yet he does the same, and it's okay. Do as I say, not as I do.
What is bro cooking? Look at JREG.
Well, you can pull him to the right, not the left. That's
you're allowed to criticize him if you're doing it on policy beliefs that align with on policies that align with my beliefs. You can't do it if it's something I disagree with. That seems to be Fetterman's mantra.
Yeah, also he's crazy.
Can you imagine this? JREG is like, oh, what is this? What is this in my email box? Progressive victory. Oh, they want me to come out and canvas for this. Oh, interesting. Progressive. Let's see. Progressives. Who do they like? Hillary Clinton. Let me get my, I'm with her. What the fuck is that hat? I swear to God, it says Hillary, right? What's going on? These are fairly mainstream, expensive wireless lavaliers for streamers and YouTubers. And the audio is still liquid trash. Look, you can't just have good equipment, right? You got to know how to use the equipment, and sometimes it takes some time. Like me, like, you know, it wasn't easy to make the setup, right? But people were willing to invest in my stream, which I appreciate greatly. People were, willing to, pay money to upgrade the production value, and so I felt like an imperative to make sure that your equipment is working correctly, right? Because how silly would it be if people donated for this equipment, I didn't even use it right, and I think I'm using it right. I think I'm I'm audio maxing right now, chat. We're audio maxing here, but also to raise the production value as much as I can. Apart from that, so that's where all the new digs. That's why I stole David Pakman's background, basically. Not exactly. Obviously, this isn't exactly David Pakman's background, but it's the format that everybody who the algorithm is favoring seems to be using, so I thought I might use it myself. Maybe it only works for white dudes, but we'll see. We'll find out if it can work for me too. Anyway, Matt Vender is actually teaching about the issues. He's teaching the rest of them. I'm disappointed. I'm not disappointed in Matt for this. Yeah. So like he's one of the more substantive voices here, right? As far as the, because I mean, like he does, like, look, Vaush does a lot of stuff. Vaush, obviously covers politics, but maybe not the same way that the Majority Report covers politics. And then, like I said, J-Reg's here to troll. I don't know about Nominal Naomi. I've never really watched her content other than her debate with Kelly Cadogan. It's Kelly Cadogan. This has to be a troll. He knows that she and her campaign screwed over the actual progress. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, is he's here for the memes. J-Reg is here for the memes. Hillary was never progressive, true.
Yeah, I mean, he's yeah. Apparently, he was.
Hillary hates progressives. Let's be real.
It wasn't like a fender bender. It was like this dude crashed into his car.
He's found a fault.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't like. Listen, like even if you're someone who's like maybe like a more like you haven't been paying too much attention to this race, or to you're sort of maybe apolitical, but you do go out and vote. You haven't been paying too much attention to what's going on in Gaza, Israel, Palestine. The idea that like Jamaal Bowman could lose because.
I mean, all I see is Hillary. There's other. I wish we could zoom in. Maybe we can for a second. Can we zoom in for just a second? Like maybe I'll be able to read what's on his hat. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. It doesn't really help you, does it? Oh my God, I can't tell. I can't. There is more writing, but I can't tell what it is. Anyway, sorry. I thought that might help. It didn't help.
He decided that Palestinian lives mattered too. Like, if you need a candidate who supports Israel, no questions asked.
Seems like this crew is going to drag down Bender. Is he just unaware of the behind the scenes PV stuff? Well, we'll see in a second. He's aware of some of the stuff. He interviewed, I probably watched this out of order, right? I probably should have watched his interview with Sam Dursmala who's the founder, I think, of Progressive Victory. I probably should have watched that before this, right? Because that's the order that these pieces of content were created, so to speak. And it's a little confusing. I saw this and I was like, ooh, what's this shiny new video in my recommended? So we went to this first. It was probably a mistake.
You have 99.9% of Congress. Like, Jamaal Bowman is one of a handful of
what's up, geese?
People who've come out and said, I abhor the killing of innocent people, whether it is in Israel or Palestine. Oh yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. Is that good?
Wait, Luna Rose says my phone has a handy pinch zoom on YouTube. I can zoom in it. Yeah. See if you can tell what's on that hat. It says Hillary. I just can't tell what the rest of it is.
All right. And he can lose his seat for just basically saying that we should look at
probably down to here. So this may be pinned down.
There we go.
That should work. It picks up pretty wide range, honestly. Even if it was held right there, it could probably get both of you pretty well.
Yeah, all right, cool. I wasn't sure how close I had to put it. Maybe after I'm done talking, I'll finally clip it to my shirt. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing that like basically Palestinian people with all this money being sent all these weapons.
Yo, low key, it's probably good that Jirag doesn't have a mic.
Sent to support Israel. Just basically vocally advocating that innocent Palestinian civilians should be considered in this equation too. That's enough to potentially.
It's the Hillary 2016 campaign cat. Does it just say like I'm with her or something?
Make you lose your seat. Have the most money ever spent in a congressional House race be spent to attack.
Oh, you know what? I know what it says. It says Clinton. The small writing is just Clinton, right? Makes sense.
I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
I mean, I see why 99.9% pro-Israel.
Right. This is what happens if you.
That story.
Yeah. I mean, and also it so happens that like unlike an AOC or Rashida Tlaib, who are in like super safe districts, Jamaal Bowman's in a district where he has to, even if it wasn't this year, he has to work to win. Like just like he had to work to defeat Engel when he won the seat against the incumbent in 2020.
Yeah, the incumbent who had been here for like 30 years.
Yes, and the district was
87.
Yeah, the district was a bit different too. And Engel was a AIPAC-backed candidate too, and Jamaal Bowman was able to defeat him.
Oh, for president.
the sort of political atmosphere Bowman was in at the time was a little bit different. It was 2020, there was a pandemic, voting was different, campaigning was different. Jamaal Bowman obviously came about when, Black Lives Matter ascended into like normie, everyday sort of Democrats, lexicon. It wasn't no longer just like a left-wing or progressive thing where they were going out to rallies and marches. It became a thing where like communities that have never seen any social justice activism ever were suddenly seeing, young people march down their street for Black lives. So, Jamaal Bowman was able to, use that sort of progressive, groundswell that was coming up even in, everyday Dems, everyday lives, and use that to help leftist policy that he supported win out in that election. Right now we're in a sort of more, I think personally, in 2024, on a number of issues, the country has sort of unfortunately gone back on, at least in terms of the rhetoric. We are seeing attacks on LGBTQ+ that we have not seen in recent years.
Steve Gordon says, and then in even tinier letters, it says on the Hillary cap, Hail Moloch.
And that's growing specifically.
It's a Bohemian Grove reference, I believe.
Trans people, we're seeing attacks on education. I mean, even in New York City, our wonderful mayor, Eric Adams, who sucks ass, he decided that we needed to give more money to cops. So, which NYPD is already the most funded police force in the country. In the world. In the world.
He looks like Pauly Shore, who, Bender or J-Reg. Also, Shorts chat, I see you too. Just like, I have not had you up the whole time. Now I can see all chats.
Yes. On top of that, they are, if they were a military, they'd be considered like, I think it's like the 9th or 10th biggest military in the world. That's how billions and billions of dollars go into the NYPD. And he decided that we need more cops in the subways to stop people from fare evasion. And in order to fund this, this new sort of position of how Adams wants to use the NYPD, they took funds from other necessities, really. And one of those funds they took from is the New York City Public Libraries, which are now closed on Sunday, because they can't afford to stay open on Sundays anymore, because Eric Adams cut their budget to send their money to the NYPD.
And look, my understanding of the whole fare evasion thing is that the reason that wasn't being funded, the reason that wasn't being paid attention to, the reason that you could kind of evade paying the fare on a New York subway, is that it's more expensive for them to enforce that than it is than the money that they're going to get from enforcing it, right? So it's literally just a punitive sort of measure.
Like, that is absurd that in New York City, which includes part of Jamaal Bowman's district in the Northern Bronx, in New York City, we've decided via our mayor, people think of New York City, super progressive. It's got to be. Unfortunately, when it comes to New York politics, it's a lot less progressive than you think. They do not fit their constituency a lot of the times. We have the public libraries.
What's going on?
Closed on Sundays. Now the libraries.
Oh, it's Jamaal Bowman, and it's a cardboard cutout of Jamaal Bowman.
New York City. The libraries here in New York City mean a lot. They're more than just like a place where people read books. Kids spend a lot of time, especially kids who have working parents. They spend their time in the libraries. Older people spend their time in the libraries, especially during heat waves like we have now, to basically find.
We're gonna put him right where you can't see his head.
There we go. Jamaal Bowman's joined us. Yes.
Jamal. That looks good.
Hi guys, I just wanted to bring Mr. Bowman here and remind you guys that you can still donate if you haven't already. I know you guys probably spend money on weird shit, so sorry.
Just in case people can't hear you.
I know you guys spend money on weird shit, so if you can spend $5 of that on Jamaal or something.
She's got your ass on that one. You
Cool.
do spend money on weird shit.
Thank you.
I see you donating your painted Warhammer figures. I wanted to broaden the session because you and I both talked a lot. Do you want to give a 15-minute seminal on the importance of progressive political action?
I don't know if I can do a full 15 minutes, but yeah, just reiterating what everybody else has been going on. I mean, seeing these changes where we're stripping away community resources, like access to libraries, and instead investing it into police, you're just going to be fueling the cycle of keeping people in prisons and not giving them the opportunity to get better. And it's just terrible to see that kind of change. And having voices like Jamaal Bowman, who brought $1 billion into this district, specifically to target this kind of pipeline, has been amazing in Congress, and he's done amazing work in this community. He was a middle school principal for decades, and he was known for walking students home, being really involved, and just an all-around great guy who knows the area, who truly believes in what he speaks for, and yeah, really motivated me to come out here.
I mean, that's the thing. Jamaal Bowman is someone who isn't a career politician. I think that's so important for people to realize. It is extremely hard to get into politics and get elected to office. For people who haven't decided early on that they're going to make a career out of this. George Latimer has decided that he's going to spend 30+ years in office. Fine. I mean, being a public servant is obviously a respectable thing too, but it also makes it a lot easier for you to campaign because part of your job is to meet the people in your district. So you basically double dip. While you're doing your job, you are essentially campaigning as well. Jamaal Bowman is someone who wasn't a career politician and actually had to leave behind what he decided decided to do with his life in order to become a public servant. And he took the time and the effort and put his own family in potential harm's way in terms of he's received death threats, and also the idea of you having to leave that position of having a source of income come in and actually run for office seriously, because you really can't. Campaigning is a full-time job, even more so than that. That's why so many regular quote-unquote people do not get elected to office, and that's why there's so little representation for what working people actually go through, because a lot of politicians are just not representative of working people. They are full-time career politicians.
I'm just going off vibe. As a Canadian.
Here we go.
But since I've been here, I've learned a lot, and it seems like he's got a good vibe. I hear he can bench press a lot. The other guy gives off kind of
J-Reg is here for the vibes.
energy. So yeah.
Let's put it this way: since you learned about Jamaal Bowman, the Oilers have come back from a 3-game deficit to tie up the series. I mean, there's got to be some correlation there.
I think the stars are aligning.
Something's aligning. It's definitely the shot with their angle of their pants and this. Anyway.
Is that a local?
No! Stop! Stop flashing me!
Okay, so the Stanley Cup Finals are happening right now. NHL Finals.
Walk it back.
Okay, do you need me to explain the National Hockey League to you as well?
Okay, it's hockey. All right.
Oh, okay. It's ice hockey too. Trump actually. This is really funny actually. So, the Florida Panthers are the Eastern Conference champions.
In ice hockey.
In ice hockey. The Oilers are the Western Conference champions. They are now meeting in the NHL Finals to win the Stanley Cup. The Panthers won the first 3 games. You have to win 4 games out of 7 to become the champions. So the Panthers were on track to actually sweep the Oilers. They could have ended the Stanley Cup finals in 4 games. On the day of Game 4, just as the game started, Donald Trump, on Truth Social, for the first time ever, posts about the Florida Panthers and says how they're doing great. They're going to defeat the Edmonton Oilers from Canada, just in case you aren't sure where the Edmonton Oilers were from, which maybe you weren't actually.
I was not.
And he also said defeat the Edmonton Oilers in ice hockey. So he also wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, chat's pointing out that Bender's pants fit the
We all
best.
knew that the NHL wasn't field hockey, I guess. You might have assumed.
I don't know what I assumed all hockey
I
was.
mean, this is something for the organization to take care of, right? Just a real simple thing of you're going to do a panel, you're going to have multiple cameras, right? Anyway, hopefully it's not a big deal. I haven't seen anything. Has anybody seen anything? Like, there's nothing, dodgy showing, right? So I think we're okay. It's just like, something could happen if somebody were to be, say commando mode. I mean, Vaush is sometimes goblin mode, but maybe hopefully he's not commando. Bender also wearing fitted clothing in general. Yeah.
No, there's actually other, but yes, the NHL is ice hockey. And since Trump posted about the Florida Panthers, the Edmonton Oilers have come back and won the next 3 games by a lot too. Like 8-1 was one game. It's been a complete.
It's gonna really suck if the Panthers win. The last game is tonight, right? Like after all this shit that I've even been talking about, Trump's Trump's blessing for the Florida Panthers, just like his blessing for the candidates that he supports, seems to go in the opposite way. Seems to actually hurt people. It's gonna suck if somehow Florida wins.
Complete shellacking of the Panthers in these last 3 games from the
So they're
Oilers.
on a match point now.
And now it is tied 3-3. Game 7 is on Monday. Whoever wins that game wins the Stanley Cup.
Monday. It's on Monday. Oh, that's today.
It will only be the second time in NHL history that a team came back from a 3-game deficit in the finals to come back and win. The only other time it happened, I think it was like the Toronto Maple Leafs maybe, in 1942 or 43. So it would be insane if they pulled this off. It
Right, chat, and they got the endorsement from Hubert Humphrey. No, just kidding.
looks like they can pull it off.
It's actually Neville Chamberlain.
And there's a potential that it might be due to a Trump curse.
No, it was Trump's dad. Was.
Is it already a break?
We're going to take a 2-minute break right now, and then
We're gonna take a break. Yeah, you can just.
Oh, I thought the mics were cut. I haven't had my coffee yet. So what I was told that I'm relaying to you guys.
Give this man his coffee at least.
There's going to be a brief break, but after it, I'll be here, and I'll be talking to everyone individually. So they'll be here too, just partition. But I'll always be here.
And then they cut the mic. DGG plus PV canvassing. Yeah, we got the DG. We got the Destiny. The Destiny. I don't know what to say, chat. I don't know what to say. How are you doing? So yeah, that is what Bender has up as far as the progressive victory panel. Look, I don't blame Bender. I don't blame anybody on the panel. I feel like progressive victory just like they need to get their shit together on so many levels. On so many levels, right? And if like we're about to see you're about to see another level in which they need to get their shit together. Now, granted, we got it confirmed that they worked on the 2022 campaign in terms of the midterms. So they've been around for at least 2 years. I feel like if they were going to disclose the source of their funding, they should have done it by now. Let's take a look. Let's see what Matt Bender can find out. This is finally the content that you tuned in for. Matt Bender tries to pin down a Wu Weasel. Let's go.
I really like vertical ribbon.
Yeah.
Hot mics live? Okay, so hold on. All right.
What's going on here?
Maybe
There we go. Okay.
Maybe that's for the best, actually.
No, I want to hear how.
Okay, so obviously, chat, this is Matt Bender on the left interviewing Sam Drismala on the right. Sam's I think the executive director of Progressive Victory. I believe the founder as well. And, Matt's gonna...
Up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
Matt's gonna hopefully ask him the important questions. Oh, I forgot, chat. We gotta let me see. Are we still let's do a check on the polls. Okay, I haven't been doing that for you. Also a check on the time. If you're on Twitch, you might have just experienced the top of the hour ad break. That's the ad break that comes your way every hour at the top of the hour and lasts 3 minutes. It's unskippable. That's the problem with it, right? So you know how YouTube memberships are cheaper than Twitch subs. There's a benefit with Twitch subs, and one of those benefits is that you get out of the top of the hour ad break. You no longer have to see those ads for a whole month. If you get a sub, you can also get a sub for free, potentially, if you have Amazon Prime. You can get out of it that way. You could also potentially be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. So make sure to humble flex that lack of a sub, and maybe somebody will give you a gift sub. It could happen. So another reason to be active in the chat. Natalie Marie says, I sent you visual confirmation that JREG's hat says Clinton in small text. Yeah. I figured. It's Clinton, and then it says for president in even smaller text, and then in even smaller text, it's like sponsored by the Comet Ping Pong and Pizza. No, just kidding. I'm making that part up, chat. Just to be clear, I'm making that part up. So, polls. How are we doing? We have got AOC versus Nick Fuentes in a commanding lead on shorts. 53% to 22% for Jink versus RFK the Brainworm. 14% for Yomni Park. 11% for Vergonia, since nobody knows what the fuck Vergonia is. Maybe I should do a better job of explaining that. On the regular channel, on the non-shorts, on the longs channel, we got AOC versus Nick Fuentes at 57%, Yomni Park at 17%. So we got some Yomni Park fans in chat, apparently. Vergonia coming in third place at 14% because the regular stream does know what Vergonia is, and they know about the secret tapes. And then Jink versus RFK Jr. and the Brainworm not doing so well, 11%. So yeah, just dominance from AOC versus Nick Fuentes. And if we wheel over to the Dono poll, look at this. Dominance again, 32.5% for AOC versus Nick Fuentes. So yeah, keep voting. Remember, you can vote in both polls. There's nothing I can do to stop you from voting in both polls. If you do, all I ask is that you make sure to like the stream on the other, stream, because that helps me out a lot. If you're watching me on Twitch, you can cross over to YouTube and you can vote there. I'm sorry, I don't have a Twitch poll, but apparently Twitch is just does not do polls right? It only leaves it open for 10 minutes, and 10 minutes is not long enough because I want to give everybody a chance to vote. So come over to YouTube. You can vote on the shorts. You can vote on the regular stream. We got 81 votes on the regular stream, 77 votes on the short stream, and AOC just crushing it. Like I hope she's about to be crushing Nick Fuentes here. As far as the 75% towards the dono goal, so we're making pretty decent progress here. We got a pretty good chance of actually realizing this content. So just remember, when you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're donating memberships to other people, giving the gift of Weasels, if you are getting yourself a sub on YouTube using a Prime sub or gifting subs or donating bits, right? Or if you're donating through Throne, which I think will come out as a sound alert. If you do that, joining the Patreon, which gives you access to the Patreon only area of the new Discord, right? That we've integrated Patreon into the new Discord so far, or got a million other things that you can check down in the description to find other ways to donate, maybe more directly. You have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. That is, if you're donating, you can direct 1% or $1. You can raise the topic that you want to see 1% per dollar donated, and you just have to let me know when you donate, like, what is it, what do you want? AOC, do you want Yomni Park, do you want Jink, do you want Vergonia, or do you want Vox Populi? Not Vox Populi, Vox Populi, which means you're just reinforcing what people are voting for already. You're just like, I want the votes to count. I want the votes to win the day. So just say Vox Populi if that's the case. Otherwise, say one of these 4 subjects, and I will put your money where your mouth is. And that is on the topic of your choice. That is Shakespeare adding 2% to the AOC versus Nick Fuentes, which is doing really well today. I'm going to mispronounce your Latin, though. Bellum inter personae Hispanae AOC et Nicholas. I gotcha. I don't know enough Latin to really know it, but I can sometimes tell what people are saying in Latin nonetheless. All right, anyway, let's get back to what we were doing, which I think is this.
All right, here we go. Ready? Sam.
That's $2 more going towards AOC versus Nick Fuentes. Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the super chat, and thank you, Shakespeare, for the super chat as well.
Drizzy Mala. No, it's definitely not that. Drizzy Mala. Am I wrong? Am I right?
It's if you just act like the Y and the Z or reverse, it's a lot easier. I pronounce it Drizmala.
Drizmala. Ah.
Yeah.
It's
like the Z and the Y that give people. So yeah, my name is Sam Drizmala. I'm the executive director of Progressive Victory, which is an organization that works to connect media influencers and their audiences with really effective political engagement.
Wow, this is a first. The guest forced to introduce themselves because of a derelict host on this show. Unbelievable.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. No problem
Unbelievable. What a sad moment for me. This will go down in history as.
It's great to be with you, Matt. I'm really excited to be here. I've been watching your content for a while, and it's exciting to be here with your audience and you.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate you cutting my self-deprecation short, because I could go on forever doing that. But Sam, thank you so much for joining me. Seriously. And
so again, this is Sam Drizmala, the executive director at Progressive Victory.
And I should say, and I haven't mentioned it yet on this show, but I will be, and you'll learn more about this event during the this broadcast, but I will be.
What is this? This is the Clinton Foundation paying me off. Oh my God, I'm bought by the Clinton Foundation. They don't want me to talk about the pizza anymore, apparently. I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Hillary. Is it did you pay? They probably paid JREG too to wear that hat.
In upstate, is it really considered upstate New York? I guess it is for me, as a Queens resident. But I will be in New York 16, House District, the weekend of June 22nd. As part of this Progressive Victory event, to try to do our best in supporting Jamaal Bowman and help re-electing him in a race that is looking like it's going to be a very hard battle. But before we get into the race specifically, and we'll have more details for everybody, tell me a little bit about Progressive Victory.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just tell you a little bit about my background and how I got into this space, and that'll naturally flow from there. So my background is as a political professional. I've been working in politics for about 20 years. I grew up in Missouri, ended up working for a bunch of Missouri politicians.
Oh wait, Hillary said not to read the message. I guess we'll fix it in post.
I basically just went back and forth between working on electoral campaigns, and then I would go to Congress, working for members of Congress, and then I'd go back on electoral campaigns. And I always did digital media, and I've worked with people across the ideological spectrum. I'm like,
I love some digital media.
A bit of a Rorschach test there, but I always have been. My goal has always been to see people represented and much more accurately by the people who they're elected to represent them. And I've seen digital media as a really powerful way both to do that and also to build power around the structures that are trying to keep people out and away from having themselves represented. So that's been my focus the entire time.
It's a little bit ironic that this is coming from a dark money PAC.
I've been working in politics, and the way that I got into founding Progressive Victory is actually just by watching. It's just by watching the live streaming space. I could just see so much happening.
Look, as somebody who watches the live streaming space for my vocation as well, I gotta say, like, that's not giving me a lot of confidence. Like, just okay, here's what it is. Here's what it is I know what the space is like. I know what the audience is like, right? And Sam has just identified himself as part of that audience. Now, look, you all are cool, okay, because you're NCC fans. But I'm the exception. Let's be real. Let's be real. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I don't even think I have a horn to toot. I have a guitar I could play, but I don't have a horn. I'm not trying to toot a horn or anything like that. And I'm not trying to say like I'm so great. I'm just saying that like, this space is kind of fucked. This space is highly fucked. Twitch politics is what we're talking about, right? And whether it's Destiny or Vaush, DGG or VGG, like there's a lot of not so great out there. I don't know. I'm trying not to be too negative, right? Because look, I'm glad. Look, I'm happy that they're supporting Jamaal Bowman. Okay, that's good. That's a relief, especially considering that they're tied to Brianna Wu, and we're gonna get into that in a second. We're gonna get, I think Matt does, because Matt's chat is like Brianna Wu, dark money. So Matt does ask these questions, right? The chat knows, Matt knows. People like F-bombs for you are maybe even in the chat talking about this stuff, and so this was the same night that I went over the video essay about Progressive Victory for the first time. So Matt's aware of this stuff. It's just so I'm like, look, I'm glad, like, considering that it's Brianna Wu's involved, I'm kind of surprised, and that Destiny's involved. I'm pleasantly surprised that they're putting their support behind Bowman. That being said, does associating Bowman with Vaush help overall, right? Even in terms of getting, like, I know the idea is that, like, look, VGG's huge. If you hook up with VGG, you can get more people out there canvassing. Yeah, you can. But how many people are you turning off? That becomes the question, right? You can bring DGG. Actually, DGG is probably not helping with this, right? Considering that Destiny is ostensibly no fan of Jamaal Bowman. So at least like the DGG toxicity is not going to be there. But like I said, the culture of these groups is going to put off people. The presence of people like Vaush and We're in Hell with like credible allegations against them is going to put people off. So like, are you doing, is it a net positive? Are you net helping Jamaal Bowman? Probably, hopefully, I guess. But should that even be a question? Probably not. Probably not. And if you're savvy with digital media, I mean, like, this is the first fucking lesson. Is know who you're working with, right?
Watching as there's been a lot of experiments that have happened, combining media and like really strong media operation for media publishers and political operations. Like I think Justice Democrats, people don't talk about this that often now, but it originally was conceived of as a completely linked between YouTube channels and a political organization that was meant to try to elect people, and I've admired that model for a very, very long time. And as live streaming specifically has exploded in popularity, I've been super, super interested, and I got the opportunity to do some experiments around working with live streamers for electoral to help work on electoral outcomes in the 2022 midterms. We founded this organization that is an effort we called PV22, Progressive Victory 2022. And we worked with a few live streamers. The largest one we were working with at the time, his name is Vaush. Your audience may be familiar with him, but he brands himself as a democratic socialist, and he drove a ton of.
Okay, but that's not true. He's a libertarian socialist. All right, now that's not to say that he's an actual libertarian. A lot of people misunderstand that. Libertarian socialist is kind of like a old-timey way of saying anarchist, right? Or maybe a way of saying anarchist without putting people off who think an anarchist means you really like bombs and stuff, right? That's not what Vaush is saying there, right? I want to see Matt's reaction.
Your audience may be familiar with him, but we worked with a few live streamers. The largest one we were working with at the time, his name is Vaush. Your audience may be familiar with him, but he brands himself as a democratic socialist, and
yeah, no real reaction there.
He drove a ton of young people into a Discord community that we started, where we were starting to provide people with the resources and the training to contact voters directly and make an impact on electoral outcomes. So we did a bunch of events in the primary and in the general for Summer Lee, and then in the general election we did this massive canvassing and phone banking operation where in about 2 months through this Discord community we got 5,100 volunteer shift signups and contacted 290,000 voters. And that's really, really impressive for such a short amount of time. And it clued me in that this was something that was not just a flash in the pan, it needed it to continue. And so we're trying to scale this up for 2024 and see how big we can get, both being active both in the primaries and the general election. And so far it's been super, super successful and really, really exciting. We see incredible response rates when people are in a live audience because they can interact directly with
Wait, somebody in chat saying it's nice to see Asmongold and Destiny again. I am assuming that's a joke, Nick Oscar. Like the joke being that Bender kind of looks like Destiny and Sam looks like Asmongold. We'll have to ask. Look, if like Sam, I get that you and your organization are taking a lot of heat on my stream. Of course, if you want to come on, I'll extend that invitation to you. I don't want to talk about somebody without giving them a chance to respond. But I will assume that Sam does not have a dead rat for an alarm clock like Asmongold.
People who are making the media and they can form a really tight bond, and then those calls to action are super, super powerful when delivered live. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Now, can you let's expand a little bit on how you think online.
People are telling me that libertarian socialism is more of a spectrum. So it's a less specific way of describing yourself. Other people are saying it's being an ANCOM.
Because it was so peaceful.
The right of reply. Yeah, we're doing the right of reply. The right of reply does not mean that you're going to come off well on my stream. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be nice to you. It doesn't mean that I'm going to give you my stream to be able to spout off a bunch of nonsense, right? Spouting off a bunch of nonsense is you know, not advised, right? But you know, if there's more to this, if there's more context, if there's stuff that we don't know that might, you know, change people's perception, yeah, absolutely.
Creators and personalities and streamers and video creators, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, how they can help in this process, because I do think, and from my own experience over the years, online activism, I guess, does have a role. But I do think when it comes to electoral politics, it can give people who are very online or are just paying attention to what's going on online a skewed version of what can actually happen come election day, how voters are feeling, what actually sways them. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons why I think, one of the reasons I personally decided to take part in this Progressive Victory Jamaal Bowman event, which we will discuss a lot more in the coming in a minute, is because the action here is to actually use these streamers and their audience to actually hit the ground and knock on doors, which I think is probably the most meaningful thing you can do in an election. So I guess my broader question is, now that I've given you my feelings on it, clearly Progressive Victory sees both as important because you've done both. Give me your assessment of what the online work does, and then how that, you know, what you've seen through your time doing these events.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually amazing. I never thought that it would be as big and as powerful as it is right now, and it's only going to get bigger, right? You can just see it happening. Speaking as someone who's been working in politics, I've worked for Democrats for, you know, like as long as I've been an adult, basically. I know exactly how we do everything we do, and I'm sure you and your audience are going to hear this and you're going to know exactly what I mean. We have basically two tactics. There's an economy in politics around getting people to take actions, right? The campaigns want to keep, like, a lot of the time it's fundraising, but it could be any number of things. It could be volunteering, it could be fundraising, it could be anything. Action, signing a petition, whatever it is. And there's an economy built around that political organizations operate in. And we basically use two tactics to get people to do stuff. One is rank fear. It's just like, the sky is falling, everything's awful, we need you to do this thing, and then everything will be better, right? And then the other thing is hero worship. It's like, we need to like help this person. This person is super cool, super important, and as long as you like put your faith in this person, everything's going to be better, right? And so like that's like the Obamas, like you remember the hype around Obama when he was elected, and it's the same thing with Bernie, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with either of these two things. You know, driving urgency using emotion is like a very effective tactic, and like, you know, organizing people around a personality also super effective tactic. But the problem that we see is that, number one, with that kind of like fear drumbeat over time, it starts to sound really desperate. You've seen like how the Democratic Party emails sound recently. Like if you read any of those, like the fundraising emails, they get pretty crazy, and people get burned out. People get burned out really fast if they don't have a little more hope. And then with the personality worship, like, you know, it sucks it sucks to be in the political party when everything seems exciting, when there's a great candidate that that people are excited about, and then when that magic falls away, either that person, the bloom comes off the rose, or that person retires. Like, Obama's gone. All of the people who came with Obama are now gone, and it's, you know, sad to say, it's somewhat the same with Bernie, right? Like, Bernie's not going to run for president again, probably. I don't know. I haven't talked to his people, but I assume it's probably not the case. He'll run again, and so that means a lot of the people who came with him are also, like, they're going their own separate ways. A lot of those people have also aged out. They're millennials. They're settling down, having families, having kids, and so that activism phase is over for them. Right now, we have this whole new group of young people in Gen Z who are native online, who are constantly in this media stream, where they've experienced nothing but online discourse their entire lives, and that discourse can be pretty spicy and toxic, but it's also really engaging. And all the same elements that I just mentioned, that like the urgency of like trying to get people to click on your videos, that are built into the content creators. Like, you have to be good at that. You have to be good at getting that clickbait in order to get people to show up and watch you on stream compared to all the other videos out there. So we've got that built into the media. And then the personality. Like, why do you think people are watching you, Matt? It's because you're charismatic. It's because why do people watch any of these people who are putting their faces on camera? It's because the charisma's there, the personality's there, and people identify with them. And so the beautiful.
Okay, so what do we think about what Sam is saying so far? Right, this is so he's saying that, like, he's recognizing the digital space, the digital real estate, the digital landscape of political streaming as being valuable, and he's I think looking at content creators as influencers. And maybe anticipating a day in which that influence is valuable. God, this is like, it's really worrying me, right? So when we think about like what Brianna Wu and Progressive Voice have done in trying to co-opt that value. Like, I don't know. I mean, when we think about like how sponsorships work, and granted, what Progressive Voice is doing is not a sponsorship, but it is a financial support. It's similar enough to a sponsorship, I guess is what I'm saying, although not obviously not violating the terms of service of a platform like Twitch, which doesn't allow political sponsorships. I think he's got a point in terms of this space being valuable. As far as digital creators, maybe the influence of digital creators, which is marginal. Matt acknowledges that, I think, in this interview. I've acknowledged that before. I think most people that have the least amount of humility, Hassan, the biggest political streamer out there, has acknowledged that there is a, it's not like a huge amount of influence. It's not some like, giant, thing that, it's not like, you get Hassan on your side and you're golden, right? That's not how it works. But going forward, maybe it will be more and more influential. And the fact that he is like a political mover and shaker, somebody that knows where to get funding for even if it's funding that doesn't want to put its name on the organization that he builds with it, right? And knows enough about the digital space to try to make some, to reach out to streamers, to reach out to YouTubers, to reach out to content creators and get them on board, right? I don't know. I get what he's saying. I think he's right about that, that influence is going to become more important. I'm really worried about what stuff like PV, which, if the influence is greater going forward, then so is the outreach going to be from more and more organizations like PV, maybe even some organizations that are much darker, than PV, because granted, like I've said, they're supporting Jamaal Bowman. All right, the kind of democratic pack that I'd be more worried about is a pack that's gonna try to take down members of the squad rather than lifting them up. So while it is a countervailing force against a small countervailing force against the Republican money and the AIPAC money and all the other money that's coming in to unseat Bowman, it's kind of a harbinger of like worse things to come. That's my concern. What do you think, chat? Did I do it again, Nathan Drake? Did I say Progressive Voice instead of Progressive Victory? Yeah. Progressive Vergonia. Well, that's my regret. Or wait, no, Vergonia's not regret. Vergonia's shame. That's my shame. That I'm accidentally shooting like that Sahil's catching strays here. Anarchism is technically a type of libertarian socialism, but most libertarian socialists are not anarchists. The reason that I'm not going into super detail about this is because it's Vaush that we're talking about. And he's not serious when it comes to theory. Not in any way.
Part about content creators is that we get to have both of those things, both of the things that drive intensity, drive attention, and drive action that we need in order to make political programs work, without the toxicity of like creating political fear on purpose with like as an elected official, right? And also that like the personalities never go away. Like we're not going to have the people retire and with the massive groups of content creators, we're not going to have huge retirements. And if we do, there are always more to replace them, right? So building a group of dedicated people who care about politics, want to talk about it on camera, have a personality where they can drive attention around politics and then drive action is the way that we build a a actual sustainable movement around political action, and it's already happening right in front of our eyes. And all that we need to do as political professionals, here I'll speak to my fellow political professionals, is tap into that. Right now, you see the way that people in politics are making use of influencers. Like social media influencers are enormous now, such a big deal. And the way that we're making use of them is just like, hey, talk about this issue, link in the bio. No. You like there are influencers who have a political interest who want to take and make an actual investment in it.
So he's straight up calling us influencers, and like, look, that, you know, is there influence? Sure. That's not how I think of myself. That's not how I think of what I'm doing. That's not what I'm trying to do. And there's a lot of problems with that. There's a lot of problems because what influencer means is that you are of value to a brand, that you have the trust of your audience to a greater or lesser extent, and that you're going to be the intermediary between your audience and the brand that wants your audience, right? And look, can there be good sponsorships? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. And I try to only do good sponsorships. And when there's a sponsorship that I end up doing that seems innocuous at first, and that then I find out more about, the other intermediary, that being, Streamlabs, running my sponsorship through Streamlabs, I don't exactly want to make them money. So then, I pull back on that. But yeah, there's, I don't mind endorsing like products and services that I actually find useful and valuable. But again, I don't know. I don't think I'm the rule out here. And there's a lot of perverse incentive. There's a lot of incentives to just kind of like let that slip and be like, well, it's kind of, gamer subs, you get your caffeine, you get your I shouldn't talk about any specific products or chat, but like you can see that it's a slippery slope in terms of thinking of yourself as an influencer, and you kind of being doing this like this political content, you want to hold yourself up to a better standard than an influencer. Like, I'm not just out here, oh hey, Bud Light just sent me this this can with my picture on it. Like, try Bud Light, even though it's a boomer ass brand. Here I am, non-boomer influencer, saying that it's pretty cool, right? I'm not trying to do that sort of, especially for like a pack, right? In fact, I would say that any sort of sponsorship of a product and service, as opposed to political organization, it's maybe less problematic even. Anyway, it's just concerning. It's concerning. It's a sign of things to come.
And I think that
they're not good things.
It needs to be modeled for. It needs to be modeled for the vast majority of the broad swath of influencers out there, that they need to understand that they're the ones who actually have the power, and the politicians are going to have to fall into line behind them, because they're the ones with the audiences. And the more that, if you just get a dedicated group of people who make content for a living, who are interested in building a political movement, it's over. Once that happens, it's all done. It's going to absolutely revolutionize politics, and we're on our way there right now.
I do think there is something to that. Maybe, and I'm usually an optimistic person, but I guess maybe it's because I've been doing it so long. Over the years, I've seen the ebbs and flows, and let me tell you right now, it feels like we are on probably the worst downward spiral in all of my. Really, I think this is the most bleak things I've looked for any progressive movement in a while. And I'm not saying that any specific race. I mean, in general, you see a rising right wing, a Democratic Party that's tacking to the right and even selling out on a number of progressive issues. You have a Supreme Court that's just gone for a generation. Then we have races where progressives have won, looking like they very well might be in a fight for their life to hold on to that seat. And I think in some ways,
yeah, Bad Lefty, when I think about Bud Light, like I see like that's just like, I don't know. I think with a beer or something like that, or a like a energy drink, whatever, right? It's just kind of like you sort of know that, like, okay, the streamer's saying that they like this stuff, but it's not like they're saying like this is really good for you, it's gonna make your life better, it is the best thing out there. Like you kind of take that with a grain of salt, right? Especially if it's cheap beer, you take it with a little extra pinch of salt just to make it palatable. But this is it's different with an organization like PV.
the way online has been, especially in places that are maybe not so much for.
Yeah, do better than Bud Light. Yeah, I don't think I think based on taste, like I'm saying, massive grain of salt there. This is like the kind of beer my dad drinks.
Streamers, because this is not really a place for streamers, but it is a huge political platform. The way Twitter, aka X, has gone, it does feel like I go on there and it's literally like, your replies get filled up with literal straight up neo-Nazis in a way that's never been the case before. And again, like I said, sometimes.
Well, here's what it is. Just really quickly, as far as the Nazis on Twitter, I just watched a Vice video about 8chan last night from years and years ago, talking to the founder of 8chan, and the whole point, and this goes for Kick too, which we're going to talk about coming up, right? When Nazis know that they can be on your platform without getting banned, you're going to get all the Nazis, because there's a lot of platforms that most platforms do not want Nazis, right? And it's a very easy thing if somebody says some fucking, blatant mask off Nazi shit to just like ban that person, because there's just like no point in it, right? But if you brand yourself as like 8chan, the home of free speech, yeah, the Nazis are gonna come, right? And especially if 4chan starts to limit how much of that expression. I don't know if that ever happened with 4chan. I think that what was the whole 8chan 4chan thing was about Gamergate. 4chan didn't want Gamergate like congregating on it, but 8chan was like, aha, it's our chance to get huge, and they did, and then they later became the host to some pretty blatant far right stuff, little further to the far right compared to 4chan or Reddit or anything like that.
Skew the real world. I don't think like in real life all of a sudden there's this uptick in neo-Nazis in the world, but I do think the ones that are out there are sort of winning over people and convincing them, like on the border and things like that. So I do maybe just my general feeling about things. It's any other time I think if we were having a discussion I'd be like, yeah, but right now I'm feeling pretty.
Well, I don't want to oversell and overhype. Things are really tough right now, and I think that there are very few people out there who would contest that. I mean, even people who you might consider your ideological opponents probably would agree, right? It's like we're at this moment of generational changeover in leadership, where it's like we're not quite there, but it's like it's like the pregnant pause before that generational changeover, right? And we're at a moment where all of the institutions that we have seen basically since Roosevelt, since the New Deal, all these like New Deal institutions that we consider to be part of our fabric are being challenged in a really, really big way, both in terms of like how they've become corrupted over time, and I think the left would, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing, the left would like to see them renewed and changed to fit the current needs that we have, and then the right just wants to throw them away, right? So we're at a position where the only consensus is that things need to change, and so like that is a very scary moment because change can be really bad, right? But it's an opportunity, right? And the people who end up being willing to be the most dedicated to talking about things, to getting their viewpoints out there and selling their ideas in a way that is compelling to people and draws them in, are going to be the people who end up winning that argument and making the future what the vision that they see right now.
Right. So jumping off that, actually, how does Progressive Victory pick the candidates that it chooses to support? I'll say that like my personal view is obviously in terms of what I would like to see and the type of candidates I would like to see, that needs to sometimes be altered based on the actual candidates available to us. Mm-hmm. For me, like, maybe a candidate isn't the most progressive, but they're the most progressive in that race, so I'll support them. How does Progressive Victory go about choosing these candidates?
Well, so there are a couple ways that we do it. So first of all, we have a whole community. I mentioned the Discord community before. There's like thousands of young people that are all, they're involved to varying degrees, but there's like a really core dedicated group that in each state.
God damn it. Okay. Here's my question, Sam, if you're listening. Do you know the online communities that you're interfacing with or not? Because yes, there is a very dedicated group of Discord users out there, right? Especially when we're talking about DGG. And these motherfuckers are known for brigading people. You can say as much as you want. Oh, well, don't worry. You can just always call Right to Bear Arms or Destiny's Mod or something. You know what I mean? Like we ban people that do harassment. you fucking know they do it on alts. Like, they're not doing it with their same name that they interact with DGG with, right? That's such an empty fucking promise. I've heard that shit so much, and it is such absolute garbage. It's such bullshit, right? So yeah, this is, now I'm even more worried, right? You know, how do you decide which streamers you're gonna, you know, pick, which, you know, streamers you're gonna try to recruit? Oh, well, we have a Discord of very dedicated users, right? Yeah. I feel like this is just getting, look, I gotta do the Sunday, the President Sunday meme here. No! Oh my God, I'm sorry, chat. That was an unregulated volume on Boblax. I think I was trying to hit this one.
Going bad.
This is going bad. This is going from bad to worse. This is going bad to worse. Sent a tweet about some of the things the previous candidates of PV have canvassed, have pushed for recently. Rollbacks of workers. What? What? Oh my God, I gotta check this out. Natalie's got something for us here. Oh, okay, so just Natalie's found that the JREG had the small text just says Clinton. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here. Okay, so the candidates that were candidates that were last canvassed for are doing this: rolling back worker wages, attacking activists, protests at Cop City. Oh, okay, so this is, yeah, this is the crew. Oh, it's Lumiru. I recognize some of these people: Riverboat Jack, Vaush, Chill Goblin, We're in Hell, Nominal Naomi, Alec Gunter, the Gunt, JREG. I feel like I should is that Straighter Aid maybe? No, I don't know. I'm not good at recognizing DGG orbiters, chat, but if you don't remember Alec Gunter was the one who said the weird stuff about lyrics looking like a 14-year-old and then couldn't stop talking about lyrics getting, you know, effed in the A. Like, anyway, hopefully he learned something from that shit. Kind of supporting Tipster. Yeah, that's right, because Lyrics did a video on Tipster, and then Alec Gunter tried to push back on it, watched it, and just sort of, like, I don't know, bottom shamed Lyrics, like, you know, just went full homophobic. So yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of the problem with these communities, right? Vaush, leftist streamer, but kind of reactionary too, and you know, I mean, like, generally not like homophobic. It's more like misogyny and racism that we you know, notice with people like Vaush or RBJ. But it's yeah, Alec Gunter, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Anyway, so here's the response. The candidates they canvass for are doing this, rolling back. Okay, so what are we seeing here? Senators seek to, here, let me switch the Twitter one so we can read this. Might be hard to read otherwise. Whoop. Senators seek to roll back a rollback of H2A wages to 2022 rates. Farm groups are urging Congress to pass the Farm Operations Support Act, which would decrease the adverse effect wage rate to pay to H2A temporary visa farm workers to 2022 levels. That would drop the current national average AEWR of 1613 to 1556. When you're talking about farm work, this is like some of the most physically demanding, physically punishing work there is, right? Currently, AEWR ranges from $18.65 in California to $13.76 in Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina. Senators John Ossoff, Democrat from Georgia, and Tom Tillis, Republican from North Carolina, introduced the Farm Operations Support Act, which would freeze the AEWR to 2022 levels until the end of this year. Georgia Senator Ossoff, that's like Ossoff's Reddit I guess, introduced a bill to cut farm worker wages. For example, if the bill is passed, growers in Georgia would be able to reduce H-2A worker pay by 14%, suppressing wages of entire communities. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be withheld from farm workers. The Ossoff-Tillis bill, S-874, reduces the adverse effect wages rate. The minimum a grower can pay a foreign guest worker. Any lower, and the wage would has an adverse effect on Georgia's local workers. So yeah, it's a rate of for farm workers, often foreign guest workers, but it's also essentially the lower these get, the more they can potentially produce. They can potentially like lower the wages of local workers that are citizens. The bill makes it cheaper to hire workers who have fewer rights. Trump tried this too. Senator Ossoff, why do you think that farm workers across the country deserve a pay cut? Read the bill. It's very simple. The fight over... okay, so this is about Cop City. The fight over an Atlanta police training site is putting Georgia Democrats, including 2 U.S. senators, in the hot seat. So Warnock and Ossoff are who we're talking about. And yeah, do you remember Progressive Victory canvassing, I think, for them? Was it Progressive Victory or was it DGG? I don't remember. Hot seat overcomplicated, maybe both. Hot seat overcomplicated mix of policing and land use issues. Why it matters. At a time when Democrats are being tested by climate and equity trade-offs, they're finding fresh conflict. How law enforcement handles environmental activists. Georgia's 2 Democratic senators, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, had said little publicly about the situation until Axios approached them in the Senate basement. What they're saying, Georgia's 2 Democratic senators, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, had, okay, we already read that part, but both stopped short of taking a side over the training facility itself while splitting the difference on the activists. Peaceful protest and the expansion of opposition or support to a land use plan, or the citing of a specific facility somewhere is a sacred constitutional right, Ossoff said. Okay, so yeah. What is not constitutional protected speech is Molotov cocktails. Warnock said that don't act like it's the protesters that brought violence to that situation, right? The police killed somebody there. Warnock said that protesting in the best way of the American democratic tradition needs to be nonviolent. I mean, what are you gonna do when they're fucking killing you out there? So it's disgusting, honestly, to suggest they are working to connect the working class, or that canvassing for Democrats will bring in any actual change for workers. And then we got the clip.
Example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to. What? Example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to. Right, one of the 2 images just flatly didn't look like Lolly. I don't give a shit. like cope, diamond. I just don't care. Like disingenuous shit, you know? The other one is like a threesome with 2 chicks and a guy. And in retrospect, looking at it, knowing now that that artist is a lolicon, yeah, I can see it. When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn.
Like goblins, yeah, clearly.
Entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right? That was the vibe that I got, because in the image, the girl that's shown has super thick legs and has like tits and a belly. So that's just the vibe I got. But now knowing that the artist is a lolicon, which I have been roundly reminded of, obviously knowing that it was intended to be a lolly drawing. So like that's how it is, right? It's a drawing, you get it without context. I know that when I saved them because both the drawings have like a meaty dick in it and I'm a huge size queen. So like you look at it in retrospect and it's like, okay, well now with the broader context, I can understand how it comes off that way. Even if initially or like at first glance, the vibe would be more thick short stack. You know?
You can write this down. I want to fuck a woman.
No, God. Okay, we're done with this. I don't want to hear the rest of what Vaush has to say. Anyway.
We have a lead and we have members who...
That's all I can take. That's all I can take.
Who are committed, who are like on the ground locally, finding out which candidates are worth their time.
Oh, here, let's switch.
And putting their resources to bear that they have locally on those candidates, whether it could be a local city council race or it could be state rep race that they find, like if there's a candidate they find really super compelling. And so we let those things filter up from the grassroots of our organization. We also, during big elections like a presidential campaign like this, we also have national priorities that are decided from the top. So like how we arrived at this race with Representative Bowman, we just felt like this was the marquee race. I mean, we helped with Summer Lee as well, but we felt like she was probably going to win. And so we did a bunch of filmmaking for her, but we didn't do this giant canvas event. This event with Bowman, we're making a very large investment here, and this is our big primary election investment that we want to be strategic about. You know, as our organization grows, I think we'll have greater capacity, but we felt like in order to do this right, we needed to pick one race and really see what we could add to it. And Bowman was the one. He's got it's a really tough race, but he's got a really solid record of standing up for people on a whole range of issues, people in his district, especially on education, and we felt like this was one where it's likely to be a really, really tough one, but winnable. And so we made an investment of putting into place a group of influencers trying to ask him.
Nathan Drake says, unfortunately, I've seen the image in question, and there's no way you can look at that and not know it as a child. Yeah.
Influencers to get involved, to recruit their audience members to go canvas for him. And that's what we're doing this coming weekend, not this weekend, but the one after. It's the 22nd, 23rd. That's the weekend before his Tuesday election.
Now, I think some people are a little bit like, I guess we're getting really into the weeds here in terms of, what an organization like yours does more broadly. I think people might be a little confused specifically what Progressive Victory does. So I'm going to just...
Prehistoric says it was DGG with them. Okay, so this isn't, was this before Progressive Victory or?
Like in like a sentence, like, because I actually, and I'm going to be getting into all this because, when Progressive Victory reached out to me for this Bowman event, and Sam could attest to this, I had a number of issues, and we sat down and we had a nice long chat, and he addressed all of them all the issues and questions I had, and at the end of the day, to me, the most important thing is this specific Jamaal Bowman event, and this is what Progressive Victory is doing here. They think that using isn't correct, partnering with streamers like myself, like potentially, I see some people talking about Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland. I guess they've mentioned on the show that they're possibly going to be doing the Bowman event. I think they are. They reach out to us in order to get our participation in these sorts of on-the-ground...
So again, like I said, supporting Bowman in this primary seems like a good idea. Seems really important. We don't, like I said, there's a huge precedent being set here as far as, can Republican money, can AIPAC money come in and they've done it before. AIPAC's definitely taken out a lot of, more progressive candidates in primaries and stuff, right? Can they come in though with like straight up MAGA money and unseat somebody in the primary, right? So I see why that's important. I must confess that I am not up on the situation in New York 16th enough to say that there is an alternative to working with Progressive Victory. but I would hope that there would be, right? So again, I don't want to, like I said, maybe the reason that Matt's doing this is because he's looked into it and there's just no other like serious canvassing or pack or whatever, there's nobody, it's the only game in town, maybe. I don't know. If that's the case, I guess I understand this. Matt, is not taking the payola money, is not taking the consultancy fee from Progressive Victory like so many other Twitch and YouTube streamers. He is maybe using the offer of the hotel room, which they fundraise for, like hotel rooms for the people doing the canvassing, and maybe using the maybe getting reimbursed for his travel. But that's the extent of it, right? So it's not the same as what other people are doing here.
Events to help good progressive candidates, and in turn, the hope is that our audiences come out to join us.
MAGA money going towards progressive candidates sounds kind of like DNC money going towards far right French candidate. Yeah, you're right. So like the DNC has at times like supported extremist Republicans in hopes that they would be easier to defeat in the general election. I have heard of that sort of thing happening, but it's the opposite here, right? We're not talking about a progressive candidate. This isn't MAGA money going to Bowman. It's just so everybody's really clear. The MAGA money is going to Latimer. It's going to Bowman's opponent. The MAGA money, the Republican money, is going to defeat Jamaal Bowman, right? Along with AIPAC money and, just like a whole like murderer's row of funding groups that want to get rid of Jamaal Bowman in the primary. Right. So it's kind of like the opposite, right? Whereas the DNC, and I think I know what you're talking about. There's been some instances, I don't know if it's the DNC, but like, Democratic groups helping far right candidates in their primary to make sure that they get to run against the more extreme candidate and ostensibly easier to defeat. I could also see that. I feel like it's blown up in their face too. Bannon is not above this shit. I wouldn't be surprised if dark money for PV. Well, was AIPAC? Oh, so just so you understand, like where PV's money is going, right? And this is coming from somebody that like I'm really worried about. Like I'm very negative about Progressive Victory, right? But they are supporting Bowman, right? AIPAC's money is going to George Latimer. So Jamaal Bowman, member of the squad, somebody that has been one of the most out and open about his, being against the ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza, right, has made him a target of the right wing and of AIPAC. Right. So that's why those organizations are supporting his opponent. That's George Latimer. Right. George Latimer is winning the election, and just with a huge amount of money, a huge amount of ads, a huge amount of support from organizations that in a lot of cases are right wing, are explicitly like right wing, Republican money organizations, putting funding the defeat of Bowman, right? So I'm super skeptical about PV as well, but in this case, in the Bowman versus Latimer race, they are doing the right thing. Natalie just sent me some DMs talking about some of the other candidates that they had supported in 2022 that had done some really that had agreed to help essentially lower wages for farm workers, which, like I said, that's like one of the hardest jobs that you can do. It's an important job, and lowering those wages also depresses other wages as well. But just so I'm being really clear on this, there's not PV is sus, but they're not George Latimer sus.
To knock on doors and basically expand an on-the-ground volunteer, door knocking effort in a way that maybe, it helps expand the official campaign's work. Like, we're not working directly with the Bowman campaign. We can't. Progressive Victory can't do that. But they are working with streamers to help these streamers get to, organizing a door knocking campaign for streamers, and we will do our best to get our audience out to join us.
That's right, and I think that it's really important to understand that when I was talking before about that, like those two tactics, the fear, like clickbait, how do you get people emotionally like agitated enough to watch your content, and then the personality, charisma, hero worship thing. You all have that, and your audience members are interested in meeting you, right? So a lot of what this is.
So for anybody just joining us, we're talking about New York 16th. That's a district in New York comprising Yonkers and I'm not sure where all, but like, right, this is a primary. The two main candidates are Jamaal Bowman and George Latimer. Jamaal Bowman, you might know his name. He's a member of the Squad. He's one of the better, Democrats in the better Democratic representatives. George Latimer is about as bad as you can imagine. Just like, whatever issue you want to find, Gaza, whatever, George Latimer's like the worst, right? And he's getting a ton of money to try to unseat Jamaal Bowman, because Bowman is, one of the, like, right, this is an effort to take out some of the furthest left Democrats. And it's being done with some Republican money and some AIPAC money as well. So this is a good thing that Progressive Victory is doing in terms of supporting Jamaal Bowman and canvassing for him. The other stuff is the fact that they are a dark money organization. They have not released, I think, the name of some of their the people that are funding them, including the person that gave them the initial seed money, right? And this is going to come up again. I think Matt's going to ask Sam, if he wants to divulge the identity of their funders, and spoiler, they're not going to divulge it, right? So it's dark money, and it's also an organization that has done some astroturfing of streamers with some streamers that are not great, like essentially, and we know some of the names, but not all of the names. We know that they're being paid to attend meetings. These are meetings that are where they're being paid as a consultant in order to maybe get around the limits on sponsorship for Twitch streamers, right? If you're a Twitch streamer, you can't take political sponsorship money, but how they're getting around this is to say, oh no, we're not sponsoring their streams, we're paying them as consultants. They go to meetings and they get paid for the meetings, right? But essentially, yeah, it's money, it's astroturf, it's money astroturfing political streamers, and it's really concerning in terms of the conflict of interest that might be present. So yeah, Progressive Victory, for that reason, myself and a lot of people have had our eyes on them as far as what they're doing in the space. And it's again, like, just like kind of the usual suspects. What did we say before? Dylan Burns is on there. Wick is on there in terms of taking money from PV. I'm trying to remember. I think somebody said this in Twitch chat. I'm just gonna scroll back and see if I can find it. Lonerbox. So I mean, you know what, you know the type of Xanderhall, erudite. This is what chat is saying. Destiny, Riverboat Jack, Keffels, I'm really important. Connor points. But yeah, so just so, like, I'm trying to, be nuanced here and let you know what PV is doing wrong, but also make sure that nobody's taking away the wrong impression of that. And some people seem to have gotten the impression that PV is, somehow with AIPAC or supporting Latimer. That's the opposite of what's going on. They're supporting Jamaal Bowman, right? So this is a good thing that they're doing that. However, yeah, they're a dark, they haven't disclosed their funding, and which makes them dark money PAC. That's legal. They're not doing anything illegal. I'm not accusing them of doing anything illegal, but I think we can all agree that it's unethical, and it's just really wildly ironic that an organization calling itself Progressive Victory is, funded with dark money.
If you all talk on stream about the importance of getting involved, and for a lot of people today, like, we're all feeling isolated, we're spending a lot of time at home, maybe not going out as much as we used to. In a post-pandemic world, getting together in person and actually meeting some of the people you watch online and respect their viewpoints and the way that they look at the world is a huge draw. So when we've done this in the past, we've been able to get hundreds of people to show up to some of these events. This event, we have over 100 signups already to 100 RSVPs to show up to this event. And when these canvassers show up, we're going to surprise people with just how many people can arrive in person in New York to do some door knocks, because this isn't an easy thing to do, right? Like, usually the type of door knocking campaign that people are talking about, they're like this people power, show up and
Kev99 says, I like Dylan Burns. Yeah, Dylan Burns was one of the ones that didn't divulge this at all until he was outed for doing it. So yeah, like, he's getting PV money that he apparently didn't disclose to his chat. This is what I'm talking about with conflict of interest.
Talk to voters at their homes. It's expensive. It's really expensive to do, and that's why you see a lot of these campaigns rely.
Lonerbox, who just took a trip with Destiny to the West Bank to meet with I think and talk to like a war criminal over there who crossed into the exclusion zone that, like, you're not allowed to go into if you're Palestinian. The thing about Lonerbox is, like, not a lot of people know about how bad his takes are. He did years ago call out the apartheid situation in terms of Israel and the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. He has since specifically rescinded that viewpoint, and in addition defended apartheid anime girl herself, Aristocracy, who just got caught on stream saying a bunch of just straight up racist things about Palestinians. So that's who you're supporting, Kevin. I can't change your mind, but I hope you'll reconsider.
On advertisements, because even if they're not as effective as a person-to-person conversation, it's much cheaper, and you can ramp them up and down. So from like a political professional's perspective, it's so, like, the ads are attractive, right? And because these door knocking campaigns are so expensive, but we're able to do it for much cheaper because of the efficiency of driving things through influencers and the attraction of getting people to meet their heroes in person and hear them talk and then knock doors with them.
Right, got it. I just want to say, no one who watches the show should look at me like a hero. I don't think they do. I am nobody's hero. Please do not. I think that's a very kind word to use for maybe other streamers. I am no hero. I'm just one of you guys.
Well,
and
are you suggesting that your audience members wouldn't want to meet you in person and shake your hand and talk and take pictures?
I'm sure they would, but I hope that's because they think I just seem like a cool, down-to-earth guy they want to hang out with. Please do not come and expect me to whisk you away and give autographs. And
yeah. Whatever, Matt. Just wait till we actually show up, and you're going to see this line of people waiting to talk to you, and you'll see how that dynamic is. This is how it is. I mean, you have a lot of people who watch you. There are a lot of these large influencers, they have thousands of people watching them whenever they go live, whenever they broadcast, or whenever they post a video. And it's it's not the same as like celebrity, but it is like it's surreal to meet somebody who you've seen over and over and over.
Fanboy. Not that there's anything wrong with that, chat. Look, I gotta admit, I'm a little blown away when people are blown away by talking to me, because I'm not special. I'm just a random small streamer chick with an opinion. But like, I don't know, the way he's talking about when you meet some of these people, you're just blown away. It's like, no, I've talked to Destiny, I wasn't blown away. Destiny's a person, Steven is a person, Dylan is a person. We're all people. Okay, it's not nobody's a magical dragon over here.
On a stream or on a video, just on a video screen, and see them in person and actually get to talk with them. It's a really cool opportunity, and you all have audience.
Wow, this is why Brianna Wu got involved, right? She was apparently just sitting at home watching hours and hours of stream, wanted to be involved some way, and for most people, the best they're going to get is to, like, I don't know, you can call in, talk to Discord and talk to some of these people, or you know, whatever, you know, sign up for their Patreon or something like that. But Brianna Wu's got the amount of money to be able to sort of pay somebody like Wick to platform her, and then to be like, oh, could you bring on Destiny? Could you bring on this person? Could you bring on that person? And you know, she can kind of grease those wheels and make that happen. So yeah, in a lot of ways, Brianna Wu is just like kind of I guess I would call Brianna like a fangirl on steroids, and a fangirl of some of the worst people out there, honestly. But yeah, it's like Sam, Sam's sort of the same, cut from the same cloth, it sounds like.
Audiences that go stretch all across the country. So a big part of this is that we you know, those who can pay their own way, we really appreciate that, but we also offer subsidized housing in the form of a hotel room that people can have, so that people who have the ability, to come no matter what their means are and participate and knock doors for a progressive champion like Bowman.
So let me ask you this now. Now that I asked you how you pick candidates, and you know, you explained why you picked, for example, Jamaal Bowman, and I think this is probably the most important race. And I think you know, it's extreme. Like this is the biggest drawing point to me in terms of working with you guys. Like if it wasn't for Bowman being such a good you know, a good person to have in political office and being genuine and really good politics, and the powers that are going against him right now, and really it's a Trump-backed effort. It's a right.
Irene is, however, not a person. She's a weasel. Yeah, mythical creatures. We're mythical creatures.
Right-wing effort. Like if you go to his opponent George Latimer's social media, you could see like over and over again, hey, I usually vote Republican, but I'm rooting for you, or I never voted Democrat in my life, but I hope you beat Bowman. I mean, it's very clear what's going on here, and you know, so this specific race is very important to me, and so let me ask you this now. How does Progressive Victory pick streamers? And I'm not asking so you could be like, pat me on the back and tell me all these nice things about me. I'm actually leading to a question that I had that, you know, we sat down and discussed, and I see a number of people in the chat have already brought up, which I expected, and we'll address it, of course. But how does Progressive Victory pick out, who they reach out to?
So it really is about the interest, right? So I want to say up front to everybody that we are a big tent organization, right? We not every influencer that we work with is like on the left of the center left spectrum, and like our goal for this year, our biggest goal for this year, I want to be very clear for everybody, is to reelect Joe Biden in the general election and help Democrats win against Trump and the Republicans, right? But I think first of all, we are an organization that represents young people, and a lot of the young people out there feel really, really strongly about this race, and also about like what character candidates we want representing us after primaries are over to go.
Oh my God, Chad, I just realized we're like halfway done with this. If I do this all at once, your eyes are going to glaze over. My eyes are glazing over a little bit. Let's check in with Waluigi, shall we? What's up, Waluigi? We got to keep an eye on this guy, right? This is like I told you. This is like the security cameras on Five Nights at Freddy's, right? You got to just kind of watch him. You got to kind of look from just you know, you got to look and make sure, you know, everything's okay. Right? Make sure that he's not planning anything. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. He looks like he's okay. He's okay right now. Yeah, I should I gotta remember not to watch like uninterrupted reaction for too long, or else my eyes glaze over. So like what's going on right now in the main chat? 94 votes. AOC versus Nick Fuentes has 53% of the votes. That's pretty dominant. That's pretty dominant. Oh, sorry, that was the short stream. That was the short stream. Jink versus RFK at 19%, Yomini Park at 17%. Over on the not so shorts, AOC versus Nick Fuentes just absolutely dominating that poll as well, with Yomini Park coming in second, Bergonia in third, and Jink Uger versus RFK Jr. in distant fourth place here. So yeah, and then as far as on the donos, we are 85% of our way to unlocking a second piece of content from that list, which strongly looks like it's going to AOC versus Nick. 36.5% added to that 58% I wonder what would happen if we ever got so much that like something was like over 100%. I don't know, chat. Maybe something special. Maybe something special. I'll have to think of something special. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. We are 15% from unlocking a second piece of content. So thank you for everybody who's donated. Remember, if you donate through super chats, through super stickers, through getting yourself a membership, or through gifting memberships to other people, if you donate over on Twitch through subs, through gifting subs, through using a Prime sub, or even through bits, right? If you donate through any of the links down in the description, or sign up for Patreon, or contribute to Throne. Remember, we're crowdfunding. Let's see, what are we crowdfunding right now? Looks like a speed editor, which I'm really excited. It comes with upgraded DaVinci software, so something that essentially would cause more videos to be made faster. An Elgato teleprompter, which would facilitate me making prepared content like video essays and stuff like that. A dual monitor stand, which would make it easier for me to view all of the chats at once. A room partition that would partition the room, I guess, and make it easier for me to leave my room messy. I don't know. That's why that's like down on the list. And then we got the boxing bag that is like way too expensive. It's way down on the list. But anyway, that's what we're crowdfunding right now. Remember, it's only because of viewers like you and your generous contribution that I'm talking to you on really good sound equipment, that I've got excellent lighting, and that like we've really increased the production value of the stream thanks to those who donate on Throne. So thank you, Throne Gang. I appreciate you a lot, including the latest edition, which is this I don't know if you can see this, but this is a Pyramid of Power. This is the USB hub that Shakespeare just donated to me on Throne. So thank you, Shakespeare. Oh yeah, I forgot. I almost forgot. I always try to shout out the fancy weasels, right? We've also got a Patreon, like I mentioned. You know, any donation, if it's Patreon or whatever, if you sign up for Patreon, just let me know which of these subjects, right? We've got the AOC versus Nick Fuentes, Yomini Park, Jink Uger versus RFK Jr. That's a debate. Vergonia, yeah, I should say the AOC versus Nick Fuentes is not a debate. It's AOC giving him shit on Twitter. Vergonia, the secret tapes, or Vox Populi, which is just you saying like, hey, I believe in the voice of the people, and whatever people vote for, that's what I want to win. So just, yeah, if you donate, just let me know what you want, where you want me to put that money, and I will put it at 1% per dollar added to the topic of your choice, basically. And if we hit 85% before I get done with it, I'm halfway done with this Matt Bender, you know, trying to pin down this Wu Weasel, Sam Drzmala here on some questions of dark money and more, then we will unlock that second block of content, which right now looks like it's going to be the battle, you know, AOCC taking it to Nick Fuentes. So yeah, it looks like we're well within striking distance, just 15% away from doing that. So let us, oh my god, chat, I was like, my eyes were like glazing over, like I needed a break. I needed to check on Waluigi, I needed to check on the polls, I need to check on chat. How are you doing? How are you, chat? Vergonia indeed. When in doubt, Vergonia. Wait, what is Netanyahu's submarine affair? Oh yeah, wait, I was supposed to shout out Fancy Weasel. So yeah, if you if you're on Patreon at the Fancy Weasel level or above, you get a fancy shout out for being a Fancy Weasel. Those are people that are contributing $5 or more per month. And I try to read out your names. And again, if you sign up for this under something that is like a first name and a last name, just DM me on Patreon and let me know what you'd like to be called on stream, because I'm not trying to like I'm not trying to read off like your name on stream if you don't want your actual name read off. So if it looks like an actual name, I'll like ask you before I say it, because like I value your privacy. I value your privacy. It's important to me. Okay, so Omega Star shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Moe Nope shouts out. Shakespeare shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. And Temporal Insanity shouts out. Shouts out to all the Fancy Weasels over there on patreon.com. And if you want a fancy shout out yourself, you can sign up at the Fancy Weasel tier of Patreon. We just integrated that with the new Discord, so we're going to be getting that set up. It also comes with there's a oh yeah, we need to do the premium streamium soon. We need to do the premium streamium again. We do one stream a month or so that is like special and that is members only, although there is like a secret way to still view it on Discord if you just can't afford to be a Patreon or a member or a sub, right? Those are the ways you get an automatically, but we also try to like set it up so somebody's simulcasting it on Discord, so you can also just like hang out in Discord if you want to see what that's all about. There's also exclusive content on Patreon. You get the uncensored, unedited, and before anybody else versions of the videos before they come out. Speaking of which, the next video to come out is going to be the Alex Jones one, so I'm going to be putting up the Snyder cut, so to speak, of the Alex Jones video pretty soon out on Patreon. So there we go. I think I've taken care of I think I did everything that needs to be addressed. Let's get back to Matt Bender and Sam Drismala.
That general election, and I also just feel like there's a real danger here, right? Like I think you've seen what happens on the right is what's happening right now. Like you mentioned before, there are all these all like that like basically Nazis are winning over a lot of young people right now, which I think is true. And you see what happens on the right when faith in institutions like elections, for example, is undermined. And I think that like the cynicism and disillusionment, and if people, young people, especially on the left, start looking at the Democratic Party and its candidates and think, I really have no place in this party. I have no people representing me in this party who represent my beliefs. I think that we run a risk of that being undermined on the left too, and seeing a lack of faith in electoral politics as a viable path for change. And so, like, speaking as someone who has a great deal of respect for populism and has lived on the left for a long time, I of course want to see progressive champions win in office. But speaking as someone who's like, also a mainstream Democratic Party political operative who has felt fairly comfortable with the party as it exists, and working with a bunch of people who I worked for candidates and for elected officials who aren't like of the left as well in my career. Like I just want to see.
Okay, so Shakespeare is telling me Netanyahu bypassed his own government in order to come to financial agreements with Germany on a series of political security and defense purchases. That is the submarine affair, I take it?
Young people viewing the Democratic Party and electoral politics as a vehicle for all their hopes and dreams. And if we don't end up with that, if that's at risk, then there's a lot of really bad stuff that can happen. And so, like, a big reason why I feel like this event is so important is because it's us putting some organizational muscle behind people who are out there who may be scattered and feel like they don't have an option of how to get involved with something that's like an easy, here, you can come do this, but who have a feeling that maybe they shouldn't be giving up on everything yet. Maybe that we have a shot at this, at maintaining democracy. And if so, this is the way to do it, right? This is the way to do it. Engage in the primaries for the candidates that you want to see win, and then follow through in the general election to elect them. And it's not flashy.
Okay, so like, look, what's really obviously missing here is a vision of things getting better, right? You're gonna fight for maintaining what we've got right now, which obviously isn't working for anybody. And while that's important, and I do think that, you know, like a Trump election would be disastrous in so many ways, including like losing the little bit of what you can even call democracy that that we actually have in this country, the every 4-year, you know, choice between a shit sandwich and a giant turd, or a giant douche or a giant dildo or whatever. I can't remember what the thing is, but you know, it's I don't know, I feel like a giant dildo would be cooler. I would vote for a giant dildo if that was an option. I don't know, you gotta give people a little bit more hope than this, right? Granted, I don't expect that some awesome like presidential candidate is gonna rise out of nowhere and all of a sudden start getting attention, start getting votes. Like, that's not likely to happen. You know, what you're doing with Jamaal Bowman, right, is good, because we're talking about sort of like the best of the House of Representatives right now that is under threat, and you know, defending that is great, but you got to give people some kind of like hope for the future, even if it's for the future, even if it's specifically like, hey, we're not there now, you know, we're kind of fucked right now. I don't know, the thing is, I feel like that's been said before too. People are running out of hope, and that's a real thing. And any progressive political organization has got to figure out a way to energize people and you know, provide some semblance of a path forward to, like, not just like preventing a worse tomorrow, but maybe a better tomorrow. I don't know. It's frustrating that this is where we are. It's a douche and a turd.
Every year you're going to hear from the Democratic Party. This is the most important election in history. Yeah, they're all important. The important part is that you keep engaging every election cycle, and we're going to have ways to support people who want to come in and make a change, and we want to be a vehicle for a collective of people who want to actually engage in a sustained way. So that's what we're building.
Right. Now, I going off of that now, there's been questions, and these are the same questions I had when we had our conversation. Yeah. You know, working with streamers, and I think, you know, especially in this specific time period where what's going on in Gaza has been such a huge. So I mean, this is basically the issue that might very well cost Jamaal Bowman his race. If there is one issue, this is the one that he's sort of battling against in terms of AIPAC getting involved and funding his opponent with millions of dollars. You know, so I do think there's been movement in terms of this, you know, people's position.
Flobit says this guy is high on his own supply. Is this Mario's uncle? I mean, kind of looks like it, right?
Where maybe
kind of looks like it.
Who wasn't so ideological one way has sort of turned the other way. And so two people specifically that I've seen come up in here, these are the same two people I brought up to you, Brianna Wu and Destiny. Now, I know Destiny is a huge streamer. I know he's currently over in Israel, and it's been pretty amazing to watch like his content right now, because this is a guy who's been pretty defensive of Israel. And I know his audience will argue that, oh, if you watch his like 12-hour streams, you'll see that this is a position he shared before. That might be the case. I don't watch Destiny's 12-hour streams, but his carefully curated stuff that he puts out there on Twitter, for example, where the vast majority of non-hardcore Destiny fans are viewing his stuff, it's been very defensive.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of Jordan Peterson, right? If you ever criticize Jordan Peterson on anything, his fans classically will tell you, have you watched his 6-hour lecture on maps of meaning? And like, right, and if you haven't, then you really don't understand. You can't criticize Jordan Peterson, even though like you've got like what he's saying and it's not out of context and it's fucked up, right? And it doesn't take a fucking brain genius to figure that out, right? Same thing with Destiny. Dude is racist, dude is gross, dude regularly jokes about people being unalived? For what? Protesting? Fucked up guy. I don't know what to say.
Israel, and at times he's been very dismissive of the Palestinian, what they're going through, what the Palestinians are going through. So his feed's been interesting to watch him sort of see how he's treated over there, which hasn't been very good, it seems like. And he's seen for himself what Palestinians have to go through in the West Bank, the hours of security they need to go through just to get to work for a country that they don't have any representation because they're not Israeli, they don't live in Israel. And Brianna Wu is someone who I don't know what's going on there. At least Destiny, you can argue he has his.
Okay, so here we go. Here we go. An effort to pin down this weasel, this Wu weasel, right? This is Matt Bender saying in his own way, Sam Drasmala, explain yourself. Explain yourself. What's the deal with Destiny? What's the deal with Brianna? Chat wants to know. Chat's been bugging him about this too.
Moments of going back and forth. He's all over the place. He, goes out there and argues for good causes at times. Brianna Wu.
Sam just used somebody's money to meet his favorite streamers. I mean, this is more of a Wu thing, but yeah, the way that he kind of fanboys about it, I don't know.
It's someone I interviewed many years ago when she became a figure who was being harassed during Gamergate. And I had no idea that she had become a political sort of figure in politics because, I know she ran for office, but I didn't know she was working in politics because I just knew her as a game developer. So can you explain?
Top range gaming chair, but the audio is awful. That's kind of like the opposite of me. That's But again, it's thanks to Throne Gang that my audio is so much better. I have a squeaky chair. It's actually like a bar stool kind of chair. But it works because I've got a standing desk, and rather than lowering this desk every time and then having to lower the camera along with it, it seems like it's easier for me to just sit on this crappy chair. Hope it's not too squeaky, chat.
What their roles are in Progressive Victory?
Yeah, so Brianna had a really important role helping us.
Badash says, I was there and I can confirm that the chat wasn't happy.
Develop some early connections in the creator space, and I respect her a great deal as a political operator. And I haven't talked with her in months. We haven't actually worked together in quite a while, and she hasn't been involved in planning this event or any of the stuff really that we've done this year. But
okay, so what's his answer? I haven't talked to her in a long time. I mean, look, I was under the impression that she had resigned whatever position she had, that she had cut ties with Progressive Voice, or that they had cut ties with her. This is actually like a worse answer than what I was expecting, right? Look, like the way that Matt worded that, it sounded like, okay, can you, like, this is obviously, not, like, can you just explain, like, why were you involved with Brianna Wu? Like, how do you make this make sense, right? Considering that Progressive Voice's priorities, when we're talking about like who they're supporting in this primary, are not bad, right? They're supporting Jamaal Bowman. That's something that Brianna Wu would not be on board with. So that's great, right? But instead of the whole thing of like, we are not working with Brianna Wu anymore, we became aware of some viewpoints that she has that we were not aware of before. And for that reason, so we've cut ties. It's not a good fit, whatever. That's not what we're hearing. We're just hearing like, I haven't talked to her in a long time. Like, how are we supposed to take that? This low-key makes me think that she still is involved with Progressive Victory in some way. I don't trust this Sam guy. I'm getting serious con man vibes from him. Yeah, I don't want to like jump out on a limb or jump to any conclusions here. But yeah, this is kind of worse than what I expected to hear, and what I expected to hear wasn't great.
I've seen the positions she's taken on Twitter, and I've seen her mixing it up and taking pretty strong stand. And and I don't watch too closely. I'm not like a big Twitter user myself, but I have.
Am I still saying Progressive Voice? God damn it! It's because I became. Look, I blame Progressive Victory. Like, there can only be one PV, and it should be Sahil, and they should change their name to something else, because I literally like Sahil's channel is like imprinted on me in a way that will not let me to like replace it with Progressive Victory.
I've seen that she's like, she's mixing it up on Twitter and taking spicy positions on.
She's mixing it up on Twitter and taking spicy positions. What the fuck, Sam? What the fuck?
We haven't actually worked together in quite a while, and she hasn't been involved in planning this event or any of the stuff really that we've done this year. But I've seen the positions she's taken on Twitter, and I've seen her mixing it up and taking pretty strong stand and
Pretty strong stand? What are you talking about, bro? A pretty grotesque genocidal stand is what I would say. That's how I would describe that.
And I don't watch too closely. I'm not like a big Twitter user myself, but I have seen that she's like, she's mixing it up on Twitter and taking spicy positions on this.
Spicy. That's what you call endorsing ethnic cleansing and genocide. It's spicy. Whoa, that's spicy. She's being spicy. She's being bad. She's being naughty. Oh my God, what the fuck?
And trying to be a part of the discourse. It definitely as much more of a, as I've seen more of a supporter of Israel than of Palestine, and that certainly is her prerogative. It certainly doesn't represent us or this event at all. As far as Destiny goes, we've worked with him really constructively on electoral organizing, and the reason why is because he actually, I don't know if you know the history of a lot of this stuff, but there are a lot of things we can do in politics using like working with influencers to get their audiences engaged. The canvassing thing is something that he actually pioneered from years ago, and his community is super invested and engaged in doing canvassing, and it's like a, first of all, incredible resource that we certainly can't pass up if we want to keep young people engaged in and there are a lot of young people who watch him and respect him, and I've met them and they're amazing people, and
he's like, no, he's like really popular.
And we have to keep.
He's got a big audience.
Well, in order to.
He does canvassing. What did it start off with? I feel like it started off with him doing some kind of political action for, oh my God, it was somebody in his hometown in Nebraska, right? And then they end up like disavowing him, right? Isn't this what happened? He was like on board for somebody's campaign that was like a politician that he liked locally, and then the person like, distanced themselves from him. I'm trying to remember how the actual like canvassing started. The other thing is it's kind of similar to like Vaush's charity streams. Look, I love that, people are raising money for Palestine. That's a good cause and everything, and I'm not gonna shit on that. But how much does Vaush's like charity involvement just act as like a fig leaf for him, and how it's cyclical in a way that seems like, there's a scandal, there's a controversy, then there's a charity event, then there's a scandal, then there's a charity event. And like I kind of see it the same way with Destiny and the and the canvassing, but they use it to be like, oh yeah, well we canvassed, we knocked on 30,000 doors across Ohio and New Hampshire this year. What have you done? You're sitting on your ass. Oh yeah, leftist, sitting on their ass, slacktivists, right? This is like essentially an activity that he partakes in to win debates, as far as I can tell.
Have a fighting chance in the general election, and also like I said, we are a Big Tent organization.
He first organized canvassing for Georgia in the runoff. I thought he did something before then.
We want there to be an active dialogue and discourse within our community and across the space. We're not looking to get in the way of that discourse as it happens. We're just not going to. We're here as a vehicle for the people who come out of the influencer audiences to make their political to accomplish their political goals. And so Destiny's audience probably much more, I would say, cares about the general election, and so we're working with them really closely on preparing for that. But in the primaries, like I said, like this event is super important because we know there are so many people out there who maybe the influencers that they're watching haven't done canvassing in the past and need to see it modeled, need to see how these type of political programs can be put together.
Yeah, God, this chat is not going well for
to do it, to realize their own power and putting these things together. And also, this is the thing that I would tell Brianna if I had a conversation with her about it, thing that I've told Destiny before. This is really important to understand. There is no way that we win this election without young people who are engaged on this issue in supporting Palestine and who broadly identify with the left. There's no way that we win this election without engaging those people. And those people, the people I'm talking about, people who care about this.
Wait, why do you have to explain yourself to Brianna and Sam? What? Sorry, Brianna and Sam. What am I saying? Brianna and Steve. He's Sam. What? No, you're on here to like explain yourself to Matt's audience, who definitely have some questions about this whole thing. Why are you like, no, we gotta listen, Brianna, listen, Steven. I know you really don't like this support for Palestine, but let me tell you, the kids are mobilized. The kids are active. and we're not going to win we're not going to get a Biden elected without this. Oh my God. See, he's just not doing himself any favors, right? If he was gonna even just indulge us, right? He would put this in a way of more like, listen, you got to understand, I know Destiny's takes on Palestine aren't great. I know Brianna's takes on Palestine aren't great, but we need them for the overall canvassing. And, you know, when we wheel around to the general election, they're going to be supportive of the Democratic candidates, and that's what's important. So that's why we got to keep these connections. That's why we've got to keep these, you know, this isn't what I'm saying, chat. This isn't what I'm endorsing. I'm just saying that, like, you know, if Sam wanted to sort of indulge, you know, this audience, like, that's what he's saying. Instead, he's couching it in a way like it's like, no, I got to explain your terrorist supporting asses to Destiny and Brianna. Like, it's like the opposite. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Issue who support.
Is it Omaha? Did I get it wrong? Wait, no, Omaha isn't in Nebraska, right? I see your name in the chat. Well, yeah, I'm not trying to like out anybody in chat, but yeah.
And also people who just are broadly identify with the left. They are.
I just don't want people to think that, like, if I watch a piece of content where you're in chat, that I'm gonna like go over and be like, oh, I don't know what I don't know about what a badass just said, or like, you know what I mean. I don't want anybody to feel like they're gonna get, you know, called out for something that they said in another chat. But yeah.
They're like a huge number of people who are principled, who have a really important.
It looks like he's reading the chat too, and that cannot be good. The chat is very much against him.
Viewpoint, and they need to be a part of our party, and there needs to be a dialogue about it. And I'm very comfortable operating in a lot of these spaces. I don't need to get involved specifically with the drama between creators when that happens. That's something that happens all the time. But I think that the most important thing for me as someone who's trying to build an organization.
Yeah, the chat's confused about whether Brianna Wu still works for Progressive Victory. The response that, like, I expected to hear is that, like, we have cut ties. It was not a good fit. We talked to Brianna and we asked her to step down, and so we're no longer involved in with her. The stuff that she says on Twitter is stuff that we do not agree with, and you know, we apologize for any confusion about where we stand. We stand with Palestine, right? That's what you'd expect to hear from these guys. White people sitting in Nebraska. Oh my God. I don't care. Feel free to criticize my takes. Okay.
That can be a vehicle for the
I don't have any criticism so far, Badash.
And the ambitions of everyone is to respect everybody as like, first of all, citizens, and second of all, as the type of people who I want to be surrounded with, right? Like, I want to be surrounded with people who want to knock doors, who go into Destiny's community. I also want to be surrounded with people who care very deeply for what's going on with the Palestinian people right now. Anybody who's seen what's happening in pictures over there, or, you know, anything you've seen on social media, it's.
The other thing about him is that he's talked about being, like, you know, really well versed, really oh wait, there is a power. Wait, you can add extra power to the, wait, I don't know, maybe that's just, never mind, chat. I'm getting distracted. Oh my God, I'm getting so distracted. I'm sorry. I was just like, this is not the most compelling content. It's important to see what he has to say about Brianna Wu, about Destiny, about you know, the dark money stuff. Like, that's what we're here for. But yeah, it's an hour-long video, probably.
Is really hard to ignore, and there's no way that we can move forward as a country and as a party without addressing this and providing a vehicle through which champions of people with that viewpoint of wanting to support Palestine and wanting progressive, a more like military, like a muscular left wing in the party, get to see themselves represented in the party. That is an absolute must if we're going to move forward.
Right. No, I you know, when we discussed, I agree with you on the.
Okay, so for anybody just joining us, all right, I want to make sure I give the context here. Progressive Victory, which is a organization that Brianna Wu, I was gonna say was involved in. Now, given like Sam's responses, I'm wondering if maybe she's still involved with Progressive Victory, right? They are supporting Jamaal Bowman in New York 16th. This is a good thing, right? Jamaal Bowman is under attack from a bunch of Republican money, from some AIPAC money, right? People have just dumped money into this race against Jamaal Bowman to try to get rid of him. And there's unprecedented levels of ads being, you know, cut against, you know, Jamaal Bowman, right? So, you know, good on Sam that Progressive Victory is on the right side in this situation. This is definitely something that Brianna Wu would not agree with. This is definitely something that Destiny would not agree with. So at the very least, there seems to be some, you know, independence on the part from, you know, Destiny and Wu on the part of Progressive Victory. So that's a good thing. You know, they also have been outed as being, you know, some of their money comes, Progressive Victory's money is, the source of it is not disclosed. That means it's dark money. That's not illegal. That's not, you know, Citizens United says that's acceptable. It's just not something that you'd expect any sort of progressive organization to be embracing, something like dark money, right? So that's sus. There's also this issue of like astroturfing streamers like Wick, Dylan Burns, Lonerbox, Xander Hall, etc., 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 and then the conflict of counterpoints, like, right, the conflict of interest that arises from that. So, you know, it's a sus organization. They're doing the right thing in the Bowman versus Latimer race. Matt is asking him some questions about, you know, the sort of the relationship of Destiny and Brianna Wu to Progressive Victory. And, you know, after discussing a lot of things with him, has agreed to show up and do canvassing for them in the Latimer versus Bowman race, right? He's not getting paid by them. He's not, you know, he's not getting the Woo bucks, right? But he is getting, I guess, his, you know, hotel and travel expenses covered for going up there to canvass for Bowman. But again, I haven't checked to see if there's like an alternative. You would hope that there's an alternative to working with a dark money pack like Progressive Victory, but I can't tell you for sure that there is one. So maybe, you know, Matt looked at the options and this was just the best one if he wanted to go and you know, help in the Bowman race. But yeah, he is, you know, holding Sam's feet to the fire. And you know, asking the questions that his chat wants to know, the questions that my chat wants to know. And you know, like I said, one would hope that there's other options, but I don't know that there. I haven't looked into it. Like I'm not traveling, you know, to New York right now to canvass, so I can't really criticize like Matt for you know, using the PV as a vehicle to do the canvassing for Bowman. Hope that clears everything up.
The Destiny issue. He's a very big streamer who has a large audience, who clearly, I do think his audience spans from, you know, just straight up trollish type people, but also I think serious people who do care and have skin in the game. And I think that's obviously an audience for specific campaigns to you know, use to you know, organization or campaign's advantage.
Yeah, and like, just to be clear, there are like toxic people in every influencers community, and there are also constructive, wonderful people in every influencers community, right? So like, we're not interested in engaging with people who don't have an interest in doing something cool in electoral politics to renew democracy. We're interested in working with the really serious and dedicated and smart people from every influencers community who want to come together.
That's true. What he's saying is true, but what he's not either recognizing or he's unwilling to say is that there is a culture in DGG and maybe to a lesser extent in VGG of a little bit more permissiveness of this kind of stuff. There is, they know how to do it too. And if you ever ask them, you know, if you ever end up in a conflict with Destiny and you're getting harassed, right? You can go and talk to his mods and say, I'm getting harassed, and you can give the names of the people doing it. And guess what? Those names are not going to match up with anybody in the Destiny community. That's how it works, right? Oh, sorry, are you getting harassed? Yeah, like, give me their names and I'll ban them. Yeah, no, I'm not a member, yeah, because they're using alts. Yeah, so they know fucking how to do this, right? They know how this works. They're very good at brigading. They're very good at harassing their perceived enemies off the fucking internet. And Destiny is absolutely contributing to it with his, you know, pseudo calls to action on this shit. Right, so yes, while there are bad people, there are harassing people, you know, in every community, Destiny's community is different in that it has a culture of this stuff. And, you know, it's just so used to deflecting, to doing this to other people and then deflecting it. And, you know, this is probably why, if I'm being real, this is probably why he's banned from Twitch. I don't know for sure. I don't have any secret information. I don't know somebody that like works for Twitch and that can tell me that, like, you know, that's it. But yeah, you know, his permanent ban is not a super common thing. And I don't think it would have taken place if it wasn't for the way that he is and the way that his community is. So just writing it up to like, well, every streamer's got, you know, some toxic people, but, you know, there's also some very serious people. There's also some very good people and some very morally upright people. It's like, it's such bullshit. Such bullshit.
Do something. We may have arguments together about the direction that we want to go.
Yeah, Destiny said, I am Israel. That's right. What? Can somebody, I want to read that again. That shit was wild. That shit was wild where he was like, basically, I am Israel, and what did he say? I'm trying to remember this whole metaphor. It was basically like that he is Israel, and like Hassan's community are the Palestinians, and even though he's being like really good and moral, he's being held to a different standard. He just had this extended metaphor, you know, where he is Israel, and he is similarly victimized and held to an impossible standard, just as Israel is.
But that there's a place where the resources are there for people to do stuff both at the local and national level that they wouldn't be able to do by themselves. Like when I grew up, I was like, I would go into a field office when I was 16 and be like, hey, I want to volunteer. And they'd be like, great. And they give me a walk sheet and I go out. Did they ask me, hey, what are the most important issues to you? No, they treated me like free labor, which is what I was. And I think what we have now, because influencers are such a great focal point for leadership for their audiences, we just need to pair that with the ability to turn that into political action that can determine outcomes. And what we're going to get is a negotiating leverage over the future.
Right, let's take a look at this thing.
That cannot be ignored.
You ready?
And with that said, I'll say on the other,
because we need a break anyway. I swear to God, this content is so hard to watch for any extended period. Okay, so here I'm gonna read it backwards to you. Wait, yeah. I don't know why it's backwards, but it is. It's backwards. It's ostensibly, these are logs from Destiny's offsite chat. So you know how Destiny has a website. It's destiny.gg. Vaush has a website. It's vaush.dg. This is what DGG or VGG actually are. When I say DGG and VGG, I'm usually referring to the community that congregates around this website, but you specifically, right, the name DGG and VGG comes from the respective websites. So this is Destiny's website. Even when he's not streaming, the on-site chat is still up and people are still talking in it, right? Because he's got such a big community, right? And so Destiny comes in at, what is this? This looks like it's 12:55 a.m. Eastern time. I just had a fucking epiphany. I am Israel. I have to deal with these insanely unhinged fucking losers, in parentheses, Palestinians, that have literally always engaged in fucking weirdo attacks against me, terror attacks in parentheses, while pretending they aren't, in parentheses. That's all fake news, and if it happens, well, then they deserve it. Destiny. Meanwhile, their fan bases, in parentheses, citizens, and their friendly fan bases, in parentheses, international support, hold them accountable for absolutely fucking nothing. Destiny. And then my own fan base is, in parentheses, Israeli citizens like Haaretz, that's a news outlet, and Bet Salam, come down on me for every single fucking thing I do. Holy fucking shit. Destiny, fuck this. Destiny, it's Rafa invasion time. Destiny, Forethought, that's his right-wing moderator. Forethought, permanently ban every single random fuck who criticizes my takes on Ludwig /QT / whoever the fuck else is in that friend group. Destiny, I think the best thing that could happen is they all grab a bag of vent-loaded Coke, not the soft drink, so they can join Slime's OD'd dead fucking dad. He's talking about somebody's dad that's dead 6 feet under. Okay, so yeah, Destiny, make this world a better place and seriously unalive yourself in a group. Destiny, I'm thinking Jonestown, but not tragic. Oh my god. Destiny, Gravitas, why bring up my wife and family or ex or anything about me constantly? He really hates being called like Mr. Bonarelli too, apparently. Destiny, what do you mean, you arsler fuck? Destiny, these people hit me on literally every single random weird personal attack because they are fighting over eating scraps of Hassan's last dump. So they echo anything they've heard from him constantly. Destiny, it's just so fucking annoying. Destiny, and their sycophantic incel fans eat it all up and regurgitate the same shit. Yo, so many fecal metaphors here. Destiny, it's actually so fucking irritating. Destiny, I need an IDF. Destiny, who is my strongest soldier? That's a fucking call to action. I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck that is other than a call to action, right? As goofy as it is, right? Like, it's like somebody's gonna take that as like, okay, I need to protect my parasocial daddy now. He's called me into action. But yeah, this is what we're talking about here, right? And this is why, you know, it's not just an issue of like, oh yeah, you know, streamers are kind of wild and their communities are, you know, it's like, this isn't
worked with her, but I think Brianna Wu is a sort of a lost cause. That's not a tent. I think she's going further right than I think is even like, yeah. But yeah, let's talk about this specific Bowman event, because this is what draws me to this. And one more question people have here, and I do think it needs to be brought up too. Just, you know, it's important to disclose these things, especially in a progressive, you know, sort of space. People are wondering sort of because I saw someone say they listened to podcasts with you before. Where does Progressive Victory, like, where does the funding come for these sort of events and everything?
There we go. Dark money.
Yeah, so the organization itself, like the core staff and budget that we use to keep the organization going, is funded largely by progressive foundations right now. The same people you'd see funding the Democratic Party. It's like mainstream Democratic funders. These events are mostly done based off of online fundraising that we do with the streamers. So the streamers that we're working with, a lot of them will raise money for these events, and then they'll recruit their audience members. And the reason why we're raising money for it is to, like I said, subsidize hotel rooms for people who wouldn't be able to pay their own way. So for events like this, like I said, these are usually super expensive things for organizations to produce, but because we're working with influencers, which is like a super efficient, like an order of magnitude higher in efficiency way of, organizing these types of events. So we're able to get this much cheaper. It's not actually that prohibitively expensive an event to put on. We're able to do this mostly with community fundraising. So it's like mostly small dollar fundraising that's behind this event and most of the campus events that we do. But the organization itself, like the institution of Progressive Victory, is largely funded by like Democratic Party, big donor foundation type groups.
Are you able to share which groups, which organizations?
I probably.
So yeah, this is Brianna Wu's video game. It's called Revolution 60. This is apparently Brianna Wu's art style too, and somebody in chat's like talking about Brianna Wu from Whoville. They do sort of look like Who's from, like, they look. What is that Dr. Seuss thing with the Who's? Is it Horton Here's a Who? Anyway, that's Revolution 60, and it's basically, from what I can tell, a real-time event. Like, it's just real-time events. That's the whole thing.
I shouldn't yet, because I haven't gotten permission from them. It's not like it's like going to be a huge secret. I'm sure that we're going to be putting out reports after the election talking about all the work we did together and trumpeting it from the rafters. But for now, I probably should check with them before I like disclose all that stuff. Yeah, we have close working relationships we want to maintain.
Got it. No, I understand that. Yeah. So let's talk about this Bowman event specifically. How did this come about? How did you? I know you already said how you pick a candidate. But what made you decide for this specific? I know it's the weekend right before Election Day, which is the following Tuesday, so that makes sense.
Welcome Raiders.
Yeah, it's the most time.
Right, the specific area.
What's going on?
Let's say, because this is in it's a town called Tarrytown, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's right. And I just we haven't said it yet, but I just want to put it out for those people watching. If you want to join us, and Matt's going to be there, you should go to progress.win/New York. And you can sign up now on RSVP and make sure to get your hotel room set up with us. I want to deliver that ask, and I'll deliver it again, but I just want to make sure to include that here. How we arrived at this, actually.
Her social mommy, Irene.
Our first organizing director from way back in the midterms in 2022 was this guy named Bilal, who was Bowman's field director on his race where he first.
Remember that Joe Biden's Delaware allows corporations to vote on local ballots? Is that real, Scout has taken?
One. And Bilal was with us for the cycle and then moved on to do other stuff. But we brought him back to help design a strategy for this election because he knows the territory very, very well. And so he's designed a lot of the targeting for where we're going to go with this event.
Got it. And so where I know there's a sign up form in my in the description of this video for people who will be in the area, who live in the area, who can come down that weekend of June 22nd to help knock on doors for Jamaal Bowman. Who's going to be there in terms of streamers for this particular event?
Yeah, so it's going to be a large group of people. Hold on, let me just go try to find it. You know, I don't have it. Let me try to find it in a second. I'll answer that question when I find it.
Yeah,
But
sure.
for now,
I know this has been a thing that's changing.
It's a large,
yeah, right.
It is a large list of people that we have to track here. But it's a really large group. Like I think maybe a dozen people now. You mentioned Emma Bigland and perhaps Sam from Majority Report. They're both going to be here. I mentioned our original.
Wu is more spoiled than spicy. Yeah.
From 2022, Vaush. He's gonna make a.
Our character from 2022. He's back. He's like a professional wrestler here. No, it's okay. They're just he's he's a wrestler. He does fucked up shit, right? But it's it doesn't mean he's a bad guy.
A bunch of other streamers. We're in hell.
It's just kayfabe, right? He doesn't really. Yeah, this is the best excuse for Vaush ever, right? This is the best excuse forever. No, the whole tax folder thing. It was all kayfabe. It was part of his character. It was a plot. It was a story. He and Dylan Burns stayed up until 3 a.m. Writing that arc.
Is one who has been who we've been excited about getting to join us, and those are ones that come off the top of the head. But I'm just gonna look up and see if I can find a few more on the list here that I didn't have handy. Yeah, and it's progress.win/New York where you can find all of the sign up that you can do. You can sign up there, and then once you sign up, you can get your hotel set up.
Cool, perfect. And so what do we know in terms of like what's progressive victory? I know we're going to be knocking on doors for Bowman, but is there something specific about George Latimer that you think voters should walk away with, like what they should know about Bowman's opponent?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're here supporting Bowman because we're here to support the progressive champion of the race, and that's what the members who want to be involved in this event want to see. I personally don't have a huge amount of knowledge about George Latimer.
You haven't heard anything about George Latimer? Really? Chat, this is just like... I think Matt was trying to give him a chance to look good in front of his chat. Because so far he's looked pretty bad. So far he, hasn't answered, a lot of questions. The questions that he has answered or you did, I would have expected him to just be like, we've cut ties with Brianna Wu, she's no longer a factor, and that's what I thought I understood from what Brianna Wu had said about progressive victory on Twitter. But he just was like, I haven't talked to her in a long time, right? That makes me think, is she still right? So he hasn't looked very good. That was trying to give him a chance to be like, okay, so what do you know about Latimer? What's you're against this guy, and he's like, well, no, we're here to support the progressive champion. All the progressives love Bowman, and that's what we're here to do. That's who our market, that's who our demographic is, and y'all like Bowman for whatever reason, so we're here to support him. Oh my God!
I know that he's got a he's like I think he was an elected official in an area in the county, in the district before, and he's like making his play now because he feels like this is a moment where Jamaal could be vulnerable. But I think for me, I'm really focused on keeping a progressive champion in Congress who has done a huge amount of stuff on education and also been
he's a progressive champion. That's what I know about this election
for Palestinians in this. As
y'all like Palestine, right? I mean, come on, you're getting warmer.
Been a huge amount of really terrible stuff coming their way. So that's been my main focus. It hasn't necessarily been about Latimer for me, although I'm sure that there are people out there who could say a lot about him. I just haven't spent a lot of time thinking about him. I'm more supportive of Bowman personally.
No, that's good actually. Yeah. I mean, that's really what I just wanted to ask, just in case there was something from a sort of a political organization strategy effort that maybe there's a focus on something about Latimer. But I actually think it's better in that sense to sort of focus on what makes Jamaal Bowman so great.
Well, and I think it's important to note. I think it's important to note that there's like a
dude is sneak googling Latimer right now. Yeah,
the Democratic Party has like a lot of old aging institutions that are built based on inertia. They're built based on name recognition and like machine politics, right? And I think that part of the reason why Latimer thinks that he's got a shot here is because he is the inheritor of that legacy of just like inertia and like institutional machine politics that all the like the people who like the pay to play system are going to be very comfortable with him in Congress if he's there. Whereas Bowman, I think, probably does not play by those same rules. I think that he's probably much closer to talking directly to the people of the district, not going through intermediary institutions that where there's a lot more like pay to play stuff going on. I think that he probably is much more invested in progressive policies, and that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. So it's not so much Latimer that I would have an issue with personally. It's aging and decrepit institutions that are standing in the way of.
Okay, look. Can you at least tell me what's going on with Bowman? Like, can you at least talk about, why there's this effort to take him out? Are you aware of the amount of money that's been spent to get rid of Bowman?
Of actual people getting what they need from public policy, which happens all over the country all the time in local politics and federal, and it can't end fast enough.
Right, absolutely. Sam, I appreciate you coming on the show, and I know there were a lot of questions that I saw, some of them that I even had when we first touched base.
Yeah.
So some of these questions are very specific to your organization, gets into some of the
and
details. So I appreciate you coming on and discussing with us. And I already see people saying that they're going. I see a few people saying that they're going to either make it down. Well, depending on where they come from. I know this one person who said they're going to try to make it would actually be making it up, not down. You live near me, Ton Boson. But I already see some people saying they're going to, right in the chat, make it out.
Awesome.
So
Progress.win/New York.
Progress.win/New York, right? And is there anything else you think we should know in terms of Progressive Victory, this specific event?
You're glad you missed this Bender stream?
We didn't touch on?
Yeah, so I finally found this list of creators.
He's a fast talker now. I also have them sped up, right? So they're at 1.5 speed.
So here's something that I didn't mention before. Hey, it's Vadim, Nominal Naomi, Stacy K, Cirrus Skeptic, We're in Hell, Ariana Jasmine, Chill Goblin, Lumi Room is coming, and I think we have a few more, but they may not be completely confirmed. So a lot of really, really big creators were coming out, and yeah, we've been planning this event for a long time. We don't know what the electoral outcome is going to be, but this is going to be a really exciting event.
Look, I said before that there's this like I talked about the 8chan Vice video where Vice interviews the founder of 8chan, and the discussion of like, if you like Twitter, right? The reason there's so many Nazis on Twitter right now, the reason that like, Matt was commenting earlier, like if you go on Twitter, like half of your replies are going to be from like legit Nazis, right? Is that if you don't ban these people, they will congregate at your website. Like they will talk to each other and be like, yo, did you know that Twitter's not banning you for JQing? Oh, cool. Let's go over to Twitter, right? Did you hear that like, 8chan allows like, Gamergate style harassment? Oh, cool. Let's go over to 8, right? It's like that kind of shit. There's this dynamic, right? And I'm going to apply this now to Progressive Victory. If you don't care about the kind of people that you're bringing on board to bring out their audiences to canvas for you, you're going to get more of the same, right? Oh, they're cool with Vaush. Let's bring in We're in Hell. Let's bring in. Hey, why don't we bring in why don't we fucking bring in Xena and Poppy, right? Like just everybody, come on. Anybody that's got, a huge, fucking scandal, it's the water, come on in and the water's fine. And you're going to get less of the people that are like, ooh, I don't know if I want to work with Vaush. Ooh, I don't know if I want to work with We're in Hell. It's just, as much as you think you might be helping your organization, as much as you think you might be helping, bring in more people to canvas, you're turning a lot of people off. And maybe even, the people that you need, you're turning off.
And it's super, super important that people who believe in having progressive leadership in the country actually do the work to make it so. Because number one, every fight is just like, look, do we have a chance in this race? And even if we don't, even if we were to lose, there is every fight is just the capacity building for the next fight. And
somebody call Illuminati. Let's get Illuminati out. Let's bring Illuminati. Let's get Colleen Ballinger on the PV crew.
Connections that we're going to make with each other here on the ground, actually seeing each other in person and talking with each other, are the type of thing that can form the foundation that will lead to something much, much greater and more important. And like I said, this country is in a really tough spot right now. You raised that at the very beginning, Matt. Things have never looked more. You use the word bleak. I would just say like on a knife edge, right? Like it just seems like everything, like there's something's gonna break one way or the other, right? And the question is, when that happens, where are you? Where are you in that? And I have decided to put my energy into helping people find their way into finding meaning through electoral politics and finding friendship and accomplishing things together. It's empowering. I think that electoral politics can be empowering to people. But regardless, that the media that we create and the narratives that we create around these things is actually even the most important thing. And that's why I'm really, really thankful to viewers like yourself who talk about politics through a lens of being really constructive and sophisticated in your analysis. That's the only thing that's going to get us through this is people actually talking about these things publicly. It's like, if you look back at, I know it's like kind of corny to talk about this, but like before this country.
Creepshow art. Can we get Creepshow art? Creepshow art's got a huge community. Let's bring out Creepshow and the Creepshow art fans. Yeah.
There's a whole generation of people who were like with that in the revolutionary times who were basically doing what you all are doing. They were just publishing media. Well, they had all these like
Drake. Let's bring Drake in.
Amateur newsletters that they were sending around. And publishing in newspapers, tiny little newspapers.
Alan Dershowitz. No, Alan Dershowitz definitely is not gonna.
In the colonies at the time.
Alan Dershowitz are a Republican these days.
And those eventually, a lot of them were published as the Federalist Papers, which has become like this foundational, cited in the Constitution.
Wait. This is straight out of Destiny's bunghole. He just pulled those Federalist. This is what Destiny's been talking about. I'm just like the founding fathers, my dude.
Documents. They were just like, they basically were like the drama streams at the time.
So yeah, like who does he watch? Probably Destiny. There we go. This is a DGGer.
They're worshipped
Sam DGG Drizmala
as foundational to the country. And the reason why is all those people who ended up putting their names out there and creating media around what they thought was important, even if it was messy and it didn't always come out well and people fought and were attacking each other. It didn't matter in the end, because that was the vital energy that was needed to renew all the institutions and led directly to the institution, the intellectual framework that founded this country. And we're in a similar moment now, right? Like this is like everything's bounced on a knife edge, and it's going to go one way or the other. And it's only if we actually keep on publishing media and attaching action to that media that things are going to turn out well.
So the event, again, is June 22nd and 23rd in Tarrytown, New York. That's about what, like 45, 50 minutes away from Manhattan. Yeah. If you're in the Bronx, like let's say around the Yankee Stadium area, just to give you like a landmark pinpoint, it's I think like just like 25, 30 minutes away. So if you're in the New York City area, it's definitely not out of reach in terms of getting there. So if you're interested, again, are you going to put the list of, because I see some people wanting to be able to like visually see the streamers that are going to be there, like in terms of like like just so they could see the list in front of them. It'll probably be easier.
No, visually see them. Visually see, like let's just like
them to determine who's coming. Is there going to be a list put up on the I guess when it's finalized up on the site?
Yeah, we can do that. I'll check in with my team to make sure that we do that. And
that sounds great. Let's get that list.
It'll be on progress that way.
And again, chat, like just please don't like please understand that like the people that are canvassing for Bowman, right? That is separate from being on the payroll. Not everybody who's canvassing for Bowman, Matt as an example of this, is getting Wu bucks. All right, so like I said, I don't know if there's another option. You'd like to think that there's another option. I would hope that there's another option, but I'm not gonna. I gotta admit to you, I haven't looked into it and seen whether there's like another organization that's doing canvassing. So Matt might just be doing this because he wants to support Bowman. And prevent this this attack on somebody for being pro-Palestine from working, right, which is understandable, right, as opposed to the being on the payroll as a consultant of the Progressive Victory organization. That's two different things. So
and yeah, so Progress at Win / New York. When you sign up, we're gonna be doing.
Did you miss him saying he didn't know if Brianna Wu? He didn't say that. He just like Matt asked him the question, and he said, "I haven't talked to her in a long time." So it's not that he said something that was sus. It's just what he didn't say. What we expected to hear. What I thought I'd heard from Brianna, that they had cut ties. Right? We didn't hear that from him. So now we're left to wonder: is she part of the organization? Is she not? Obviously, the fact that they're supporting Bowman rather than Latimer means that it's not a situation where people like Brianna and Destiny have like an excessive amount of pull over the organization. So that's good. They're not telling them don't support Bowman, because obviously Brianna and Destiny would be against Bowman in this race based on his opinions on Palestine. But But yeah, then when Matt asked him about, like, you know, so what is it about Latimer that you're, you know, opposing? It was like, well, it's not really about Latimer. We're just here because Jamaal Bowman is a progressive champion and we want to support that. And like, you know, just it's so vague. There's no specifics, right? And there's no real knowledge of what's going on here. What the reason that Matt's involved in this is because the unprecedented amount of money that is going to Latimer to defeat Bowman. This attack on, you know, somebody for speaking up for Palestine. That's essentially what this is. You know, this has been done before. This is, you know, but in this case, it's not just AIPAC money. It's also straight up Republican money that's coming in to try to defeat Bowman. And, you know, they're doing huge ad buys. The polls do not look good. So, you know, you can understand why Matt wants to canvass for Bowman. Again, I can't say that there is an alternative to Progressive Voice in terms of canvassing. You'd hope there would be, and you'd hope that, you know, people would find that, but I don't know that for sure. So, but yeah, just like this interview did not go well for Sam.
Follow-up calls, and we're just going to make sure we're going to check in with everybody about their accommodations to make sure that they have a hotel room, and we're also going to we're also going to be able to arrange transportation for people, hopefully. So we'll be checking in with everybody who signs up about that, and making sure that everybody's taken care of. So it's not just to sign up and you're going into the ether. It's like then you'll be contacted, and we'll make sure that you're situated to get to the event and make sure you can find everything.
There's a lot of people in chat talking about the finances of PV and the lack of transparency there.
All right, folks, all the information is in the description. Sam Drizmala, I said it right this time.
You did.
Seriously, thank you so much for joining me. And I will be seeing you at the Bowman event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you, Matt, and a lot of you folks in the audience too.
All right, take care. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, folks. Listen, I see a lot of people asking questions, and they asked questions, and I asked your questions, and a lot of those questions are questions I had about, like, you know, the broader sort of organization. And I had them on to discuss, and I asked those questions. And please feel free to call in terms of if you have anything else to ask me. I'll take your calls in just a minute. To me, the important thing was to have him on, because I do think this Jamaal Bowman event is important. And all it is they got a bunch of streamers together to try to get some sort of on-the-ground, door-knocking, canvassing going on for Jamaal Bowman the weekend before the election. And I don't know about anyone else. I don't think so, but I personally...
Wait, photovoltaic? Is that like the PV? Is it like the audio company PV?
Personally, the only thing I am getting out of this, other than obviously helping Jamaal Bowman, is I believe, just like they're going to provide for any volunteers, any night I need to stay. I don't even know if I'm going to be staying on the nights or if I'll be driving back, because I got kids and a dog and a cat, and my wife's going to be out of town that weekend. It's going to be a busy weekend over here. So if I am staying overnight instead of driving back, they're going to give me a hotel. There's no sort of, you know, there's nothing else other than I'll be working with these streamers to produce content to try to help the efforts along with the door knocking, and that's pretty much everything. Oh, and I believe they'll be providing lunch and dinner. In terms of the broader organization, I do hope that they disclose where their organizational funding comes from. If I had to guess, it's probably, and this is just me from just what I assume, it's probably like Open Society or something, an organization like that. You know, an organization where you apply for something. That'd be my guess. But I do hope that they disclose in the near future. Yeah. Again, this is the...
Yeah, I think a few people from chat were in Bender's chat.
Help Jamaal Bowman. All you got to do is come out.
And, you know, full disclosure, you know, I've talked to Bender before. We didn't agree on everything. In fact, I didn't expect... It ended up being a debate. We ended up disagreeing about FDR. A lot, but you know, like I don't like we don't see 100% eye to eye. You know, he's a good person in my experience. If he has a bias, it's that he is so kind of got his nose in the news and like what's going on in the stories that he's covering, right? That he sometimes doesn't know much about the people and personality sides of things in terms of, like, you know, the issues with Vaush. You know, like he eventually does catch up on that, and like you've seen this with Leftist Mafia before. You know, they took a while to react when it came to Illuminati, but they eventually did the right thing on that. They took a while to you know, react when it came to Anna Kasparian, but they they did the right thing on that. So when faced with the information, generally, you know, they'll make the right choice. But I feel like there's just like a tendency of people that do such like heavy news content to be keyed into the news more than they are keyed into what's going on in the space, right? Whereas somebody like me, you know, people could criticize me for being the opposite, right? And people have criticized me for being the opposite. I hope we give you enough you know, news. And when I'm talking about people and personalities, usually it's in effort to you know, to speak to the underlying issues, the underlying, you know, especially when it's stuff like what's going on in Palestine, what's going on in Gaza right now. But yeah, yeah, FDR has saved capitalism, true. Well, this was a long time ago too, so you know, like maybe he's changed some of his you know, takes on some of his ideological takes. But yeah, I mean, I've a lot Sam, wow, I don't know what to say. PV, I'm not impressed. And you know, I'm glad they're doing the right thing in terms of Bowman versus Latimer. But yeah, it just didn't seem like Sam really knew why or really cared particularly why, you know. I don't know. A lot of people in journalism and news media are like Matt Bender, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. Of course they don't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I kind of, you know, try to be understanding in that regard, but I also am understanding of chat's frustrations with this as well. Oh my god.
And knocking on doors.
It is incredibly hot. Yeah, if you're on the East Coast right now, it's rough.
Doesn't you're not giving any money to any political organization. There is a funding campaign for the you know, like they do for every event. I have a link. The link is on the site there, but you don't need to do that if that's not something that is what you do. So yeah, let's go to the second half of the show. You could Kilo the Giant says, why wouldn't he just share it? I mean, I think he should. Obviously, he needs to. The organization needs to if they want to. You know, in the progressive space, I do think that's a necessity. I understand him not sharing it at this very moment if he doesn't have the acknowledgement from those organizations.
They've been around for too long for that to be an excuse, right? They're dark money because they want to be dark money, and you know, if there's enough pressure, maybe they'll divulge, you know, who is funding them. But they're not trying to do that. They're the way that they're operating this organization is like, you know, is not transparent, and I cannot have the good, you know, I cannot give them the benefit of the doubt the way that Matt's doing.
That they say he can do that right now. Like if he didn't give them a heads up, I get that. But if it was my organization, for example, I'd be like, I need to disclose, and if I can't, then we can't work together. But that's just me. But no, if he can't disclose right now on the spot on the show, I understand that. All right, folks, let's go to the second half of the show.
Okay, so there's a little bit more where Matt talks about Brianna Wu over here. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry for the sneeze noises. What's going on?
That's not.
There we go. All right. Let's go over here. Check in with our reporter on the street, Waluigi. Feel like he's doing okay. Are you staying cool, Waluigi? Have you got plenty to drink? Have you? Yeah, chat. I should remind you, if you haven't taken your meds because you've been paying attention to the stream too hard, make sure to look at the time and see if you need to do that. If you need to get a drink of water or stretch or whatever, you know, go to take care of your personal needs. Yeah, just a reminder in case you forgot to do that stuff. What else? Oh yeah, the poll. Let's take a look at the poll, see how we're doing on that. AOC still coming out #1 with Jink Ugler versus RFK Jr. in second place. Yeomni Park in third place. This is in the short stream. Over on the not so short stream, AOC and just killing it with 57%. Yomni Park and Vergonia tied at 15%, and Jink versus RFK kind of losing out in this whole vote at 13%. We are still 85% of the way towards the goal. That is 85% of the way towards unlocking a second subject, which is right now looking strongly to be AOC versus Nick Fuentes, because people who have donated have put their money where their mouth is, and their mouth has been at AOC versus Nick Fuentes, almost, yeah, to the exclusion of anything else. So if you donate, let me know which of these options you want to go with, which of these options you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and at the rate of 1% per US dollar, and that will actually increase whatever they're getting in the poll. So yeah, right now AOC versus Nick Fuentes is coming out on top. I'm in the UK. It's boiling tonight. It's really oh, that's why it's night for you. I was wondering why you were saying it's night for you. Yeah, that makes sense. Time zones and all. Time zones being what they are. Sasha G, thank you for the gift sub to Unobtainium. Unobtainium. Wait, I got a way to do this without even saying anything myself. Let's see. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, thank you for giving the gift of weasels, Sasha G. And let me know if you've got a preference as far as what we cover next. That puts us to what? I'm really generous with these when it comes to the YouTube gift subs. Whole the best bang for your buck, maybe. Although, yeah, you know the whole deal with it, right? Twitch gift subs get you out of the top of the hour ad break, that 3-minute ad break that happens every hour at the top of the hour. It's going to happen in about 25 minutes from now. YouTube memberships, they get you access to exclusive content, exclusive members only content. They also get you weasels, which I think is the more important. Izzy Sanchez, thank you for weaseling up and getting yourself a membership. And welcome to Weird Champs. I feel like I gotta come up with better names for stuff now. That's like such a Twitch term, Weird Champs. Do y'all know about Weird Champs? Like, Weird Champ on Twitch is like, if you're really proud of something that is like weird. Oh my gosh. Omega Star with the gift sub for getting Miggy with it? Getting Miggy with it. You just got weaseled. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. Oh, you're paying forward the gift you got from Aglath. That's even cooler. But thank you for the community gift sub to getting Miggy with it. What's up, Nabil? I'm an adult. Twitch isn't real. I mean, that's understandable. That's why I stream on both platforms, because some people like one platform and some people like another. Omega Star says AOC. So that is 41.5% for AOC. And needed to become a weasel. Did you have a preference on one of these things, Izzy? Like on what you're voting for? Same with you, Sasha G. Let me know if you wanna. Let me know where you want me to put your donation money to as far as the poll goes. Although it's pretty one-sided at this point. Twitch scares me. Yeah, Twitch. Oh my god. there's stuff that I could tell you, but I can't tell you, right? Because I'm not supposed to talk about. God. AOC versus Nick. That's 44.5% going to AOC versus Nick. The first summer in my entire life I've had AC. And by that you don't mean the anti corporatist. You're talking about AC, air conditioning. I don't know how I got by without it. I mean, yeah, there's some parts of the country you can get by without it. I like to bounce personally. Bouncing is fun. Oh God, I need to be bouncing. I've got my yeah, that's the nice thing about this setup is it's really easy to get my in fact, I probably should get my trampoline. I cannot even think about it. I can't even. 32 degrees Celsius. Oh, that's pretty hot, right? Wait, about Twitter? Did I say Twitter when I meant Twitch? Sometimes I say the wrong one. But yeah, there's a little bit more that Matt says about Progressive Voice and Destiny and Brianna Wu. So let's take a look at that.
Just that isn't campaign work.
Oh wait, I don't have the right. Oh, you want to do the magical transition? Here we go. It's magical.
So there you go. That's the whole disclosure there. They will be, if I stay overnight, they said they will cover my room. They offered to get me there. I guess they'll pay because I'm going to drive there myself. I guess they'll pay my gas. And they will give us lunch and dinner. And I will be doing media stuff and canvassing with.
Oh, lunch and dinner? That's conflict of interest. No.
Any future things that they do, if they're
I wonder what they give you. Like, right? Is it like a sealed tuna sandwich? Or do you think it's something? It's probably something a little bit better. Spaghetti. What do you think? What do you think they feed you? I always guess it might be a sealed tuna sandwich in a plastic wrap. To me, 10 degrees Celsius is a perfect temperature. I still have trouble converting to Celsius in my brain. Why are you talking in non-freedom units? Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna use the freedom units, the Fahrenheit. Like, it's just like whenever you're traveling, you know, and you realize that this whole town is like a sealed tuna sandwich. Sealed tuna sandwich. Anyway.
Interested in me working with them, I will bring the same concerns up for each specific event. And if I feel like those concerns affect that specific event.
Do people know what I'm talking about? Like when you wrap a tuna sandwich in plastic as your lunch, and it's like, because it's tuna, your bread gets soaked. The tuna mayonnaise, right? You know, your bread just becomes kind of like mushy, and you basically got to eat it out of the plastic wrap, because if you try to hold that thing, it's just gonna mush, right? And you're kind of like slurping your tuna sandwich out of the saran wrap. I finally get to see you in 4K. Hey, we're at 4K. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. I think somebody in chat mentioned this. You literally caught it 4K here because we're at 4K. 4,000 subs on YouTube. Let's go. Let's go. Tuna is nasty. Yeah, I don't actually eat meat anymore, so it's kind of a thing from my childhood. I like cloudy and rainy weather. Yeah. I mean, it can be nice, especially if it's been too hot for too long. It's like a tuna burrito in a inedible plastic tortilla. I guess. I don't think I've ever had a tuna. I've had a fish taco, but I don't think I've ever had a tuna burrito. I prefer my fish intact. I mean, that's understandable. You know those winter mornings where you feel the sharp cold in your nose? Oh yeah, no, I totally know that vibe. Yeah, don't eat too much tuna. Yo, no, this is sorry, chat. I should explain this. It's a reference to like a Frank Zappa song. Apparently, when you were touring in like the 60s and 70s, you know, you'd often be served something like a sealed tuna sandwich, and it's notable because it's disgusting. That's kind of the vibe.
I will not take part.
That's how, yeah, the RFK ate too much tuna. I heard that.
I will not work to re-elect Joe Biden, even though out of Trump and Biden, I prefer Biden, obviously. This is specifically about doing what I can to re-elect a candidate who I think has stood up for the Palestinian people and has put his re-election prospects completely on the line due to that position. And for that reason, I will do what I can to help him, whatever little bit I can do. But I think that's a fair question. It's the same questions I had. It's the same questions I had. And I mentioned too, you know, I brought up the Brianna Wu thing and the Destiny thing. If Brianna Wu was still involved in setting anything up, I probably would have turned down because that would be counterintuitive to the effort to re-elect Jamaal Bowman.
Yeah, I mean, and it doesn't make sense. Brianna Wu would not be involved in anything having to do with Bowman. Brianna Wu, her takes on Gaza are downright eliminationist, and so yeah, Bowman, she would support Latimer. I'm like 99.99% sure.
But she doesn't work. She hasn't worked there in months. I'm pretty sure the last time she worked there was before.
Wait, is there a reason that oh, this is wild. FTW all day. I don't know why the stream alerts aren't picking up your gifted memberships, but I'm seeing them. A tuna salad sandwich or a tuna melt. Oh my god, I used to eat that. Yeah, I can remember. It's such a weird food, actually. Like, cause like the tuna is cold and the melt anyway, or you end up heating up the tuna and there's hot tuna. Hot tuna is, God, we're all about the 60s references right now. I don't know what it's doing. FTW all day. I'm sorry that we're having no notification check apparently. No stream alert check. Let's see if I can manually do the stream alert for you. There we go. It should sound something like that. Rat Boy Genius, you just got weaseled. Grand Theft Autobot, you just got weaseled. WTF Dad Shoes, you just got weaseled. Wesley Thompson, you just got weaseled. Angie M, you just got weaseled. Pedro, you just got weaseled. Wait a minute. That's like... Okay, yeah, that is 5. I was like, wait a minute. There's an extra one slipped in there somehow. But yeah, thank you for the gifted memberships, FTW. Neolib capitalist check. Yeah, this is why I'm always talking up Jimmy Carter over FDR. I toast the tuna until the cheese melts. Ah, and then the bread is lightly toasted. That way you don't have to heat up the tuna. My mom would always heat up the tuna. My mom would literally fucking microwave the tuna, and it would drive me nuts. It would drive me absolutely nuts. I don't know. Some people like hot tuna. I am not a fan. Okay, I feel like tuna, it needs to be chilled. I did not get weaseled, and I'm already. I did not get weasels, and I'm already weaseled. Microwave tuna. I mean, some people like it. I think my mom was a fan. She cooked a lot of stuff weird. I shouldn't be. I don't know. I feel like I was mean to my. Look, if I have any regrets from childhood, it was being mean to my mom about she just had very different tastes than I did. So she would cook things in a way that I just like didn't like. And yeah, the tuna. Here's the worst though. Okay, the worst thing I'm going to say about my mom's cooking is that if you're going to cook asparagus, you gotta be very sparing of your use of heat on the asparagus, because asparagus is actually delicious, but it's best if it's not overcooked. It's best if it's barely cooked at all. You just need a little bit of steam on that asparagus and it's ready. It's done, right? You could eat asparagus raw. It's actually pretty good. And I never knew that. I never knew that growing up because my mom was an asparagus boiler, and she would just sit there and boil the hell, like until it was mush. And that's how she likes her asparagus, but it's not to my taste. But yeah, I probably gave her too much shit. So mom, if you're out there, I'm sorry. You're not a bad cook. You just like different things than I do. That's all.
She came out with a position that she did.
And if you ever come, if you ever come to dinner here, I will cook you asparagus the proper way. Which you will no doubt complain about. You'll say that's raw. How could you eat asparagus like that? It's raw.
On Israel and Palestine.
Oh, roast asparagus. Yeah, it is actually good. What is it like if you is it like broil? You broil asparagus? Did they mention Brianna Wu or Destiny again after Bender mentioned them the first time? He said he didn't know what was going on with her. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think he knows what's going on, isn't he's on Twitter a lot, right? So if you're on Twitter as much as Bender is, you got to know what's going on with Brianna Wu. I think when he said, I don't know what's going on with her, is like, it's like his way of being like, what is wrong with her? And yeah, so the response from Sam was just like, Brianna is very spicy on Twitter. And like it was just like spicy. Okay, that's one way to, I mean, I would say eliminationist. I would say racist. I would say a lot of things. Spicy is not the word that comes to mind. But that's, I tend to make very simple but flavorful vegan dishes when I cook. That's awesome. I like burnt food. You know what's really good? Okay, so there's some stuff that's better burnt. Like I feel like Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts, you can kind of, you can burn them. Corn is pretty good on the grill, actually. People say that lettuce is good on the grill. I haven't tried it. I love using the broiler in the oven for like everything. It's like grilling. Yeah. There's some things that really benefit from that. A little bit of burnt cheese. Oh my god, I used to love that as a kid.
I mean, why would they want to help Jamaal Bowman if they weren't aligned with him on that issue? I mean, you can't at this point. Oh no, Brianna Wu hasn't been involved. Someone said she's not. No, Brianna Wu hasn't been involved with them for months.
See, wait, that's what I thought. But like his answer was so weird. Like Sam's answer when Matt tried to pin him down about Brianna Wu, tried to ask him about Brianna Wu, was super weird. Right? It's not the answer that I expect to hear is like, we cut ties, right? It was not a good fit. We've parted ways. We've gone, I mean, you don't have to be mean about it. He doesn't have to like, shit on Brianna or anything like that. But just, the answer that I expected to hear was like, she is no longer a factor. Nabil says she's a genocider for sure. Yeah, her takes are just awful. And I'm sure Matt knows about Brianna Wu's takes, right? If Matt and MR, have any sort of you know, lack of awareness about anything. It's usually like, you know, shit involving Vaush, or, you know, they were slow on the Kasparian thing. But again, understand they're a news outlet, and you know, they're focused on different stuff than I am.
I said to them, I brought it up. I said, I need to know who's involved, because it's counterintuitive to work with someone who would be actively trying to get the guy you are trying to reelect, trying to get him to lose.
I use the broiler a lot too. It makes up for not having an air fryer. I have an air fryer, and you know, I bought it back when you know, I had more money, and it has been a very, very good investment. I'm so glad that I own an air fryer. It's like my favorite thing, right? I use it for potatoes. I use it for Brussels sprouts. I use it sometimes for broccoli, but you got to be careful with broccoli, because if you just have a broccoli flour like hanging out in the air fryer, it's gonna burn, right? The broccoli, you know, because it's so like particulated, like the little broccoli heads, it'll you know, you don't want to burn it like, you want a little bit of like flavor on it, but not too much. Air fryers are badass. Yeah. Oh yeah, what's the other thing? Tofu tendies. I used to make tofu tendies, right? You take tofu, and you make a batter out of like flaxseed and cornmeal, and I'm trying to remember, salt, pepper, maybe some garlic powder, some onion powder, and it just makes the best tendies. I wish I knew more of my family history from before they moved to America. Then again, maybe we had to scram because we did something sketchy. If you ever need anything like food appliances, etc., you can put them on Throne too. That's really, yeah. I didn't realize they had stuff like that. Oh, I guess you could put anything from Amazon on there, technically. I usually just go with what's on there, but yeah, it's a good point.
And so I wouldn't be part of that. And in terms of Destiny, they're just, from as far as I know, they're just working with him for the general election. Their job is to re-elect Democrats. It makes sense. And Destiny has never come out as a Trump supporter. But let me tell you, I made my feelings on him known in terms of his content on Palestine.
So yeah, Matt's aware of Destiny's, you know, takes. Matt's aware of Wu's takes. He's under the impression that Wu has cut ties with Progressive Victory. Although that, like I said, it was just a weird answer from Sam. Weird answer from Sam for something that I expected to be like, yeah, she no longer works with. We no longer work with her. It's not a factor. It's not going on anymore. That's what I thought was going on. I don't know now. I don't know. Like the answer he gave was cagey. There's so much about that guy that is just cagey. It's just like you ask him one question and he answers another, and you're just like, wait a minute. Is there a reason that you're not answering that question?
But then he's coming out now with the stuff of his visit to Israel isn't going too good in terms of. So you know, I think.
Wait, what's it? What? Does anybody know what Matt's saying there?
All in all, if his visit to Israel continues that way, then
his visit to Israel isn't going that good. What is
Destiny's content is? I've been on a stream with Destiny before. I was on an election stream with Destiny once. I even said to him there, you know, on in terms of the electoral issues, we probably align on a number of things. I mean, people don't know. I probably gave Brianna Wu one of her, just like I did Tim Pool. I'm just bad at this. I probably gave Brianna Wu one of her earliest. I mean, I was Tim Pool's, apparently, according to him, majority report was Tim Pool's first media appearance during when we asked him to come on during Occupy. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who reached out to him too to book him. This was in 2011. But Brianna Wu, I had her on Majority Report when I was there hosting to talk Gamergate when she was being harassed. I did not even know she was a political person. I just thought she was this game developer lady who spoke out to defend women.
He spent, Shakespeare says Destiny committed war crimes on stream. He spent time denying the Nakba. Yeah, but like, what does Matt mean when he says that Destiny's trip is not going so well? I guess I didn't. Anybody know what that means? Like, is he changing his mind on stuff? He got abuse from Israel? Wait, what happened? I don't know about this. This is new to me. Destiny got to see the real face of Zionism. Most normal people would be like, ew, this is gross actually, but it didn't seem to, so it didn't faze him. So it's not like he changed his mind on stuff. Then he came back to say Nazis would have been seen as the good guys had the communist won power in Germany. Yeah, yeah. In other words, had the German Revolution succeeded rather than its leaders been liquidated by the Freikorps. I think because Destiny said, yeah. So he's talking about like Rosa Luxemburg and company would have turned into like what, brutal, would have been worse than the Nazis. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's a take. That's a take. I think because Destiny said that he was gonna debate bro from the other side while in Israel. I don't think he did though. Like from everything that I've seen of his content in Israel, like if anything, he was more, you know, he was comfortable with that stuff. Evil Morty, thank you for the follow. He barely did any pushback. That's what I thought. Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't see anything about him being like, you know, grossed out by what he saw or like changing his mind or anything like that. But remember when Destiny sort of debate broed very lightly the IDF podcast guys? The IDF podcast guys? Wait, which guys? Pretty sure the politics of Scotland at the time my family lived there was more, hey, if you invade, you get the stabby stabby. Literally had a massive crowd of Israelis come meet him and loner box at Gordon Beach in Tel Aviv.
In the field, which isn't inherently political. Like, that's not...
The IDF Twink Guy podcast? Is this like a TikToker or something?
Politics. I mean, in some ways it is, but it's not like political in the sense of like policy and electoral politics. And I thought what was happening to her was wrong. She was being harassed. I mean, I still feel that was wrong, obviously. I don't think anyone should be harassed.
And again, as much as she inserted herself into that situation and sort of like later on sort of centered herself in you know, in a way that, like, you know, sort of I would characterize as stealing valor, I don't doubt that she got harassment during Gamergate, and that's fucked up. The Dante 1122, thank you for the follow. We're almost at 4,000 on both Twitch and YouTube, aren't we? We're pretty fucking close. I should do follow goals for Twitch, even though I don't really... I don't usually talk about like my my stats on Twitch. Yeah, we're 15 away. We're 15 away. 15 followers away from being 4,000. Oh, that also means that my YouTube following finally officially exceeds my Twitch following. I don't usually talk about it that much. I assume some of these followers on Twitch are like old Destiny fans that saw me talk to Destiny and became, you know, liked me because as a minor orbiter or something like that, and then you know, obviously have not been fans of mine since I spoke up against Dylan Burns. But yeah, we are about at the same level on YouTube and on Twitch. Now we got to work on how about TikTok? How about we take on TikTok next?
Even if I disagree with their politics. But all of a sudden, when I saw like she was doing work with groups to, like, she was running for office and she was doing political consulting work, I was like, what This is out of the blue. What is her experience there? I don't know. I'm not saying she doesn't have an experience there. I have no idea. I just didn't know. Didn't come up in 2014 when she was just a game developer, and I was following what was going on probably more than most journalists about when I was covering games.
She's a rich dilettante, okay? And there's the ad break for you. Wait. Do we just finish the ad break? I can't tell. Ends in 3 minutes. We just started the ad break. Oh my gosh, I didn't even warn you. I didn't even warn you about the ad break. Yeah, she's a dilettante. That's what she does, right? She dabbles. She's wealthy. She comes from money. She comes to money, right? And her spouse is wealthy. She's wealthy, and she's able to just kind of fuck around at whatever she wants to fuck around at, whether it's anything that feeds her narcissism, right? Fancying herself as a game developer, a studio head for, what is it called? Space Cat Studios or whatever the hell. That terrible game that she made, Revolution 60, running for Congress twice and failing both times, or now seeing herself as some sort of a social, I don't even know, what the fuck do you even call her now?
Gamergate.
Yeah, we'll talk about my kick. Shakespeare says NCC gets offered $1 million kick contract. We'll talk about my kick contract tomorrow. Yeah, that's coming up in tomorrow's content. Actually, what's funny though is, from what I've heard, like Rumble is actually trying to recruit people that are not right-wing weirdos, right? Because they've got a ton of that's essentially like Rumble is like right-wingers who get banned, or right-wingers who think that they're going to get banned, or right-wingers who want to do part of their show. This is like what God, what's his name? Russell Brand does this, right? Russell Brand will do his show on YouTube, and then he'll be like, now there's other stuff that I'd like to talk to you about that I can't say on YouTube because YouTube doesn't respect my freedom of speech. So if you'd like to hear those things, then you can come on and join us. We're going to go over to Rumble now. Like, he basically takes his show like over to Rumble, and I don't know what he says. Crowder does this too. I think Crowder does this too, right? Crowder's still on YouTube, although he has been demonetized before. I don't know what his current status is, right? But then he'll bring his audience on to Rumble so he can say the T-slur or whatever the hell he does over there. But yeah, because of Rumble's not doing well, right? I think we watched a video essay that implied that of all the right-wing social media networks, Rumble was doing the best, but they've spent a lot of money. They're spending a lot more money than they're taking in, right? So Rumble's not doing well, but they are trying to make themselves like a legit platform by bringing people who are not like foaming at that's what it is, right? Because at first they when they started, they were like, they had all these right-wing weirdos on, and they would inflate their numbers and inflate their views. It seemed like they were just pumping up the numbers, kind of like Facebook used to do. And you can't do that if you want to advertise, because advertisers need to see your real numbers. And if you're showing them numbers that aren't real, advertisers don't like that, right? But what they really want is to have like normal people stream on Rumble. And I've heard some rumblings of them, bringing on or signing people that are not far right, and even trying to encourage some of that with inflating the numbers of people who aren't far right. But I don't know. I don't think that, like, it's nice to have like a backup, but yeah, Rumble Majority Report, right, streams on Rumble, and they just have not cultivated anything in the way of a good audience, because from what I can tell, they're just like aren't good people like over there. They've got like, trolls, and they've got, there's nobody on Rumble being like, God, I wish there was some more left-wing content, that'd be really cool.
Woke CI drone pilot, progressive victory takes dark money. Is that fine with you, Mr. Binder? No, if you should listen to the interview, I confronted him about that on the show, on the stream. I mean, he couldn't give me an answer. I can't force an answer out of him. I asked him straight up, what are the organizations that fund the group? I understand that he needs to give them a heads up if they don't know they're going to divulge that information. But so I understand he couldn't tell me right then and there, even though I point blank asked him. But I feel like if an organization doesn't want that information disclosed, then maybe what I would do if it was my organization was I wouldn't work with them. If I felt that that funding somehow affected this one specific project I'm volunteering for. It's a voluntary thing. Then I would not do it. But I don't think there is any dark money involved in helping canvas a bunch of streamers get their audience out to canvas for Jamaal Bowman. It's just
Yeah, so like I said, they do fundraising for the canvassing like separately. That being said, it is Progressive Victory, and they are a dark money organization. So I suppose you could make an argument that it's like, okay, well, you know, they're saying like, okay, we got this pile of money over here, and we got this pile of money over here, and like, you know, none of this money's touching any of this money. But it's kind of like, yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
It's just not. If that was going directly to the candidate, or there was some sort of, this is not even in tandem. This is completely unaffiliated with the Bowman campaign. So yeah, I'm no fan of it. If it affected this event, I wouldn't take part in it. I don't believe it does. There's no big money needed for this. It's just a bunch of streamers and their audience canvassing for 2 days. It's literally dark money because they won't disclose their fund. I don't know if you're replying to somebody else, but I didn't say it wasn't dark money. It's if you're not disclosing, you're not disclosing. I mean, personally, like I said earlier, in case you missed it, it's probably, I think this is total just random speculation. I just think it's probably like Open Society or something. Not saying it's specifically them, like an organization like that. All right, folks, let me read the super chats, and that's the show. Let's see. Rachel Atwood with a super chat. Would you have a guest from Ukraine on sometime? Absolutely. Recommend me someone. I'd be happy to have them on. Django Fett with a super sticker. Thank you so much. It's the pair with the fist bump. Thank you so much. T King with a super chat. Let's get Annie back on, please. I tried to get her on, and there was a problem with her thing. We're going to make it happen. Let's try again next week. I'll make her first in line again. I hung up on people to have her on first. I'll do the same next week. Renee with a super chat. No words for Pierre Polier, Hansi Totoro? Oh, he didn't, did he? Wanda with a super chat. So happy that you are joining this effort for Bowman, this PV effort for Bowman. I do hope their efforts to engage content creators works. Much success. Yeah, I mean, I told them that I don't think, I'm not as bullish on their overall view on content creators. And I say this as a content creator myself, so I'm only demeaning my own importance or my own work. I'm not as bullish on how meaningful they are in a lot of the areas, in a lot of the areas where they're hoping. I hope I'm wrong, but I do think this specific thing, getting people out to canvas and knock on doors, is absolutely the 100% area where content creators are important and could help here. Because I've said this time and time again. If you have a race that's close, and you go out and meet the people, knock on doors, go eye to eye with someone, shake someone's hands, hand them physically something, answer questions, face to face, human to human interaction. That means the world in getting people to vote for you. And I've seen it. I've seen it with family members, older family members, grandparents.
One more thing that I'm waiting for him to say, and then we'll
people tell me this. Oh, I voted for someone.
We'll get to the
or someone from their campaign visited me and we talked.
The extra content.
That means the world. And obviously you can't do that in like a Senate race where the entire state votes. I mean, you can, but I don't know how you need a real robust to meet everybody. But for a House race, you can meet enough people to make a difference. And if a streamer can bring out even 10 people who aren't going to volunteer beforehand to do that, then that's 100% a good thing.
Wait, did you say that's a good thing?
Super chat. Matt, let's get Owen Morgan on Leftist Mafia, please. Why does that sound familiar? But yes,
you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing.
I mean, if they'll come on. Kowalski with a super chat. Oh, a super sticker, a hot dog with ketchup. Ooh, I had a hot dog with ketchup just today. Kowalski with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Kowalski. The alfalfa is yielding so good, I might as well share some of the profits from my crop. I know the news has been terrible, but you still come out every week, and for that, I declare you an honorary farmer. It's a high honor. Thank you. And everyone should know that I am officially being funded by Big AG, Big Agriculture. Kowalski just sent me $20. You saw how robust his farming agenda is. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. I'm tired. Big AG has backed Matt Binder here. Full disclosure, at least. Spasticus with a $10 super chat. Log off, check on your kids, and enjoy these times. Thank you for sharing what you safely can about them. I celebrate your dedication to being there for them as much as possible. Oh, that's very nice. I appreciate that. I actually am. I apparently this is not the case. But I actually really for everybody. Which I sometimes I need to remember that I actually truly enjoy my children. I like hanging out with them. I like doing stuff with them. I'm having the time of my life with my son in soccer right now. Honestly, it's because I was into soccer when I was younger. And then my siblings were born, and my parents were too busy to let me do it anymore for a while. And when they finally were able to put me back in, I wasn't as good as I was when I was even younger. And by the time I hit high school, I sort of lost my love for it, and I became one of those kids who was like too punk for sports, too cool for sports. And then it took me a while to get back into it. And now that my son's into it, I am fully reinvested. We go to NYCFC games, that's MLS, Major League Soccer. The local New York City team is NYCFC, New York City Football Club. We go to those games at Yankee Stadium and Citi Field. What's great is because, I guess soccer's still growing here. At least MLS is. Copa America is going to be in the U.S. and it's tickets are selling expensive tickets too. But the NYCFC games, you could get tickets for like most matches for like $25. It's been fun. And then I joined a adult soccer league. I found an 11. I've been doing an adult soccer league for a few seasons ago. I did miss last season because there wasn't one that season that was local to me. But this season I found an 11v11, which was very hard to find, surprisingly. That's like a full field, full soccer game. The ones around here are usually like 7v7, 5v5, 9v9. I found a full 11v11. Our first game was on Monday. I was thanks to coaching my son's team and being on the field with them and running around with them for the past
oh my god
12 weeks.
I feel like there's like one more thing.
Shape and able to keep up on the full.
You know what? I don't have to do this. I can just spoil it for you. You want me to spoil it for you? You want me to spoil it for you? Get in the zone. Yeah, I gotta get in the zone, I guess. Let me spoil it for you, okay? He got raided by Vaush during the stream, right? And remember where we saw him, oh wait, that's not it. Was it like back here? Oh my god, what the hell is this? Is this out yet?
It's not how it is.
Right.
I can clip it's my beard. Actually, I guess we could both do that.
It actually would probably be less of a straight on. I feel less weird, I think.
Yeah, it's black and kind of furry with the microphone cover,
right.
so it wouldn't look out of place.
At least in mine, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shirt was getting pulled out of the, you know how it is.
Right.
I can clip it's my beard. Actually, I guess we could both do that.
It actually would probably be less of a straight on. I feel less weird, I think.
Yeah, it's black and kind of furry with the microphone cover, so it wouldn't look out of place.
At least in mine, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm looking at your beard.
Did you forget that what color your hair was?
I did, yeah. I'm looking at your beard.
Vaush has never rated Bender before. I was in the community for years.
Yeah, it's a black microphone with fuzz. It'll fit in perfectly, forgetting that I'm a ginger, kind of.
Right. Are we live?
We're live now. We're definitely live now.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. I was just telling Vaush beforehand as I interrupt him, which fits. Sorry for talking so much before. I have a thing where if I hear silence, I must nip that in the bud immediately and start talking.
I don't think people understand, like, generally how difficult it is sometimes to translate the impetus of making online content to doing stuff in person. I don't know about you. For me, not seeing chat right now, psychotic. You know,
it feels
like a leg is missing.
Right. And on top of that, like, if you're sitting in front of the computer doing a stream and you're silent for a little bit, it's assumed that, like, oh, they're reading the chat or they're doing something.
Yeah.
But if we're just sitting here together and there's even a second of silence, it just not only, I assume it looks awkward, but it certainly
everyone in chat's like, wow.
Look, no, Femios will roast you. Fimios will ask you if you've got some kind of psychomotor issue going on. Remember, this was the debate with Chud Logic, and Chud Logic was kind of speaking slowly, and Fimios is like, what's wrong with you, Chud? Why is there so much dead air? Anyway.
It feels awkward. Like I'm sitting next to you and we're just like, even for a second, it feels bizarre. So I gotta immediately start talking.
No, I get it. I remember with the computer thing too, especially. I remember the 2 times that I went over to Tim Pool's. Not having a computer in front of me, very disarming actually. You know, especially because his content manager, his handler did as well. You know, it's like a superpower. Once you have that taken away from you, you're just like, you know, where my hands go, where do I look when I'm not like directly speaking. All of these normal human skills, but you know, we're sort of.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, speaking of the Tim Pool appearance, I think we discussed this maybe. I did bring this up to Lance when he went on, and I should mention, I guess we are some of the few people who've been on that show. We're progressives, right?
Yeah, we survived the compound.
You, me, Lance, and Emma Vigland. Lance of the Surfs, I should say.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who went on that's progressive? I think that's it. The 4 horsemen.
Yeah, I don't want to miss anyone because I'd feel bad if but yeah, no, it's not many. He's got a pretty cool compound, huh?
It was very cool to see. Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. You can tell he's making money on YouTube. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, God yes. It feels like, I don't know, man. Meeting with him in person was so strange too, because like, I have to assume that past a certain.
Okay, so they're gonna talk about Tim Pool.
Like it's always, especially with to an extent, like they'll say anything. You know?
Look, chat. You know what we're talking about here? You know what we're talking about? We're talking about a tour, poker, and sushi with the boys. Okay, that's what you get when you go on Tim Pool's. When you go into Tim Pool's compound, and you might get to see him do a kickflip. I don't know.
Yeah.
So we're not getting away from that. But even when the cameras were off, he was like, "You want to see my 3D printer?" And it's just like, I don't know what's psychological, because I feel like emotionally, right? If he was consistent with his beliefs, he should hate me.
Right.
Because I hate him. Like he represents so much harm broadly, you know. So
wait, you almost said you hate him, but you're like, wait, no, I might go back on. I don't know.
It's not representing the behavior.
I mean, it's not like I hate what he represents. That's it.
I don't know if it's a power play thing.
Oh, he did similar things to me.
The boys.
Then it must be. It has to be then.
When I got there, I met all of his. First of all, people don't know. I don't know how many people he's got living there, but he's got all of his buddies hanging out there. I'm not even just talking about the people you see.
It's like Ken Kesey's like ranch from the 60s. You know, it's like the electric Kool-Aid acid test, except instead of orange juice spiked with LSD, it's sushi spiked with, I don't know. I don't even know, chat.
Extreme. Like just random guys who are just there all the time, it seems.
Like Moonlord.
When I got there, I met all of them. They were all very nice or whatever.
Everyone's very nice.
Everyone's very nice. Yes, I'm not good. We're telling the truth. I get to this. They bring me up to the studio where they record the show, where they stream the show. Tim comes in for the first time. Immediately,
I will be right back.
Takes his swords off the wall and starts cleaning it in front of me with a cloth. And
seriously?
Yeah, and he's like,
psychotic.
And, nice to meet you. I was like, nice to meet you too. Is this like a power move, right? And then he shows me like this Civil War era gun that supposedly that's what it is. That's what he referred to it as. That was like leaned against the wall in the corner. And he's like, oh, you want to go check it out? And I went over and I looked at it and I was like, oh, it's pretty cool. And he's like, I guess he was assuming I was going to pick it up or something. I don't remember if he asked me to pick it up, but I didn't. I ended up not picking it up. But the reason I didn't is because he told me it's a Civil War era gun. I don't know how old it is. Like, I don't know. I don't want to pick it up in a couple of dust. And apparently, according to someone who watched the stream, this is secondhand sourcing. I didn't see this. But on a later stream, he brought up how he had some leftist on his show who was too afraid to touch his gun.
Oh, wait, I remember that. I remember him saying that.
I'm assuming he's talking about me.
I didn't know that was.
But I wasn't afraid to touch the gun.
It's all a power
because I didn't want to ruin his Civil War relic. That's why. I have no problem touching a gun.
After the Tim Pool thing, I'm not doing any more in-person appearances at other people's things, because you know, like you're going to show up and it's going to be like the man with the golden gun with his house of fun mirrors or whatever. You know, like hey Vaush, do you like this? And it's like a fucking clown maze I have to navigate. It's a whole thing with these people. I don't know. I feel like it's like threshold of normalcy, because, and I'm projecting perhaps here from my experience, but like with me, you know, I stream, it's just like a computer in a room, and then I chill. You know, it's like my house. And then when you get large enough, like Tim Pool, it's this big career thing, and he's got the compound with the 50 friends and all the antiquities strewn about as conversation starters.
Did you get your picture drawn, by the way?
I did. Yeah.
For people who don't know, they have a wall. When you get there, they have someone who draws a portrait of you. He does this with all of his guests, and they put it on their guest wall, which I wasn't expecting. That was very. It was a bit of a interesting, fun fact of the about the compound.
It's very grandiose. One might say like a little megalomaniacal, a little like King in his village. I feel personally. Right. It's very strange to me. I don't get it. I don't even have a point. I'm not even like getting it anymore.
Right. No.
It's just kind of crazy.
Hey, this is the first. I mean, there's not many of us who've been there, so it's nice to meet someone and have that shared experience to talk about.
Yeah, that's like unloading trauma from the experience.
Right. Did you get invited to for a little bit of poker and sushi with the boys like Emma Vigland did? Because I didn't. I was very disappointed. If I was offered sushi, I would have taken up that offer.
I think they asked me if I wanted to go to dinner afterwards, but not anything like that. It wasn't like poker and sushi. That sounds cooler, but I declined because the flight.
Wow, I guess they didn't like me. I did not get offered a dinner. Tim Pool did not.
No, because I remember that the way Emma described it I didn't get offered that at all. It was literally like, oh, if you want to grab a bite or something. So I think they were trying to get her up especially. I have to, because Emma like stonewalled the whole thing in like a very respectable fashion, if I might say. So I don't know. I feel like from their end, that was a way of trying to like compensate or like, like loosen her, like break through the incredible fucking like stone wall. Yeah, exactly. Which I get from a rhetorical perspective from them, which is why I'm glad she said no, of course, because
Right. I mean, I went in with a different idea. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna talk to his. I'm gonna like take it as maybe you had the same thing in mind. I'm gonna like just act as if I'm talking to his audience. They're gonna get someone that they're not the type of I'm gonna obviously be a progressive because that's who I am. But they're gonna get. I'm not gonna like show up and give them like the rhetoric that they think I'm going to. And interestingly, I on my own stream I take calls and for a few weeks after, I get people from the show calling in and being like, yeah, I thought, some of the points you made were really good. I wanted to talk to you. I mean, I don't know, calling in and, that was that.
No, it's good. That's the best feeling there is.
Yeah.
That's the best there is. I think Emma came in at a massive disadvantage. I'm throwing out the hot take here. She's a woman, Tim Pool's audience, I gotta say, that shit gotta be like 99.999% male, man. That is like a hard lead. Yes. Like, I feel like Jordan Peterson has to have a higher percentage of women.
I thought she did better than all of us, respectively. I thought she
I think she, fully, 100%. I think that stonewalling was the best way, too, because environment like that, I feel always, there's no way to avoid gotchas if enough people are ready to tee them up for you or if they can talk over you. So being obstinate sometimes feels like it's the only way forward. And especially when you're a chick too, because people's biases are preset, there's gonna be a lot of people in chat being like, you own that bitch or whatever, over nothing.
Right. I was on the show right after on the time. Tim Pool made a post. This was right during like when the Supreme Court was about to take up Roe v. Wade. And Tim Pool made this, like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I can't remember. He made a purposely provocative tweet about abortion that made him go viral. He was trending. So when I went on, he wanted to make the whole episode basically about pinning me down on my beliefs on abortion. And they did not like that my opinion came down to whatever the woman who is pregnant or is considering an abortion wants due to what's best for her health. That's my position. That's what I agree with. And they were not happy with that. They were like, you're obfuscating, you're not telling us what you believe. I was like, no, I am. You're just not accepting that that's what I believe.
They tried to get me to talk abortion with Charlie Kirk. I fucking hate abortion debates. I despise them. Because
it's also bizarre to do when it's a room full of guys.
it's also just like, the thing that bothers me about it personally is I know for a fact that conservatives don't care about abortion because they don't care about child care or anything that goes into the health or life or well-being of anyone ever at any point. So it's not that. It's about controlling women because if women can't have abortions, that means that they're really easy to socially lock down. You can't really work past a certain point in pregnancy. And, it's like, there's a reason why abortion rights are like critical to feminism. Like you literally can't get around that because otherwise your shit's locked in. You get fucked or raped or whatever. And I wish I could talk to that. I wish I could say, why do you feel the need to control their bodies so much? But that's like a soy liberal thing is the thing. Controlling women's bodies is the thing they expect.
That was the same mindset I had when I went on. I was like, I'm purposefully not gonna use the sort of cliche sort of slogans or words or phrases that they expect because I want them to sort of see that, like, I want them to see beyond that because they're so stuck in that. Like when you try to bring up like the cost of like college and like the student loan issue, what does their go-to? Oh, why? So you could spend $50,000 on a gender studies degree or something like that? They are so locked into like the trope of like a South Parkian trope of what like a liberal or progressive is. And like if you could break through that and actually talk about what the policies or your beliefs actually entail without using that rhetoric, I find that you actually break through, even if like they don't realize it.
Yeah, their positions are very weak, but they have a lot of thought-terminating cliches that get activated by one of like 60,000 things you could say.
Like if they hear something, like you could be making total sense, but then you'll say something that they've come to expect from their right-wing influence audience.
It's like problematic or whatever, and then it's like, no, every argument before this point, nah, it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore, and they get problematic, like genders, and then it's over. Like their brain is like fit back into the grooves that have been carved into it by the media they watch.
So like if you could avoid that, if you could avoid those cliches, I think like, again, you're not going to change 100%, but I do think in all of these right-wing audiences, there are people who are confused, lost, ignorant to specific issues, who if you can break through with different messaging that gets across the same thing, then I find that they're open to a lot of these things.
I'm sorry, I just thought of this. I thought like, because the controlling women's bodies thing, I was wondering if there's a hypothetical you could build around that to try to like circumnavigate, like to avoid the pitfall. I wonder if you asked a conservative pundit, you were like, what if there was a procedure invented where a pregnant woman could transfer the pregnancy into like a viable external womb that would operate with 100% efficiency and the baby will be fine, like totally normal, right? And will be given to like an adoptive system, like the orphanages or whatever upon birth. Would you be fine with that? And all of them would say no. And then what would they have to say to justify that? It'd be like, well, it's not natural. But then you'd have to argue past that because they wouldn't like that the woman could do that and then go get fucked again, right?
They're already falling into this trap. But I don't think people are making enough of a big deal about it because they know it's a trap and they use rhetoric that is opposite to how they vote. We're talking about at least Republican politicians. But the IVF issue is a perfect example.
That's true. And they're getting their
these are actually families, men and women, who both decide together that they really want kids.
They're
and
kicking their own
willing to do
asses over this. It's like nobody wants this, but then you have like some lunatics in the courts or whatever who are like, finally, they missed the mark. It reminds me of it's the.
Oh, what's this? My mic? Oh, cool.
It's like the IVF thing. That was good. Yeah.
It's probably both talking mics.
It was the IVF thing. It was like oh fuck, there was a comparison I was going to make. It was Pornhub. In like just a few weeks, right? It's pretty close.
That's going to be the end, because microphone just...
Interesting the ways in which,
much
like with IVF, much like with Roe v. Wade, the conservative movement seems to be about chasing policy goals that actually make everyone unhappy when they...
I don't know what to say about this other than the fact that you see how much Vaush's rhetoric is based on what he thinks is going to appeal to a right-wing audience. And, like, you know, I get... you know, if you're going to do debate content, you know, the fact that they've got these thought-terminating cliches, and that they try to put you in a box, and, you know, like but at the same time, you know, you can't base what you're doing off of what they're doing. Like, that, I think, is a trap too. And I think that's where a lot of Vaush, you know, this is where, you know, Vaush's failing is, right? It's not a good thing to emulate.
I get it, even the...
And you can see the limits of it, right? Vaush is done. Vaush is done as far as, like, his ability to, like, appeal to a massive audience, to appeal to a normie audience. He will forever be the Horace Lilly guy. And there's no escaping that, right? And it's also a bad look for the left, because they don't just do, like, Vaush with this shit. They do the left. See, typical leftist, degenerate, like, right there. You know, and if you're gonna, I don't know, obviously, like, degeneracy is like a very right-wing way of framing it, but, you know, you've got Vaush, who is into just legitimately fucked up shit. And so despite, like, the fact that his whole career has been him saying the N-word, for instance, in order to keep himself from being put in that box as the soy SJW liberal. No, I'll say the N-word. I'll say it. Right? I don't know. That's like the epitome of Vaush cringe right there, is the tactical N-word, the tactical misogyny, and it doesn't work. It does not work. It has a limit to it, and you know, and at the end, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because he is that moment on stream when he showed his fucking spank folder to the world, and I don't know what else to say about this guy.
Constituents. Right. And then it backfires. Like, the Roe v. Wade thing has backfired massively. Polling for women has shifted, like, nationwide on every level.
It has been the winning position for Democrats. That's why they're like...
He looks like a middle-aged man having a conversation with his adopted son. That's funny. I think Vaush is younger than Bender, actually.
Bucking the trend.
But you're right.
Like, you know, typically the incumbent president's party has the struggle in to get reelected or get, you know, take the House or the Senate. It's been sort of the opposite. Like, Democrats in Congress are doing better than their president, the Democratic president, which is not usually always the case. I mean, typically there's a struggle. And to bring it back around to this event, there's one candidate in NY16 who's endorsed by Planned Parenthood.
I see. Latimer.
No, Jamaal Bowman, right? It, in fact, is the first time ever, I believe, that Hillary Clinton endorsed the candidate
opposition,
who is not endorsed by Planned Parenthood in a race.
Which is crazy. Bowman should be, like, lauding the... Actually, a week ago in an interview, he said that Hillary Clinton's endorsement of Latimer was not a major endorsement, which is very funny, like the shade.
I mean, it's
true,
not really,
but it's funny.
I mean, maybe in NY16 it has a little bit more pull because she lives in the area. Yeah. But yeah. Jamaal Bowman's the Planned Parenthood endorsed candidate.
I got to look into this Bowman guy.
Yeah, you should. Check him out.
I really appreciate you speaking.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. You're here.
Oh, YouTube.com/Matt Binder, @MattBinder on all other platforms. That's perfect. You can find me everywhere else from there.
And if you watch me, I've hosted him a bunch, so that also tracks.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Wait, I hate breaks. Thank you again. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, there we go. Sushi. Or wait, what is it again? Tour. Sushi and poker with the boys. The boys. I'm looking for one more clip that I wanted to show you. If I can find it. Wait, okay, I think it was like I'm trying to remember, was it like a comment on the... I'm trying to even remember where I saw this. Assuming that I'm not blocked by Progressive Victories, Progressive Victories, Twitter account. I think it was on their Twitter account where I saw this. No, it wasn't here. It wasn't here. Oh my god, chat. I wish there would, you know how like on YouTube you can see your history? Like what, even if you just watched a video for like a second, you can go back to it and be like, what was that video again? No, I think this was like a rando. Oh my god. Here, let me show you this for now. This is the... This is the crew. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at those tube socks on We're in Hell. Yeah, it was some random person. Oh, there it is. Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. You got to see this. We got some extra clips out of this. I don't know, maybe you could find, I don't know where they found this. Maybe they found it on Progressive Victory. Mr. Tacoma wept himself. Vaush makes women so uncomfortable that when he's done interviewing them, they don't shake his hand. They don't want to touch him. They literally just run away. Let's take a look.
Hitting the nostalgia bump, you know?
Oh my God.
Contra did a video. The nostalgia bump, you know?
Oh my God.
Contra did a video defending it.
Yeah.
I think it's back in. You're in.
Ah, okay.
Gonna dust off the old email handle.
Okay. Well, they're telling me to fuck off now. Okay. It was so nice being here.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you
see
so
you
much.
constantly.
Bye. Really?
Yo. Okay, I don't know.
Contra did a video defending it.
Yeah.
I think it's back.
I mean, what are we going to say with this one? This is out of context. It doesn't count.
TV's provided the opportunity. I mean, it's election season, of course, and I'm really happy that PV's provided the opportunity for us to get out here and touch grass. But you, I don't know how to publicize this, so maybe I shouldn't front it. But you did some wacky grass touching yourself recently, no?
What are you?
Wait, is this Surus there?
Your little excursion over to your little up and about. Is that?
Check this out.
What?
I don't know how to publicize this, so maybe I shouldn't front it. But you did some wacky grass touching yourself recently, no?
What are you talking about?
When your little excursion over to your little up and about. Is that like
Your little up and about, yeah.
I can't tell.
Did you do an up and about recently?
When you went to Qatar.
Oh yeah, no, everyone knows.
Oh, okay. I'm like sweating over here. Yeah, I don't know if you're giving me like no.
I didn't know what you were talking about.
Okay, well, you told me that while we were driving, and it was the coolest thing that I've ever heard. So if you could please share.
Yeah,
I don't want to give a shitty secondhand version of it.
Of course, no, you're fine.
I mean, it's.
And then this is the best. This is the best. So this is Vaush and J-Rag here. Having a sip. Getting caffeinated.
Thank you for matching energy. Chad,
This is why I think J-Rag is absolutely 100% here to troll.
Thank you for matching energy. Chad, this is huge. I was given a cappuccino. What do you have again?
I have black tea. Black tea. Like English breakfast. Starbucks.
He's never heard of black tea.
No, I'm just trying to
This is like literally the most common type of tea in the world.
think. Is it black like the way tea would be Earl Grey? Is it like a type of tea, or is it a way you make the tea? What makes tea black? Does that mean like nothing in it, the way black coffee is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Troll. Okay, for anybody who doesn't know, it's about how it's like, I'm trying to remember, like fermented, and oh my god, there's like a process that there's a way that you process tea, you dry it, you ferment it, you do different stuff to it, right? Like essentially black tea has the highest amount of caffeine because of how it's prepared, how it's treated, how it's like, I'm trying to think of the word. There's something else besides fermentation that goes on too, right? And that's what makes it black tea. It's you know, it's got more tannins, it's got more like bitterness to it, and it's also got more caffeine in it, so that's what people like it for. This is like English tea, this is breakfast tea. You know, there's like different kinds of you know, black tea, Darjeeling, Assam, like, right? It's anyway.
Wait, what?
J-Reg's trolling him, right? It's not that it just like doesn't have any sugar or milk in it.
What do you put into tea?
Cream, sugar, just the same thing as coffee, really.
I didn't know people did that.
Yeah, it's a lot like coffee, except less
Disgusting.
caffeine. Yeah.
He doesn't like tea. He's not a fan of tea. I mean, like, right? This is the guy that doesn't like music unless it's electro swing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Troll. Freaking troll. Anyway, chat. I don't even have to do the math this time. I don't even have to add this up. I know what won. In England, they ask you if you want your tea black or white, meaning, oh, really? Yeah, but like, you know, when you say black tea, like, right, you're talking about the leaf. I mean, I guess that's because there is legitimately white tea. There's a kind of tea called white tea that's got the least amount of caffeine in it. Green tea has like the second least amount of caffeine, and then you got your oh my gosh, you got your like pu'ers, that, you know, and then you've got like black tea that's like the most caffeine. What do Yeomni Park do now? Oh my gosh. White tea is white tea is, how do I describe this? It's subtle. Okay. It's subtle. It, you know, the preparation makes a big difference, and like you're tasting a very specific note in the tea. But yeah, there's not really any caffeine to speak of. I mean, there's like a tiny bit of caffeine in white tea, but for the most part, there's like no caffeine. Berry teas, yeah, berry goes really good with white tea, actually. Some acai and honey, some acai. I love the, what is this? Where did he get this trucker Hillary hat? That's amazing. Anyway, like I said, it's definitely AOC versus Nick Fuentes that won. Somebody was curious about. The Yeomni Park thing. Let me just go like figure out what that was about. Inside Kim Jong-un's so Kim Jong-un, wait. Hello, Bowie. Gross Pleasure Squad. I don't know. It's on the Jordan Harbinger show. I actually haven't watched this clip yet, but yeah, that definitely did not win. Let's go to the playlist here. Let's see what's going on between Nick Fuentes
we got quite
and AOC.
quite a little snipe fest here, y'all. So AOC tweeted this: "An unspoken secret in Congress is that much of the reflexive, blind, unconditional vote support for nearly any Israeli government action isn't from actual agreement." And I'm sure she goes on to bring up it's from AIPAC, it's from the Israel lobby. They give so much money to the politicians. It's I scratch your back, you scratch mine. AIPAC gives the money. They basically give AIPAC whatever they want in terms of legislation. Sometimes it's the lobbyist groups that even write the legislation, literally. So what she's saying there is 100% factual. No doubt about it. But in comes Nick Fuentes. Nazi Nick Fuentes. I'm not just saying that, by the way. We actually covered the debate that Nick Fuentes had with Alex Jones. Alex Jones was taking the position, I'm against Hitler, and Nick Fuentes was taking the position, I'm kind of for him. So it's not overreaching. No, he's a Nazi, right? Anyway, so Nick Fuentes comes in and says AOC is a more America first than 99% of Republicans.
The fuck? I mean, this is the kiss of death here, right? That's what he's doing. He's quote retweeting AOC in a way that is agreeing, or you know, really recasting. Like what he's saying is like she's one of us. Like you got a problem with Israel's policy in Gaza? Yeah, we're in agreement here, AOC. This is a kiss of death here. This is what he's trying to do. Like he's trying to, you know.
So this is his attempt at. Oh
wait, crap!
Giving credit.
I'm gonna change the thing here. Let's look at it in this view. What did I walk into? Nick Fuentes trying to fuck with AOC, basically. That's what this is. So she said an unspoken secret in Congress is that much of the reflexive, blind, unconditional vote support for nearly any Israeli government action isn't actual agreement. And I don't know if we saw the latter half of this tweet, but yeah, Nick Fuentes quote tweeting her and saying AOC is more America first than 99% of Republicans. Her response here: "You are a white supremacist, and I want nothing to do with you, nor the world you imagine. I believe in a multiracial democracy, one of economic rights, civil liberties, and that affirms the working class and the rights of women and LGBTQ plus people. These are not small differences; they are irreconcilable. White supremacy is the scourge and must be disavowed in all places."
That's what he's trying to do here. Like, look, like AOC is being more America first than the Republicans, and it kind of reminds me of the inverse of this, when you have people who are nominal lefties who will take like one position of Marjorie Taylor Greene and be like, "See, she's out lefting the squad." Like she's more socialist-y than other so-called.
This is the MTG when she said she wanted to defund the FBI.
Progressive lefties, and
there were some people who were like, "Hey, maybe should we just take her up on that?" You know, like to get a little
Congress. It's like the inverse of that, right? Anyway, AOC comes out here and says, "You are a white supremacist, and I want nothing to do with you, nor the world you imagine. I believe in a multiracial democracy, one of economic rights, civil liberties, and that affirms the working class and the rights of women and LGBTQ people. These are not small differences. They are irreconcilable. White supremacy is a scourge and must be disavowed in all places." Hot damn. So they went. Then, of course, you had the weirdo groypers underneath trying to pretend like there's some.
So now here's the deal. Like, what would you do if you were AOC? because this has come up in other places, and I've seen other people, you know, that have like Nazis agree with them, like not do a good job of distancing themselves, of disavowing, of, you know, illustrating the you know, contradiction there, right? But like okay, so here's the deal. Wait, actually, do I block motherfucking Booger Nick? Because here's the first mistake, okay? Nick Fuentes, right? You can search his name up on Twitter. He's back on Twitter because Elon decided to let him back on. He's bringing back all of the Nazis. I mean, he's already got all the Fuentes followers, so you might as well have Slippery Nick himself, right? And so here's his account right here, Nicholas J. Fuentes, and I go up and I go block, right? I mean, I don't think that like Nick Fuentes is ever going to come across any of my tweets, but now I know it won't happen, or at least now listen, she's AOC, right? So she's not some random small streamer chick. There's every chance that even if she blocks Nick Fuentes, he could see. So what he's done right here, yeah, for those of you who are not savvy about Twitter, this is a quote retweet, right? He takes her tweet and he, you know, presses the button and he quote retweets it. He's like responding to her tweet on his timeline. That's what that means, right? And then she's replying to him. But even if she were to block him, right, he could still, if he got, you know, a hold of like a picture of her tweet, he could just retweet that, and it's kind of like the same effect. But yeah, I just blocked him because I realized I didn't have him blocked, and it's like, wait a minute, why don't I have him blocked yet?
White supremacist, and I want nothing to do with you, nor the world you imagine. I believe in a multiracial democracy, one of economic rights, civil liberties, and that affirms the working class and the rights of women and LGBTQ people. These are not small differences. They are irreconcilable. White supremacy is a scourge.
So look, I could see some people saying, don't respond to him. I could see some people saying that if you disavow, you know, like he's trying to imply that there's some, you know, connection between his view of things and your view of things, right? And, you know, obviously you don't want people thinking that, but this is Nick Fuentes, right? As long as it stays right here, it's just his fans seeing this shit. There's some argument to just like block him at this point and not engage, right? Because like this is like, you know, it's her letting him know in no uncertain terms that no, their viewpoints are irreconcilable, right? Which they are. But does she need to say that? Does she need to make that point? Is disavowing actually here? I don't know, somehow imply or make it look like that she has something that she needs to disavow when in reality she doesn't. It's a question. It's a, you know, I'm curious what chat thinks.
And must be disavowed in all places. Hot damn. So they went. Then of course you had the weirdo groypers underneath trying to pretend
she's not allowed to. Oh wait, is that true, Stephen Gordon? Is that true? She's not allowed to block people because she's an elected representative? That's true? Remind me to never run for Congress. Really? You can't use the yeah, just because she responded he won. Yeah. That's what I'm kind of afraid of, right? It's I'm not trying to backseat drive her because, you know, I'm like I can block the guy. Unlike her, I guess I'm able to just block him.
Like there's some sort of sexual tension here or something. It's so strange. It's so strange. Any interaction at all between like a guy and a woman, and they're like, huh? Sex? It's like, no, not every single interaction has sexual tension at its core, you absolute freaks. Nothing has ever had less sexual tension than these two fighting online. Okay.
Like in general, I mean, this is a different situation, right? Because he's a large account and she's a large account, right? But if I get, you know, if I get some smaller, like, I don't know, like a Vaushite account baiting my engagement, generally I'll leave them alone, because the only way that anybody's going to even see what their tweet is if they interact with me, right? You know, when it's like Destiny himself, I think I also I just ignored him when Destiny replied to one of my tweets, and his whole fucking community, because it's not like Destiny, it's never just Destiny replies to your tweet. If Destiny replies to your tweet, DGG is on that thread. They are all commenting on your tweet now, right? But I ignored him. Vaush, I think I joked with him when he ratioed me. Yeah, Brianna Wu was in that thread too. Wait, I'm trying to remember how that happened. I think it was Vaush noticed it first, right? Vaush replied to me, and then Brianna Wu. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody remember this? It was about George Orwell or something. But it's kind of like I had said my piece. I didn't have anything else to say. I don't know. Like, I mean, this is a legitimate question. Like, how do you handle this kind of stuff? Now I'm like, should I have? Maybe I should have responded to Vaush, and AOC should not respond to Nick Fuentes. I don't know, chat.
Okay, it ain't happening. Get over it.
Elected officials' Twitter is supposed to be open to the public, even to Nick Fuentes. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So yeah, here's the difference between like Elon's Twitter and Twitter, right? Is Elon's Twitter has Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, right? You know, you got to respond to everybody if you're an elected official, but that includes like, you know, fucking Nick Fuentes, right? That's Elon's Twitter. Orwell would hate Vaush, unironically. That's true. That's true, actually.
So anyway, a lot of groypers were being really weird about it. But look, I think AOC handled this properly, in my opinion, because here's the thing. And guys, this is not something to gloss over. This is actually super important, and people need to realize it. There are many people who will cynically...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Vaush replying to my tweet is a win for me. And I don't need to say anything else. If he's that mad that he has to reply to a random, small streamer chick, he's fucked up. He just fucked himself. Thank you for the follow, Ask a Physicist. I will ask a physicist next time I have a question about physics. Yeah, but yeah, like I you know, if he's replying to me, I've won. I don't need to say anything else. It's like, all right, thanks for the W, Vaush. There was just like nothing to say. If I reply to him and I get mad, right, then you know he's kind of won. I don't know. Like it seems like bizarre Twitter advice. I feel like I'm doing this thing where I'm giving you almost like a mystical answer, which is completely impractical, right? The idea of like, oh no, just like anybody on Twitter, just don't respond to them. Just don't give them the, like, right? I don't know. That's oversimplified. That's oversimplified. Sometimes you don't need to respond. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes you don't need to respond. Not always, but sometimes.
Latch onto the Palestinian cause, right? Who will cynically criticize the Israeli government, but not because they're in favor of human rights and justice and Palestinian sovereignty and independence. No, they're doing it because, and Nick Fuentes will say this very straight up, he thinks there's an evil cabal of satanic Jews who control the entire world, right? And he tries to obfuscate that position as if it's just like, no, I'm just, you know, I'm against AIPAC and I'm against corruption and I'm against, you know, I'm against the lobbyists doing this and I'm pro-Palestine. But anything you ever hear him say about this topic, when he expounds on it, it's got nothing to do with any of that. It all has to do with he's pro-Hitler and he wishes Hitler had finished the job. And remember, guys, as we've talked about 1,000 times and we'll continue to talk about, the problem is not Jews. In fact, there are many.
Yeah, so my take is this, right? You gotta gatekeep when it comes to like liberatory movements, like when it comes to, you know, sort of like, you know, if Nick Fuentes was to try to join into in a protest, right? If he was to just like walk up with some groypers and try to be like, yeah, free Palestine, right? You got to kick that fucker out. You cannot abide that shit. All right. You cannot let, you shouldn't like, be like, oh wait, he's saying something good now, let's retweet, right? You can't do that. You can't play that game. You got to be real like clear about your line. And that goes for Nick Fuentes, and that goes for Infrared Haas, and that goes for Jackson Hinkle, and that these motherfuckers are not with us. They are not with us at all. That's but I guess because it's her personal Twitter, it's not personal, it's her, people keep reminding me it's her representative of Congress Twitter. But I don't know. Maybe there's an argument that she did need to say something. That's her official Twitter as a representative of Congress. Maybe she did need to say something. Right? Even though it's not ideal and you shouldn't have to, and it kind of just like it risks making you look like you think you need to like that there's some confusion that you need to clarify, right? Which there's not. Anybody who knows anything, right, knows that it's not like AOC like low-key agrees with Slippery Nick.
Pro-Palestine Jews who are leading the peace movement. The problem is the Zionists. That's the problem. The people who believe in an ethno-state and a theocracy. They are the problem. The people who are basically supremacists, and
people expect her to explicitly denounce it. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, I don't like that she responded to this. But then when I put myself in her position as a member of Congress on an official account, yeah, I guess you have to.
They will step on anybody.
It sucks that he's getting the engagement. And it sucks that people are going to portray this as like, oh, look at her, like, methink thou doth protest too much. But yeah, I guess there's no other way, considering, she's an elected official. Not responding to a Nazi saying we're the same would have been used to censure her. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. In her position, she cannot deny him the engagement. But it really sucks because
everybody's right to take what they want, even if it's illegal, even if it's unethical, even if it's immoral. I mean, the people who want a greater Israel, right? That's the problem. The problem is Zionist extremists. That's the problem. And that's not his take. He might pretend from time to time like it's his take, but it's not.
GTA says, I don't have a problem with congressional Twitter accounts blocking Nazis. I know. I feel like they should be able to block. There should be. But chat's telling me that the way that this works is, as a government official, you can't block anyone. It's supposed to be open. I think it's an obvious win for her. It helps distance the cause from anti-Semitism.
He's the kind of guy who loves Hitler and doesn't even try to hide the fact that he loves Hitler. And he doesn't have a problem with Zionists. He has a problem with...
Well, here's the deal. Okay, so I will tell you something. As somebody who used to suck at analyzing how I'm perceived in a public situation, right? As somebody who used to really suck, no self-awareness, right? Just get cooked out there. Just get cooked by the worst people on Twitch. I will say that one thing that I've learned is that I've always felt the need to explain anything that I'm accused of, like, extensively, like beyond the shadow of a doubt. I felt to need to completely walk through the logic, right, of why whatever somebody's saying about me is wrong. And that is not actually a good idea. The more you talk, the more it feels like you think you're guilty. Not that, I mean, it isn't saying, you don't respond at all, but you respond succinctly, you respond confidently, and you don't give the person saying obvious bullshit about you, you don't give them, you don't treat them in a serious way, right? That's how I should have responded to literally all of the drama thrown at me because I had a lot to deal with, right? And there's no way that, like, especially with just the bogus strategy. Irene, you had too long a pause after the first suck? What does that mean? Also, why am I not hearing the noises of the, I feel like something just happened. Jonathan gifted 5 subs, and I heard nothing. I'm gonna have to do these manually again. That's okay. It's kind of fun. I low-key enjoy it. All right, let's try this again. Pidhainik, you just got a gift sub from Jonathan. Variant, you just got a gift membership from Jonathan. Chris Perez just got weaseled by Jonathan. Isaiah, you just got weasels. Fiona, you just got weaseled. Okay, so yeah, God. See, now I'm questioning my weaseling. I'm questioning, like, the way that I acknowledge the weasels. But thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, and I'm sure that those who just received them appreciate them as well. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. I just need to put it on automatic, right? As I'm telling you not to, like, overthink things, as I'm telling you not to over-explain things, I am overthinking the manual gift sub alert.
Jews, full stop. So if he sees a Jewish person who's anti-Zionist and pro-Palestine, he still is like, that's a bad person, and they're part of the evil group, and they're, you know, manipulating everything behind the scenes. He just has an incorrect worldview, right? And as they often say, politics makes for strange bedfellows, but what AOC is trying to do here is say, no, bitch, we're not even bedfellows.
I wish he hadn't said that.
We got with nothing at all.
I don't need to think about that.
All remotely in.
I'm sure that Nick Fuentes is thinking about that, but we don't need to think about that.
Common, even at the random times where you try to pretend like we have something in common. And I respect that, and I appreciate that coming from her, because it draws a very clear line. And by the way, it was AOC a couple weeks ago. She did some event where she, you know, was talking about the scourge of anti-Semitism and condemning anti-Semitism. She did a whole event on that. But then also she will bash the Israeli government, right? The thing of criticizing anti-Semitism, you would never, ever, ever see Nick Fuentes do that, agree with that. And by the way, just to be clear, I think AOC kind of got bamboozled on that because one of the people who was hosting it is known to weaponize anti-Semitism to deflect criticism away from the Israeli government. But she got a little bamboozled. But the fact of the matter is, what she's trying to show there is, I'm against anti-Semitism, but I'm also against Zionism and Israelis stealing Palestinian land, and I want equal rights for all, etc. That's what she's trying to show there. And so she's almost bent over backwards to be like, don't put me in a category with these absolute anti-Semitic freaks. And it doesn't matter how much he tries to do that. You're going to have these people cynically latch on to, you know, this cause, and funny enough, try to be like giving her credit. But just like
that's what I said when I said it's like the kiss of death, right? It's a maneuver specifically, you know, where he sounds like he's complimenting or agreeing with her, but he knows he's doing specifically because of, you know, what he knows he represents to her, right? As a way of, like, just, you know, giving, you know, her enemies within the Democratic Party another thing to go after her for. Yeah, I guess he's kind of a smooth operator when it comes to this shit. And that's concerning, right? Like, he knew what he was doing when he did that. He wasn't he wasn't thinking that, oh, maybe she'll be like, hey, cool man. Like, right? He had no illusions of what he was doing there. He did that shit on purpose. That was calculated. That's scary.
I want credit from this guy, right? I wouldn't want. What's that famous drill tweet? Like,
Yeah, you do not in fact have to give them. You do not in fact have to hand it to them.
Regarding my previous post, you don't gotta hand it to ISIS. Something like that, right? And that's, you know, that's kind of the sense I'm getting here. Like, I just stay away. Just stay away. If there's gonna be any conversation, any dialogue at all,
Wait, are we talking about the hockey game? 1 minute left. Edmonton goalie pulled for extra attacker. I actually know what that means. Oh my gosh. Wait, what's the score? Look at me caring about hockey. Look, people started talking about it, and now I want to know. She also denounced Palestinian activists as anti-Semitic, so I think it's a mixed bag. Panthers ahead. Oh no, that's really bad. Yo, they gotta pull it out. The Oilers. Come on, Oilers.
Whatsoever with somebody like this.
That's so weird that like a sports mascot is a Oiler. Like, what does the Oiler do? Squirt you with oil?
Honestly,
that's not scary. That's just lubricating. I don't know. Why did that become a thing? Like the Panthers, I get. Like a Panther comes after you, you're like, whoa, okay, that's right. But an Oiler, somebody comes after you with an oil can. I'm supposed to be scared of that? What is with some of the sports team names, right? I thought they were supposed to scare, you know, be fearsome. Edmonton massagers. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to give you a massage. They're going to threaten you with a good time is what they're going to do.
I know it's kind of funny to say this, but you go after it.
We need Trump to give the Panthers another pep talk, right? That's why I was saying Matt shouldn't say that shit about the Oilers and the, you know, like Matt's putting the curse on them, right? That's bad luck. You can't do that. Florida won. No, Matt, this is why you gotta not. You can't make the freaking Stanley Cup into a symbolic referendum on Donald Trump. I'm from Buffalo. Our football team is named after the monthly request to remit payments? The Buffalo invoices?
Dingus Gambit.
Pretty much. That's like a... the Buffalo Bills. Yes. The Buffalo invoices. I like my name better.
Alex Jones style, and it's just like, we're gonna debate, and you're wrong, and I will crush you on that, and I say Hitler's bad. Based Alex Jones on that one random issue. I hate Alex Jones and I hate Nick Fuentes, but Alex Jones is a lot less psychopathic than Alex Jones, or at least he's not a Nazi. We'll go with that. At least
Oilers are guys that work on oil rigs. Alberta is known for oil. Oilers could be big burly men. Big burly men with oil? It still sounds like a massage therapist, but Trump used to literally tell Nazi oven jokes to Jewish executives in the 80s and 90s. I believe it. But like, okay, wait, you work on an oil rig. Wait, okay, so that's like out at sea, right? Wait, is an oil rig out at sea? Or could an oil rig, yeah, Edmonton, it's gotta be on the land, right? So it's like a big, so what are they gonna like jump down off the oil rig on you or something? They're gonna have all kinds of oils ready to massage you. Stop! I gotta stop this. They're not threatening massage therapists. That's not the idea. They're.
He's not a Nazi. Look at where the ball.
Okay, so it's then it's kind of like the Seattle Mariners, right? They're like sailors, and it's like they're coming to sail on. I don't know what's the.
bar is now in these conversations that we have. This is where
I mean, against the Sharks, right? That would work, right? If they're up against the San Jose Sharks. Wait, is that even the same? No. Are the Sharks baseball? I don't think they're baseball. What are the Sharks? The San Jose Sharks. Land-based rigs have heavy-ass tools, so they're going to drop tools on you? Fracking rigs? They're going to frack you? It's on the land. Trump's former head of construction came out revealing that. Y'all need to start taping Trump. I don't know what else to say. You need tapes, you need videotapes, you need audio tapes, you need any kind of tape you can get of Trump saying these things, because I swear to God, it is worth so much more than another news article with an interview. San Jose Sharks is NHL. What is Mariners? Mariners is baseball. So they would not play. Although I've always wished that that could happen, right? Is there some way we could make that happen? Could we have inter-sports games? Like where they play baseball on a hockey rink with the baseball team against the hockey team? But the hockey team has to wear shoes on the ice? And so when they slide into the base, it's like they really slide into the base. Or what would the opposite of that be? Like baseball? Wait, no. Be field hockey. I don't know, chat. I don't know.
We've come to. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
Sharks versus the Ducks? Like, I mean, like, and that's the thing too about sports, like, games, is that, like, it's like, if I had, like, to bet on Sharks versus Ducks, I mean, I think a shark would eat a duck pretty easily. The duck's just chilling out on top of the water, the shark comes up and, like, eats it, and it's a game over. If that's how it worked. If it was really about the mascots. The Leafs, yeah, the Leafs would never beat anyone, ever. They would be, you're just the Leafs. You're not gonna... Hot dogs are better than seafood? Tacoma Blues. Wait. Tacoma wept. I mean, is that right, chat? Are hot dogs better than seafood? Not if the duck is Donald. Okay, so that could put a, you know... The danger pay working on an offshore rig is wild. So it's like that dangerous? Seafood is better? You know, maybe so, but I think it's mostly because of the tartar sauce. I feel like I never really liked seafood as much as I like tartar sauce. Tartar sauce is so good. Tartar sauce is one of the best things in life, okay? And, you know, here's what, okay, so, like, right, this is the thing about seafood. You got two main sauces. One is cocktail sauce. Ew. What the fuck is that? Like, who eats the cocktail sauce? Really? Are you serious? When you've got tartar sauce? Tartar sauce is... Like, all sauces should aspire to tartar sauce. To have a little bit of pickle, a little bit of crunchy pickle in you, to have that sour tanginess and that creaminess. Oh my God. It's what all sauces should aspire to. It's to be more like tartar sauce, just a little bit more. Really, I had a really delicious tofu dog recently. Could you make tartar sauce out of tofu, maybe? That's the vegan tartar sauce? I don't know. When you get a chance, check out the Piper Alpha Rig incident and the BP spill. The BP spill, oh my God. Was that the one that was in the Gulf of Mexico that it's just like literally fucked up the whole Horizon XL? Is that what it's called? Wait, you're too good for this conversation? Because I'm talking about tartar sauce? Is that trashy to you? Deepwater Horizon. Why am I saying XL? Keystone XL. Oh my god, I mixed up. Wait, Keystone XL. Pipeline. Oh my god, how are those two things like confused concepts in my head? I'm like Horizon XL. I'm sorry, chat. That's ridiculous. Don't fuse sports. Look up 4 on the floor combination Olympics? 4 on the floor? Combination Olympics? What is that even? 4 on the floor combination Olympics. Wait, I typed Olympic. What is 4 on the floor? Wait. Is it a show? Oh, I guess I can't watch it. I just want a combination of different sports in one sport somehow. Like, and like the variety of knowing that like once in every great while a hockey team will play a baseball team, a football team will play a golf team, a badminton team will play a volleyball team. A skiing team will play a bobsled team. You know what I'm saying? Figure skating versus curling? Yeah. The figure skaters are trying to figure skate, and the curlers are trying to throw the curling stones down like to knock them over. So they got to do their thing, and then when the curling stone comes by, they jump. They jump over it. That sounds like a real sport. That could happen. That could be real, right? There's no liability in something like that. Certainly not prohibitively so. You got yogurt in your fridge and it's expired and you forgot about it? Is there such thing as a golf team? Is there not? Wait, is there no there's no like team golf? I thought there was team golf somehow. Okay, what is up with Waluigi? I think he's okay. I don't need expired yogurt. You just threw away 3 fruit cups and an entire pack of wraps. They expired in July 2023. I mean, wait, shout you out? I'm like looking at your name and asking myself, is your name like something that if I say it out loud, it's going to turn into a slur? I don't think so. Hello, Bowie. Meow, meow. Wait, do you see the little fluff? The fluff has left the room. The fluff has left the building. My high school, yeah, high school had a golf team, right? So there are golf teams then, maybe? Bike boxing? Yo. Wait, so you're riding a bike with no handlebars and you're boxing each other? Like it's kind of like jousting, right? You're riding your bike and you got boxing gloves, and as you go by each other, you try to hit each other, and then you turn around again. and maybe you have like one hand on the steering wheel and one hand to punch with. It's like that kind of deal. Like jousting would be fun. Chess boxing. Yeah, chess boxing is real. Wait. The next episode. Will be at Chernobyl? Chad, I really wish we could watch this, okay? There is this group of dudes. I think they're Ukrainian. And they go to Chernobyl. And not just do they go to Chernobyl, right? They infiltrate. They penetrate Chernobyl. The exclusion zone, right? And then they freaking do shit like if it's winter, they'll ice skate. Or sometimes they will cut a hole in the ice and they will scuba dive. And they're always like doing this wacky shit where they're like exploring deep within Chernobyl. Like, right? The radioactive disaster from the 80s, Chernobyl, that Chernobyl. Not, yeah. So, yeah, I showed you that before. And I got copyright claimed. Like, those guys are like really serious about their content. They're basically Jubilee. No, they're worse than Jubilee. No, they're better. They're not as bad as Jubilee. They didn't get my stream taken down. I was allowed to stream that. I couldn't make any money off of it because of they claim the content. Isn't Chernobyl still radioactive? Yeah, that's what I thought. But I think these guys are trying to get turned into ghouls. I think they've played a little too much Fallout. And they are thinking about becoming some cool ghouls. How come, yeah, Christian Strand, how come Hassan can play? That's my question. Not just Hassan. Like, I've seen, like, there was a streamer that literally had a stream on YouTube that had covered that content before me. And I even mentioned it in my appeal to YouTube, and they didn't care. They were just like, nope, can't do it. Like, it's just this weird shit. I compare it to like a, what is it called? Like an invisible fence for dogs, like, right? One of those things that zaps the dogs. But the thing is, the dogs eventually learn, oh yeah, here, you can't go past here, right? With YouTube, there's no like learning. It's just, you get zapped. They're just like, you know, because like most stuff, there's fair use. Like, right? If I, disagree or agree with Kyle Kalinske, I can watch his video, I can react to it. It's transformative. Nobody's ever going to be like, oh, I was going to go and watch Kyle Kalinske's video, but instead I'm going to watch yours, Irene, because Kyle Kalinske's video would be faster to watch. And if all you want is Kyle Kalinske, that's where you get it, right? So it's like fair use. It's fair use. It's transformative. It's commentary. It's educational, whatever the fuck you want to say. But you can't say that that's true about Kyle Kalinske and it's somehow not true about Jubilee. They are getting treated, special, and like YouTube just does this with certain shit, and I don't understand it, and I think it's fucked up. We really should take this to Twitter, right? Instead of me responding to Voshites who try to start drama with me, I should instead respond to Jubilee and try to start drama with them. They deserve the drama. I do not deserve the drama. I deserve the engagement. The Voshite tweeting at me does not deserve the engagement. So there we go. Fair is fair. Can we all agree that fair is fair? They are all directly telling you what you can and can't show. Isn't the foundation of the problem that the current opinion, they control opinion that much in the first place? You could definitely make an argument that, like, streamers should stop reacting to Jubilee. It's that people want to see Jubilee, though. That's the problem. And sometimes the streamer wants to see Jubilee too. Sometimes. A little bit. Usually not. Jubilee's so ugh. Could be a lot of radioactive shit and absorbing into plants. One is one, fair is fair, A is greater than equal to B. Wait, is that what that means? Are we doing algebra? What I didn't know is that the iconic vehicle cemetery from Chernobyl is basically gone. All of the scrapped radioactive metal just vanished. Somebody really wanted radioactive metal, I guess. Probably a metal band. It's a logic. Oh, I remember this now. It means it implies that. Yeah. If A, therefore B. No, it's not quite the same. It's not quite the same, is it? How do you disappear an entire Soviet... Can metal become radioactive? It's supposed to be the one symbol? Radiated metals corrode faster? Wait, the military conducted over 200 nuclear tests over the Pacific? It's a predicate construction. Yeah, that's what it, wait, Pripyat? Chat, now I want to play that game that is like about Chernobyl, because I can't watch the content of the Chernobyl dudes that infiltrate into Chernobyl. I kind of want to play the game. But you know what I should play instead? Fallout New Vegas. How about this? I get some food and some water. Did I drink all my water? Oh my god, where did it? Oh, there. I do have a little bit of water. The zoners wouldn't allow that, I think. Chernobyl Light is a good game. What is the game that I'm thinking of? Down for some Fallout New Vegas. Yeah. I played on PC, or, okay, so here's the deal, and I'm really scared about this, right? The one time I went to the old Mormon fort, the game crashed. I've read somewhere, like on Reddit, that it does this, but I haven't seen anybody say it's, like, specifically, like, one place. I think that what happens is that it just sometimes happens. You get an audio Stalker, Heart of Chernobyl. Yeah, I think that's it. That's the one that I think these guys were like really into that game. And so like all the weird stuff that they say of like the Stalkers are penetrating, right? I think that's from that game. Because when I first saw it, I was like, wait, why do they keep on talking about penetrating things? I was thinking it was something else entirely, but no. I think that's from that game. Sometimes it just happens, but the saves and reload. Yeah, that's what I did, is I just went to the last save. Some people took Stalker a bit too far. Yeah, they were definitely putting their lives in danger. But probably for the clicks more than anything. My Fallout New Vegas crashes all the time. I think it's a modern Intel chip problem with it being an older game. Well, I've got to go as well, Bad Ash. I'm gonna get some food, and then I'm gonna, okay, I hate telling you, like, I'm gonna stream Fallout New Vegas tonight, but we really got to, because it's like getting cool, It's getting difficult, and especially if you know that game, show up tonight because I need your help, okay? I am in a bad way. I'm in Old World Blues, and I got through like the first half of the mission in the school thing, you know, the school thing from Old World Blues. And I've got like 6 stim packs left, okay? I am down to very little healing because I'm getting my ass kicked by those lobotomites and those dogs, the brain dogs, right? Is there a cat back there? Tyrion. Meow. Meow, meow. There's a cat. Do you see? Oh, you can see his tail. You can see his tail. There he goes. Oh, wait. I'm trying to get out of the way so you can see the cat. Isn't the Metro series also based on that? Sometimes the game crashes randomly unless it keeps happening. That's what I'm worried about, right? I haven't been back to the Old Mormon Fort since. I'm hoping that it's just like a random thing and the next time I go in there it's gonna be fine. But yeah, there was like an audio error. It felt like something was like on an echo or a delay. It's based on the books, which are based on nuclear war. But yeah, anyway, be here for tonight for Fallout New Vegas because I'm gonna need all the help that I can get. The lobotomites, chat. I've been playing that game and so far it's been super easy. Everything is easy. Every enemy, like the spore people were so easy. It's like, oh, you think you're hiding, you're in the grass and you're green, you think that I can't see. No, I can see you, and I would just snipe them, right? I was just destroying all of the spore dudes, right? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And then I got to Old World Blues and the lobotomites and the dogs, and everything is so much harder. I should have brought like better armor or something. I don't know, chat. I'm just like, I need to save up the bottle caps and get better armor. But yeah, I'll have to worry about that tonight. For now, I'm gonna worry about some stir fry, and I will see you back here tonight if you're the gaming frogs, right? I realize that not all of you are gaming frogs, and not all of you are gonna be awake in a few hours, but I am, and I'm gonna be playing Fallout New Vegas. So just know that that's happening on this channel in short form, on the gaming channel in like long regular form, and on Twitch in whatever form the things happen on Twitch, which I think is like the landscape, right? That's the landscape. Anyway, I will see